Tana Roberts has enjoyed a very secure childhood because her widowed mother has worked so hard to ensure happiness for her. But Tana's happiness ends abruptly after high school graduation, when the son of her mother's lover rapes her. His drunken act changes the course of Tana's life. Bestseller, 1984. Full Circle by Danielle Steel. To Alex Haley, my brother, my friend, with much, much love. To Isabella Grant, with love and admiration and immeasurable gratitude. And with special love and thanks to Lou Blau. And always, always to John, with my heart and soul. D.S. Part 1. The Early Years. Chapter 1. On the afternoon of Thursday, December 11th, 1941, the country was still in a daze. The casualty list was complete, the names of those killed had already been released, and slowly, in the past few days, the monster of vengeance was raising its head. In almost every American breast pounded a pulse that had been unknown before. It had finally hit us at home, and it wasn't simply a matter of Congress declaring war. There was much more to it than that. Much, much more. There was a nation of people filled with dread, with rage, and the sudden fear that it could happen here. Japanese fighter planes could appear overhead at any time of day or night, and suddenly wreak destruction in cities like Chicago and Los Angeles, Omaha, Boston, New York. It was a terrifying thought. The war was no longer happening to a distant, remote them. It was happening to us. And as Andrew Roberts hurried east in the chill wind, his coat collar up, he wondered what Jean would say. He had already known for 2 days. When he had signed his name, there hadn't been any doubt in his mind. Yet when he'd come home, he had looked into her face and the words had caught in his throat. But there was no choice now. He had to tell her tonight. Had to. He was leaving for San Diego in another 3 days. The 3rd Avenue L roared overhead as his feet pounded up the front steps of the narrow brownstone in which they lived. They had lived there for less than a year, and they hardly even noticed the train anymore. It had been awful at first. At night they had held each other tight and laughed as they lay in bed. Even the light fixtures shook as the elevated train careered by. But they were used to it now. And Andy had come to love the tiny flat. Jean kept it spotlessly clean, getting up sometimes at 5 o'clock to make him homemade blueberry muffins, and leave everything immaculate before she left for work. She had turned out to be even more wonderful than he'd thought, and he smiled to himself as he turned the key in the lock. There was a chill wind whistling through the hall, and 2 of the lights were burned out. But the moment he set foot inside, everything was cheery and bright. There were starched white organdy curtains, which Jean had made, a pretty little blue rug, slipcovers she had gone to a night class to learn how to make, and the furniture they'd bought second-hand shone like new beneath her hard-working hands. He looked around now, and suddenly felt the first shaft of grief he had felt since he signed up. It was an almost visceral ache as he thought of telling her that he was leaving New York in 3 days. And suddenly there were tears in his eyes as he realized that he didn't know when he'd be back. When, or even if. But hell, that wasn't the point, he told himself. If he didn't go to fight the Japs, then who the hell would? And if they didn't, then one of these days the bastards would be flying overhead and bombing the hell out of New York. And this house. And Jean. He sat down in the armchair she had upholstered herself in a deep, cozy green, and was lost in his own thoughts. San Diego. Japan. Christmas. Jean. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting there when suddenly, startled, he looked up. He had just heard her key in the lock. She flung the door wide, her arms filled with brown bags from the A&P, and she didn't see him at first, and then jumped as she turned on the light, and saw him smiling at her, his blonde hair falling over one eye, as it always did, the green eyes looking straight at her. He was still as handsome as he had been when they first met. He had been 17 then, and she had been 15. 6 years. He was only 23. "Hi, sweetheart. What are you doing here?" "I came home to see you." He walked towards her and easily grabbed the bags in his powerful arms, and she turned her big, dark brown eyes up to him with the same look of awe she always wore when she looked up at him. She was so impressed with him, always had been. He'd had 2 years of college, going at nights, had been on the track team in school, the football team for a few months till he hurt his knee, and had been a basketball star when they met during his senior year. and he seemed no less heroic to her now. In fact, he seemed more so to her, and she was so proud of him. He had landed a good job. He sold Buicks in the biggest dealership in New York, and she knew that he'd be the manager eventually, one day, or maybe he'd go back to school. They had talked about that. But he brought home a nice paycheck for now, and combined with her own, they did all right. She knew how to stretch a dollar more than a mile. She'd been doing it for a long time. Both her parents had died in a car accident when she was just 18, and she'd been supporting herself since then. Fortunately, she had just finished secretarial school when they died, and she was a bright girl. She'd had a job in the same law firm now for almost 3 years. And Andy was proud of her, too. She looked so cute when she went off to work in the well-tailored suits that she made herself, and hats and gloves she always bought so carefully, checking the styles in the magazines, and then consulting with Andy to make sure they looked just right. He smiled at her again now, as she peeled off her gloves and tossed her black felt fedora onto the big green chair. "How was your day, cutie pie?" He loved to tease her, pinch her, whisk her into his arms, nuzzle into her neck, and threaten to ravish her as he walked in from work. It was certainly a far cry from her constantly proper demeanor at work. He dropped in to see her there once in a great while, and she looked so serious and sedate that she almost frightened him. But she had always been that kind of girl. And actually, she'd been a lot more fun since she'd been married to him. She was finally beginning to relax. He kissed her on the back of the neck now, and she felt a shiver run up her spine. "Wait till I put the groceries away." She smiled mysteriously and tried to wrest one of the bags from his hand, but he pulled it away from her and kissed her on the lips. "Why wait?" "Andy, come on." His hands were beginning to rove passionately over her, pulling off the heavy coat, unbuttoning the jet buttons on the suit jacket she wore underneath. The grocery bags had long since been cast aside, as they suddenly stood, their lips and bodies pressed tight against each other, until Jean finally pulled away for air. She was giggling when they stopped, but it didn't discourage his hands. "Andy, what's gotten into you?" He grinned mischievously at her, afraid to make a remark that would shock her too much. "Don't ask." He silenced her with another kiss, and relieved her of coat, jacket, and blouse, all with one hand, and a moment later her skirt dropped to the floor as well, revealing the white lace garter belt with matching pants, silk stockings with seams, and a pair of absolutely sensational legs. He ran his hands across her behind and pressed hard against her again, and she didn't object as he pulled her down on the couch. Instead, she pulled his clothes off, as suddenly the elevated train roared by, and they both started to laugh. "Damn that thing," he muttered under his breath as he unhooked her bra with one hand, and she smiled. "You know, I kind of like the sound of it by now." This time it was Jean who kissed him, and a moment later their bodies were enmeshed just as their mouths had been, and it seemed hours before either of them spoke in the silent room. The kitchen light was still on, near the front door, but there was no light in the living room where they lay, or the tiny bedroom beyond. But even in the darkness of the room, he could sense that Jean was looking at him. "Something funny's going on, isn't it?" There had been a small, hard rock in the pit of her stomach all week. She knew her husband too well. "Andy?" He still didn't know what to say. It was no easier now than it would have been 2 days before, and it was going to be even worse by the end of the week. But he had to tell her sometime. He just wished it didn't have to be now. For the first time in 3 days, he suddenly wondered if he'd done the right thing. "I don't quite know what to say." But instinctively she knew. She felt her heart lurch as she looked up at him in the dark, her eyes wide, her face already sad, as it always was. She was very different from him. There was always laughter in his eyes, always a quick line on his tongue, a joke, a funny thought. He had happy eyes, an easy smile. Life had always been gentle with him. But it was not so with Jean. She had the tense nervousness of those who have had hard times from birth. Born to 2 alcoholic parents with an epileptic sister who died in the bed next to Jean when she was 13 and Jean 9, orphaned at 18, struggling almost since the day she was born. And yet, in spite of it all, she had a certain kind of innate style, a joie de vivre, which had never been allowed to bloom and which Andy knew would blossom in time, if nurtured enough. And he did nurture her in every way he could. But he couldn't make it easier for her now, and the old sorrow he had seen when they first met suddenly stood out in her eyes again. You're going, aren't you?" He nodded his head as tears filled the deep, dark eyes, and she lay her head back on the couch where they'd just made love. "Don't look like that, baby, please." She made him feel like such a son of a bitch. And suddenly, unable to face her pain, he left her side and strode across the room to fish a pack of Camels out of his coat. He nervously tapped one out, lit it, and sat down in the green chair across from the couch. She was crying openly now, but when she looked at him, she didn't seem surprised. "I knew you'd go." "I have to, babe." She nodded her head. She seemed to understand, but it didn't ease the pain. It seemed to take hours to get up the courage to ask the only thing she wanted to know, but at last she did. "When?" Andy Roberts gulped hard. It was the hardest thing he'd ever said. 3 days. She visibly winced and closed her eyes again, nodding her head as the tears slid down her cheeks. And for the next 3 days, nothing was ever normal again. She stayed home from work and seemed to go into a frenzy, doing everything she possibly could for him, washing underwear, rolling socks, baking him cookies for the train. Her hands seemed to fly all day long, as though by keeping them as busy as she could, she would be able to keep a grip on herself, or perhaps even on him. But it was no use. By Saturday night, he forced her to put it all down, to stop packing the clothes he didn't need, the cookies he'd never eat, the socks he could have done without. He took her in his arms, and she finally broke down. "Oh, God, Andy, I can't. How will I live without you?" He felt as though he had a hole in his guts the size of a fist when he looked into her eyes and saw what he had done to her. But he had no choice. No choice. He was a man. He had to fight. His country was at war. And the worst of it was that when he didn't feel sick over what he'd done to her, he felt a strange, unfamiliar thrill of excitement about going to war, as though this was an opportunity he might never have again, something he had to do, almost like a mystic rite, in order to become a man. And he felt guilty about that, too. And by late Saturday night, it had gotten to him, too. He was so torn between Jean's clinging little hands and what he knew he had to do that he wished it was already over with and he was on the train, heading west. But he would be soon enough. He had to report to Grand Central Station at 5 a.m. And when he finally got up in the tiny bedroom to get dressed, he turned and looked at her. She was quieter now. Her tears were spent, her eyes swollen and red, but she looked a little bit more resigned than she had before. For Jean, in some terrible, desperate, frightening way, it was like losing her sister or her parents again. Andy was all she had left, and she would rather have died herself than lose him. And suddenly he was leaving her too. "You'll be all right, won't you, babe?" He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her, desperate for some reassurance from her now, and she smiled sadly and reached a hand out for his. "I'll have to be, I guess, won't I?" And then she smiled again, almost mysteriously. "You know what I wish?" They both knew that he weren't going to war. She read his thoughts and kissed his fingertips. "Aside from that, I hope you got me pregnant this week." In the emotions of the past few days, they had thrown caution to the winds. He had been aware of it, but there had been so much else going on. He had just hoped that it wasn't her dangerous time. But he wondered now, as he looked at her. They had been so careful about that for the past year. They had agreed from the first that they didn't want babies for a while, at least not for the first few years until they both got better jobs, or maybe Andy went back to college for another 2 years. They were in no hurry. They were both young. But now, in the past week, their whole life had turned upside down. "I kind of wondered what was happening this week. Do you think you could have—" He looked worried. That hadn't been what he wanted at all. He didn't want her to be pregnant alone, with him God knows where, at war. She shrugged. "I might." And then she smiled again and sat up. "I'll let you know." "Great. That's all we need." He looked suddenly upset, and then glanced nervously at the bedside clock. It was 10 after 4. He had to go. "Maybe it is." And then suddenly, as though she had to tell him before he left, "I meant what I said just now, Andy. I'd like that a lot." "Now?" He looked shocked, and she nodded her head, her voice a whisper in the tiny room. "Yes." Chapter 2. The elevated train roared past the windows of Jane Roberts' apartment, providing the only breeze she had felt in days, as she sat motionless in front of the open windows. It felt as though the entire building had turned into an inferno, as the blazing August heat rose off the sidewalks and seemed to bake right into the walls of the brownstone building. And sometimes at night she had to leave her bed and sit on the stoop just to get some air as the train hurtled by. Or she would sit in her bathroom, wrapped in a wet sheet. There seemed to be no way to cool down, and the baby made it worse. She felt as though her whole body were about to explode, and the hotter it got, the more the baby would kick her, as if it knew, as if it were stifling too. Jean smiled to herself at the thought. She could hardly wait to see the baby now. There were only 4 weeks left. 4 weeks until she held their baby. She hoped that it would look just like Andy. He was in the Pacific now, doing just what he had wanted to do, fighting the Japs, as he said in his letters, although somehow the words always pained her. One of the girls in the law firm she had worked in was Japanese, and she had been so nice to Jean when she found out she was pregnant. She even covered for her when Jane was almost too sick to move in the beginning. She would drag herself into work and stare into her typewriter, praying that she wouldn't throw up before she reached the bathroom. They had kept her for 6 months, which was decent of them. It was longer than most firms would have kept her, she knew. But they felt it was the patriotic thing to do because of Andy, as she told him in one of her letters. She wrote to him almost every day, although she rarely heard from him more than once a month. Most of the time he was too tired to write, and the letters took forever to reach her. It was a long way from selling Buicks in New York, as he said in one letter, making her laugh about the bad food, and his buddies. Somehow he always seemed to make her laugh with his letters. He made everything sound better than it was, and she was never as frightened after she heard from him. She had been terrified at first, particularly when she felt so ill. She had gone through agonies of conflict after she first found out she was pregnant. It had seemed like such a good idea at first, during those last few days before he left. But when she found out, she had panicked. It meant she had to give up her job. She'd be alone. And how would she support herself and the baby? She had been desperately afraid of his reaction, too. Only when he finally wrote to her, he sounded so thrilled that it all seemed fine to her again. And by then, she was almost 5 months pregnant, and she wasn't as nervous. And in the last few months, she'd had plenty of time to turn their bedroom into a nursery for the baby. She had sewn everything herself in white eyelet with yellow ribbons, sewing and knitting and making little hats and booties and sweaters. She had even painted pretty little murals on the baby's walls and clouds on the ceiling, although one of her neighbors had given her hell when he found out that she was doing the painting herself and standing on the ladder. But she had nothing else to do now that she wasn't working. She had saved every penny she could, and she wouldn't even go to a movie now, for fear of eating into those savings, and she was receiving part of Andy's paycheck from the Army. She was going to need everything she had for the baby, and she was going to stay home for the first few months if she could, and after that she'd have to find a sitter and go back to work. She was hoping that elderly Mrs. Weissman on the 4th floor would babysit for her. She was a warm, grandmotherly woman who had lived in the building for years and had been excited to hear about Jean's baby. She checked on her every day, and sometimes she would even come down late at night, unable to sleep herself in the heat, and tap on Jean's door if she saw a light beneath it. But tonight Jean didn't turn on the lights. She just sat in the dark, feeling breathless and stifled in the killing heat, listening to train after train come by until they stopped and then started again just before the dawn. Jean even watched the sun come up. She wondered if she would ever be able to breathe normally again, or lie down without feeling as though she were being smothered. There were days when it was really very trying, and the heat and the train didn't help. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning when she heard the knock on her door, and assumed it was Mrs. Weissman. She put her pink bathrobe on, and with a tired sigh, padded toward the front door in bare feet. Thank God she only had 4 weeks to go. She was beginning to think she couldn't take it for much longer. Hi. She pulled the door open with a tired smile, expecting to see her friend, and blushed to find herself looking into the face of a stranger in a brown uniform with a cap and mustard-colored braid, holding a yellow envelope toward her. She looked at him, uncomprehending, not wanting to understand because she knew only too well what that meant. And the man seemed to be leering at her. It was as though his face was distorted as she reeled from the shock and the heat, clutching the envelope and tearing it open without saying a word to him. And it was there, just as she had feared, and she looked at the messenger of death again, focusing on the words on his uniform as her mouth formed a scream, and she sank to his feet in a quiet heap on the floor, as he gaped at her in silent horror, and then suddenly called out for help. He was 16 years old, and he had never been that close to a pregnant woman before. 2 doors opened across the hall, and a moment later there was the sound of running feet on the stairs above, and Mrs. Weissman was putting damp cloths on Jean's head, as the boy backed slowly away and then hurried down the stairs. All he wanted to do was get out of the stifling little building. Jean was moaning by then, and Mrs. Weissman and 2 other ladies were leading her to the couch where she slept now. It was the same couch where the baby had been conceived, where she had lain and made love with Andy. Andy. We regret to inform you, your husband died in the service of his country, killed in action at Guadalcanal. In action. Her head was reeling, and she couldn't see the faces. Jean? They kept calling her name, and there was something cold on her face as they looked at her and at each other. Helen Weissman had read the telegram and had quickly shown it to the others. Jean. She came around slowly, barely able to breathe, and they helped her to sit and forced her to drink a little water. She looked blankly at Mrs. Weissman, and then suddenly she remembered, and the sobs strangled her more than the heat, and she couldn't catch her breath any more. All she could do was cry and cling to the old woman who held her. He was dead, just like the others, like Mommy and Daddy and Ruthie. Gone. He was gone. She would never see him again. She whimpered almost like a small child, feeling a weight in her heart that she had never felt before, even for the others. It's all right, dear. It's all right. But they all knew that it wasn't, and never would be again. Not for poor Andy. The others went back to their apartments a little while later, but Helen Weissman stayed. She didn't like the glazed look in the girl's eyes, the way she sat and stared and then suddenly began to sob, or the terrible, endless crying she heard that night when she finally left Jean for a little while, and then returned to open the unlocked door and check on her again as she had all day. She had even called Jean's doctor before he left his office, and he had told Mrs. Weissman to tell Jean how sorry he was to hear the news, and warned her that Jean could go into labor from the shock, which was exactly what she was afraid of, and it was exactly what she suspected when she saw Jean press her fists into her back several times later that evening, and walk restlessly around the tiny apartment, as though it had grown too small for her in the past few hours. Her entire world had shattered around her, and there was nowhere left to go. There wasn't even a body to send home. Just the memory of a tall, handsome, blond boy, and the baby in her belly. "Are you all right?" Helen Weissman's accent made Jean smile. She had been in the country for 40 years, but she still spoke with a heavy German accent. She was a wise, warm woman, and she was fond of Jean. She had lost her own husband 30 years before, and she had never remarried. She had 3 children in New York who visited her from time to time, mostly to drop their respective children off so she could babysit, and a son who had a good job in Chicago. "You have pains?" Her eyes searched Jean's, and Jean started to shake her head. Her whole body ached after the day of crying, and yet inside she felt numb. She didn't know what she felt, just achy and hot and restless. She arched her back as though to stretch it. "I'm all right. Why don't you get some sleep, Mrs. Weissman?" Her voice was hoarse after the long day of crying. She glanced at the kitchen clock and registered the fact that it had been 15 hours since she had gotten the telegram telling her about Andy. 15 hours. It felt like 15 years, 1,000 years. She walked around the room again as Helen Weissman watched her. "You want to go for a walk outside?" The train whizzed past nearby, and Jean shook her head. It was too hot to go for a walk, even at 11 o'clock at night. And suddenly Jean was even hotter than she'd been all day. "I think I'll have something cold to drink." She fixed herself a glass of the lemonade she kept in a pitcher in the icebox, and it tasted good going down, but it came back up almost as quickly. She rushed to the bathroom, where she threw up and retched repeatedly, and then emerged wanly a little while later. "You should lie down." Meekly, she agreed. She was more uncomfortable when she did. It was easier to sit up than lie down, so she tried the comfortable old green chair again, but after a few minutes she found that she couldn't do that either. She had gnawing pains in her lower back and an unsettled feeling in her stomach, and Helen Weissman left her alone again at midnight, but only after insisting that Jean come and get her during the night if she had a problem. But Jean was sure she wouldn't have to. She turned off the lights and sat alone in the silent apartment, thinking of her husband, Andy, of the big green eyes and straight blonde hair, track star, football hero, her first and only love. The boy she had fallen head over heels in love with the first time she saw him, and as she thought of him, she felt a shaft of pain slice through her from her belly to her back, and then again, and again, and yet again, so that she couldn't catch her breath at all now. She stood up unsteadily, nausea overwhelming her, but determined to get to the bathroom, where she clung miserably to the toilet for almost an hour, the pains pounding her body, the retching tearing at her soul, until, weakly at last, barely conscious, she began calling for Andy. It was there that Helen Weissman found her at 1:30 in the morning. She decided to check on her once more before going to bed. It was too hot for anyone to sleep that night, so she was awake unusually late. And she thanked God that she was when she found her. She went back to her own apartment just long enough to call Jean's doctor and the police, who promised to send an ambulance at once. She climbed into a cotton house dress, grabbed her purse, kept the same sandals on her feet, and hurried back to Jean to drape a bathrobe around her shoulders. Then 10 minutes later they heard the sirens. Helen did, but Jean seemed to hear nothing at all as she retched and cried, and Helen Weissman tried to soothe her. She was writhing with pain and calling Andy's name by the time they reached New York Hospital, and the baby didn't take long to come after that. The nurses whisked Jean away on a gurney, and they didn't have time to give her anything at all before the wiry 5-pound 4-ounce little girl emerged, with jet-black hair and tightly clenched fists, wailing loudly. Helen Weissman saw them both barely an hour later. Jean, mercifully drugged at last, the baby dozing comfortably. And she went back to the apartment house that night, thinking of the lonely years Jean Roberts had ahead, bringing up her baby girl alone, a widow at 22. Helen brushed the tears from her cheek as the elevated train roared by at 4:30 that morning. The older woman knew what kind of devotion it would take to bring the child up alone, a kind of religious zeal, a solitary passion to do all for this baby that would never know her father. Jean gazed at her baby the next morning when they brought her to nurse for the first time. She looked down at the tiny face, the dark, silky hair that the nurses said would fall out eventually, and she knew instinctively what she would have to do for her. It didn't frighten Jean at all. This was what she had wanted, Andy's baby. This was his last gift to her, and she would guard her with her life, do all she could, give her only the best. She would live and breathe and work and do, and give her very soul to this baby. The tiny rosebud mouth worked as she nursed, and Jean smiled at the unfamiliar feeling. She couldn't believe that it was 24 hours since she had learned of Andy's death, as a nurse came into the room to check on them both. They seemed to be doing fine, and the baby was a good size, considering that she'd been almost 4 weeks early. "Looks like she has a good appetite." The woman in the starched white uniform and cap glanced at mother and child. "Has her daddy seen her yet?" They couldn't know. No one did, except Jean and Helen Weissman. Her eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head as the nurse patted her arm, not understanding. No, her daddy hadn't seen her yet, and he never would. "What are you going to name her?" They had written back and forth to each other about that, and had finally agreed on a name for a girl, although they both thought they wanted a boy. Funny how after the first moment of surprise and near disappointment, a girl seemed so much better now, as though that had been their choice all along. Nature somehow managed things well. Had she been a boy, she would have been named after her father. But Jean had found a girl's name that she loved, and she tried it out on the nurse now as her eyes glowed with pride as she held her baby. "Her name is Tana Andrea Roberts." Tana. She loved the sound of it, and it seemed to suit her to perfection. The nurse smiled as she lifted the tiny bundle from Jean's arms when she was finished nursing. She smoothed the covers expertly with one hand and looked at Jean. Get some rest now, Mrs. Roberts. I'll bring Tana back to you when she's ready." The door closed, and Jean lay her head back against the pillow, with her eyes closed, trying not to think of Andy, but only of their baby. She didn't want to think of how he had died, what they had done to him, if he had screamed her name. A tiny sob broke from her as she turned in her bed and lay on her stomach for the first time in months, her face buried in the pillows, and she lay there and sobbed for what seemed like hours, until at last she fell asleep and dreamt of the blond boy she had loved and the baby he had left her. Tana. Tana. Chapter 3. The phone rang on Jean Roberts' desk only once before she answered it. She had a brisk, efficient way about her, which came from long years of managing a mammoth job. It had fallen into her lap 12 years before. She had been 28, Tana 6, and Jean thought she would scream if she had to work one more day in another law firm. There had been 3 jobs in 6 years, in law firms that were one more boring than the other. But the pay was good, and she had Tana to think of now. Tana always came first. Tana, upon whom the sun rose and set in Jean's eyes. "For God's sake, let the kid breathe," one of her co-workers had told her once, and Jean had been cool to her after that. She knew exactly what she was doing, taking her to the theater and the ballet, museums, libraries, art galleries, and concerts when she could afford to, helping her inhale every drop of culture. Almost every dime she made went to the education and support and entertainment of Tana. And she had saved every penny of the pension from Andy. And it wasn't that the child was spoiled. She wasn't. But Jean wanted her to have the good things in life, the things she herself had seldom had, and which she thought were so important. It was hard to remember objectively now if they would have had that kind of life with Andy. More likely he would have rented a boat and taken them sailing on Long Island Sound, taught Tana to swim at an early age, gone clam digging, or running in the park, riding a bike. He would have worshipped the pretty little blonde child who looked so exactly like him. Tall, lanky, blonde, green-eyed, with the same dazzling smile as her father. And the nurses in the hospital had been right when she was born. The silky black hair had fallen out and had been replaced by pale golden peach fuzz, which, as she got older, grew into straight, wheat-like shafts of golden hair. She was a lovely-looking little girl, and Jean had always been proud of her. She had even managed to get her out of public schools when she was 9 and send her to Miss Lawson's. It meant a lot to Jean, and was a wonderful opportunity for Tana. Arthur Durning had helped her in, which he insisted was a small favor. He knew himself how important good schools were for children. He had 2 children of his own, although they went to the exclusive Cathedral and Williams schools in Greenwich, and were respectively 2 and 4 years older than Tana. The job came to Jean almost by accident when Arthur came to the law firm where she worked for a series of lengthy conferences with Martin Pope, the senior partner. She had worked for Pope, Madison, and Watson for 2 years by then, and was bored to death, but the salary was more than she dared to hope for. She couldn't afford to run around looking for a fun job. She always had Tana to think of. She thought of her night and day. Her whole life revolved around her daughter, as she explained to Arthur, when he invited her to drinks after seeing her for almost 2 months during his meetings with Martin Pope. Arthur and Marie were separated then, in fact. She had been in New England at a private institution. He seemed loath to discuss it, and she didn't press him. She had her own problems and responsibilities. She didn't go around crying on other people's shoulders about the husband she had lost, the child she supported on her own, the responsibilities, the burdens, the fears. She knew what she wanted for Tana, the kind of life, the education, the friends. She was going to give her security, no matter what, the kind of life she herself had never had. And without Jean having to say too much, Arthur Durning had seemed to understand that. He was the head of one of the largest conglomerates in the country, in plastics, in glass, in food packaging. They even had enormous holdings in oil in the Middle East. He was an enormously wealthy man, but he had a quiet, unassuming way about him that she liked. In fact, there had been a lot about Arthur Durning that appealed to her, enough so that when he asked her out to dinner shortly after that first drink, she went. And then she went again. And somehow, within a month, they were having an affair. He was the most exciting man Jean Roberts had ever met. There was a quiet aura of power about the man that one could almost touch. He was so strong, and yet he was vulnerable, too, and she knew that he had suffered with his wife. Eventually, he told her about that. Marie had become an alcoholic almost immediately after their second child was born, and Jean knew the pain of that only too well, having watched her parents attempt to drink themselves to death, and in the end they killed themselves in their car, drunk on an icy road on New Year's Eve. Marie had also cracked up the car, driving a carpool full of little girls one night. Anne and her friends were 10 years old, and one of the children had almost been killed. Marie Durning had agreed to put herself away after that, but Arthur didn't have much hope. She was 35, and she'd been a hopeless drunk for 10 years, and Arthur was desperately tired of it, enough so to be swept off his feet by Jean. At 28, there was something unusually dignified about her that he liked, and at the same time there was something kind and gentle in her eyes. She looked as though she cared a great deal about everything, and in particular her daughter. Her basic warmth came through, and it was precisely what he had needed just then. He hadn't known what to do with her at first, or what to make of what he felt for her. He and Marie had been married for 16 years, and he was 42 years old. He didn't know what to do about the children, about his house, his life, about Marie. Everything seemed to be hanging so precariously that year, and it was an unusual way of life for him, and one that he didn't like. He didn't take Jean home at first, for fear of upsetting the children, but eventually he saw Jean almost every night, and she began to take care of things for him. She hired 2 new maids, a gardener he didn't have time to see. She orchestrated some of the small business dinners he liked to give, a party for the children at Christmas, helped him pick out a new car. She even took a few days off to take a couple of brief trips with him. Suddenly it seemed as though she were running his whole life, and he couldn't function without her. And she began to ask herself more and more what it meant, except that, deep in her heart, she knew. She was in love with him, and he was in love with her, and as soon as Marie was well enough to be told, they'd get divorced, and he would marry Jane. Except that, instead, after 6 months, he offered her a job. She wasn't sure what to do about that. She didn't really want to work for him. She was in love with him, and he was so wonderful to her. But the way he described it was like throwing open a window onto a vista she had longed for years. She could do exactly what she'd done for him in the past 6 months, just as a friend. Organize parties, hire help, make sure that the children had the right clothes, the right friends, the right nurses. He thought she had fabulous taste, and he had no idea that she made everything she and Tana wore herself. She'd even upholstered the furniture in their tiny apartment. They still lived in the narrow brownstone, near where the 3rd Avenue L had been, and Helen Weissman still babysat for Tana when Jean was at work. But with the job Arthur described, she could send Tana to a decent school. He'd even help her get in. She could move to a bigger place. There was even a building Arthur owned on the Upper East Side. It wasn't Park Avenue, he said with his slow smile, but it was far nicer than where they were. When he told her the salary he had in mind, she almost died. And the job would be so easy for her. If she hadn't had Tana, she might have held out. It would have been easier not to be indebted to him, and yet it was such a wonderful chance to be side by side all the time. And when Marie was well... He already had an executive secretary at Durning International, but there was a small, secluded office just beyond the conference room which adjoined the handsome, wood-paneled office he used. She would see him every day, be right nearby. She would be virtually essential to him, as she was rapidly becoming now. It would just be more of the same, he explained, begging her to take the job, offering her even more benefits and even higher salary. He was already dependent on her now. He needed her, and indirectly his children did too, although they hadn't met her yet. But she was the first person he had relied on in years. For almost 2 decades, everyone else had relied on him, and suddenly here was someone he could turn to, who never seemed to let him down. He had given the matter a great deal of thought, and he wanted her near him always, he said in bed that night as he begged her again to take the job. In the end, although she seemed to fight so hard, it was an easy choice to make, and her whole life seemed like a dream now as she went to work every day, sometimes after he had spent the night with her. His children were used to his spending a few nights in town, and the house in Greenwich was efficiently staffed now. Arthur was no longer as worried about them, although Anne and Billy had had a hard time at first when Marie left, but they seemed less anxious about it now. And once they met Jean, it was as though they had always been old friends. She took them to movies with Tana constantly, bought them toys, shopped for their clothes, drove their carpools, went to their schools and their school plays when Arthur was out of town, and she took even better care of him. He was like a well-fed cat, polishing his paws by the fire, and he smiled at her one night in the apartment he'd gotten her. It wasn't sumptuous, but for Tana and Jean it was more than enough. 2 bedrooms, a living room, dining room, handsome kitchen. The building was modern and well-built and clean, and they had a view of the East River from the living room windows. It was a far cry from the elevated train in Jean's old apartment. "Do you know," she looked at him with a smile, "I've never been happier in my life." "Neither have I." But that was only days before Marie Durning tried to take her own life. Someone told her that Arthur was having an affair, although they didn't say with whom, and things were touch and go with her after that. 6 months later, the doctors began talking of letting her go home, and by then Jean had worked for Arthur Durning for over a year. Tana was happy in her new school, new home, new life, as was Jean. And suddenly it was as though everything stopped. Arthur went to see Marie and came home looking grim. "What did she say?" Jean looked at him with wide, terrified eyes. She was 30 years old now. She wanted security, stability, not a clandestine affair for the rest of her life. But she had never objected to their life because she knew how desperately ill Marie Durning was, and how it worried him. But only the week before he'd been talking about marriage to Jean. He looked at her now with a bleak expression she had never seen before, as though he had no hope left, no dreams. "She said that if she can't come home to us, she'll try to commit suicide again." "But she can't do that to you. She can't keep threatening you for the rest of your life." Jean wanted to scream, and the bitch of it was that Marie could threaten, and did. She came home 3 months after that with only a tenuous grip on her own sanity. She was back at the hospital by Christmas that year, home by spring, and this time she held out until fall, and began drinking heavily over bridge lunches with her friends. All in all, it went on for more than 7 years. When she came out of the hospital the first time, Arthur was so upset that he actually asked Jean to help her out. "She's so helpless. You don't understand. She's nothing like you, sweetheart. She can't cope. She can barely think." And for love of Arthur, Jean found herself in the unenviable position of being the mistress caring for the wife. She spent 2 or 3 days a week during the day in Greenwich with her, trying to help her run the house. Marie was desperately afraid of the help. They all knew that she drank, and so did her kids. At first they seemed to view her with despair, and eventually with scorn. It was Anne who hated her most, Billy who cried when she got drunk. It was a nightmarish scene, and just like Arthur, within a few months, Jean was trapped. She couldn't let her down, let her go. It would have been like deserting her parents. It was as though this time she could make things happen right. Even though, in the end, Marie came to an almost identical end as Jean's parents. She was going to meet Arthur in town for a night at the ballet, and Jean swore that she was sober when she left, at least she thought she was. But she must have had a bottle with her. She spun out on an icy patch on the Merritt Parkway halfway to New York, and died instantly. They were both still grateful that Marie never knew of their affair, and the agony of it all was that Jean had been fond of her. She'd cried at the funeral more than the children had, and it had taken her weeks to be willing to spend a night with Arthur again. Their affair had gone on for 8 years, and now he was afraid of what his children would say. "In any case, I've got to wait a year." She didn't disagree with that, and anyway, he spent a great deal of time with her. He was thoughtful and attentive. She had never had any complaints. But it was important to her that Tana not suspect their long-standing affair. But finally, a year after Marie died, she turned and accused Jean. "I'm not stupid, you know, Mom. I know what's going on." She was as long and lanky and beautiful as Andy had been, and she had the same mischievous light in her eyes, as though she were always about to laugh, but not this time. She had hurt for too long, and her eyes almost steamed as she glared at Jean. "He treats you like dirt, and he has for years. Why doesn't he marry you instead of sneaking in and out of here in the middle of the night?" Jean had slapped her for that, but Tana didn't care. There had been too many Thanksgivings they spent alone, too many Christmases with expensive boxes from fabulous stores, but no one but the two of them there, while he went to the country club with his friends. Even the year that Anne and Billy were gone with their grandparents. "He's never here when it counts. Don't you see that, Mom?" Huge tears had rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed, and Jean had had to turn away. Her voice was hoarse as she tried to answer for him. "That's not true." "Yes, it is. He always leaves you alone, and he treats you like a maid. You run his house, drive his kids around, and he gives you diamond watches and gold bracelets and briefcases and purses and perfume. And so what? Where is he? That's what counts, isn't it?" What could she say? Deny the truth to her own child? It broke her heart to realize how much Tana had seen. "He's doing what he has to do." "No, he's not. He's doing what he wants to do." She was very perceptive for a girl of 15. "He wants to be in Greenwich with all his friends, go to Bal Harbor in the summer, and Palm Beach in the winter, and when he goes to Dallas on business, he takes you. But does he ever take you to Palm Beach? Does he ever invite us? Does he ever let Anne and Billy see how much you mean to him? No. He just sneaks out of here so I won't know what's going on. Well, I do. Damn it, I do." Her whole body shook with rage. She had seen the pain in Jean's eyes too often over the years, and she was frighteningly close to the truth, as Jean knew. The truth was that their arrangement was comfortable for him, and he wasn't strong enough to swim upstream against his children. He was terrified of what his own children would think of the affair with Jean. He was a dynamo in business, but he couldn't fight the same wars at home. He had never had the courage to call Marie's bluff and simply walk out. He had catered to her alcoholic whims right till the end. And now he was doing the same with his kids. But Jean had her own worries, too. She didn't like what Tana had said to her, and she tried to talk to Arthur about it that night, but he brushed her off with a tired smile. He had had a hard day, and Anne was giving him some trouble. They all have their own ideas at that age. Hell, look at mine. Billy was 17, and had been picked up on drunk driving charges twice that year, and Anne had just gotten kicked out of her sophomore year at Wellesley, at 19. She wanted to go to Europe with her friends, while Arthur wanted her to spend some time at home. Jean had even tried to take her to lunch to reason with her, but she had brushed Jean off and told her that she'd get what she wanted out of Daddy by the end of the year. And, true to her word, she did. She spent the following summer in the south of France, and picked up a 37-year-old French playboy whom she married in Rome. She got pregnant, lost the child, and returned to New York with dark circles under her eyes and a penchant for pills. Her marriage had made the international press, of course, and Arthur had been sick about it when he met the young man. It had cost him a fortune to buy him off, but he had, and he left Anne in Palm Beach to recuperate, as he said to her. But she seemed to get into plenty of trouble there, carousing all night with boys her own age, or their fathers if she had the chance. She was a racy one, in ways of which Jean did not approve. But she was 21 now, and there was little Arthur could do. She had gotten an enormous trust from her mother's estate, and she had the funds she needed now to run wild. She was back in Europe, raising hell, before she was 22. And the only thing that cheered Arthur a little bit was that Billy had managed to stay in Princeton that year, in spite of several near-fatal scrapes he'd been in. I must say they don't give one much peace of mind, do they, love? They had quiet evenings together in Greenwich now, but most nights she insisted on driving home, no matter how late she got in. His children were no longer there, but she still had Tana at home, and Jean wouldn't dream of staying out for the night unless Tana was at a friend's, or skiing for a weekend somewhere. There were certain standards she expected to maintain, and it touched him about her. You know, in the end, they do what they want anyway, Jane, no matter how good an example you set. It was true in a way, but he didn't fight her very hard. He was used to spending his nights alone now, and it made it more of a treat when they awoke side by side. There was very little passion left in what they shared, but it was comfortable for them both, particularly for him. She didn't ask him for more than he was willing to give, and he knew how grateful she was for all that he had done for her over the years. He had given her a security she might never have had without him, a wonderful job, a good school for her child, and little extras whenever he could, trips, jewels, furs. They were minor extravagances to him, and though Jean Roberts was still a wizard with a needle and thread, she no longer had to upholster her own furniture or make their own clothes, thanks to him. There was a cleaning woman who came twice a week, a comfortable roof over their heads, and Arthur knew that she loved him. He loved her, too, but he was set in his ways, and neither of them had mentioned marriage in years. There was no reason to now. Their children were almost grown. He was 54 years old. His empire was doing well. And Jean was still attractive and fairly young, although there had been a matronly look to her now for the past several years. He liked her that way, though, and it seemed hard to believe that it had been 12 years. She had just turned 40 that spring, and he had taken her to Paris for the week. It was almost like a dream. She brought back dozens of tiny treasures for Tana, and enchanted her with endless tales, including that of her birthday dinner at Maxime's. It was always sad coming home after trips like that, waking up in bed alone again, reaching out to him in the night and finding no one there. But she had lived that way for so long that it no longer bothered her, or at least she pretended that to herself, and after her outbreak 3 years before, Tana had never accused her again. She had been ashamed of herself afterwards. Her mother had always been so good to her. "I just want the best for you, that's all. I want you to be happy, not to be alone all the time." "I'm not, sweetheart." Tears had filled Jean's eyes. "I have you." "That's not the same." She had clung to her mother then, and the forbidden subject had not come up again. But there was no warmth lost between Arthur and Tana when they met, which always upset Jean. Actually, it would have been harder on her if he'd insisted on marrying her after all, because of the way Tana felt about him. She felt that he had used her mother for the past dozen years and given nothing in exchange. "How can you say that? We owe him so much." She remembered the apartment beneath the elevated train, which Tana did not, the meager checks, the nights she couldn't even afford to feed the child meat, or when she bought lamb chops or a little steak for her and ate macaroni herself for 3 or 4 days. "What do we owe him? A deal on this apartment?" "So what? You work. You could get us an apartment like this, Mom. You could do a whole lot of things for us without him." But Jane was never as sure. She would have been frightened to leave him now, frightened not to work for Durning International, not to be at his right hand, not to have the apartment, the job, the security that she always knew was there. The car he replaced every 2 years so that she could go back and forth to Greenwich with ease. Originally, it had been a station wagon so that she could carpool his kids. The last 2 had been smaller, though, pretty little Mercedes sedans he bought and replaced for her. And it wasn't as though she cared about the expensive gifts. There was more to it than that. Much, much more. There was something about knowing that Arthur was there for her if she needed him. It would have terrified her not to have that, and they had been together for so long now. No matter what Tana thought, she couldn't have given that up. "And what happens when he dies?" Tana had been blunt with her once. "You're all alone with no job, nothing. If he loves you, why doesn't he marry you, Mom?" "I suppose we're comfortable like this." Tana's eyes were big and green and hard, as Andy's had been when he disagreed with her. "That's not good enough. He owes you more than that, Mom. It's so damn easy for him." "It's easy for me too, Tan." She hadn't been able to argue with her that night. "I don't have to get used to anyone's quirks. I live the way I please. I make my own rules. And when I want, he takes me to Paris or London or L.A. It's not such a bad life." They both knew it wasn't entirely true, but there was no changing it now. They were set in their ways, both of them. And as she tidied the papers on her desk, she suddenly sensed him in the room. Somehow she always knew when he was there, as though years ago someone had planted a radar in her heart, designed to locate only him. He had walked silently into her office, not far from his own, and was looking at her as she glanced up and saw him standing there. "Hello." She smiled a smile that only they had been sharing for more than 12 years, and it felt like sunshine in his heart as he looked at her. "How was your day?" "Better now." He hadn't seen her since noon, which was unusual for them. They seemed to touch base 6 times during the afternoons, met for coffee each morning, and often he took her to lunch with him. There had been gossip on and off over the years, particularly right after Marie Durning died, but eventually it had died down, and people just assumed they were friends, or if they were lovers, it was both discreet and dead-end, so no one bothered to talk about them anymore. He sat in his favorite comfortable chair across from her desk and lit his pipe. It was a smell she'd come to love as part of him for more than a decade, and it pervaded all the rooms in which he lived, including her own bedroom with the East River view. "How about spending the day in Greenwich with me tomorrow, Jane? Why don't we both play hooky for a change?" It was rare for him to do that, but he'd been pushing very hard on a merger for the past 7 weeks, and she thought the day off would do him good, and wished he would do things like that more frequently. But now she smiled at him regretfully. "I wish I could. Tomorrow's our big day." He often forgot things like that, but she didn't really expect him to remember Tana's graduation day. He looked blankly at her, and she smiled as she said the single word. "Tana." "Oh, of course." He waved the pipe and frowned as he laughed at her. "How stupid of me. It's a good thing you haven't depended on me the way I have on you, or you'd be in trouble most of the time." "I doubt that." She smiled lovingly at him, and something very comfortable passed between them again. It was almost as though they no longer needed words. And in spite of the things Tana had said over the years, Jean Roberts needed nothing more than she had. As she sat there with the man she had loved for so long, she felt totally fulfilled. "Is she all excited about graduation day?" He smiled at Jean. She was a very attractive woman in her own way. Her hair was peppered with gray, and she had big, beautiful dark eyes, and there was something delicate and graceful about her. Tana was longer, taller, almost colt-like, with a beauty that would surely stop men in the street in the next few years. She was going to Green Hill College in the heart of the South, and had gotten in under her own steam. Arthur had thought it a damn odd choice for a girl from the North, since it was filled mostly with Southern belles. But they had one of the finest language programs in the States, excellent laboratories, and a strong fine arts program. Tana had made up her own mind. The full scholarship had come through based on her grades, and she was all set to go. She had a job in New England at a summer camp, and she would be going to Green Hill in the fall. And tomorrow was going to be her big day, graduation. "If the volume of her record player is any indication of how she feels," Jean smiled, "then she's been hysterical for the last month." "Oh, God, don't remind me of that, please. Billy and 4 of his friends are coming home next week. I forgot to tell you about that. They want to stay in the pool house, and they'll probably burn the damn thing down. He called last night. Thank God they'll only be here for 2 weeks before moving on." Billy Durning was 20 now, and wilder than ever, from the correspondence Jean saw from school. But she knew that he was probably still reacting to his mother's death. It had been hard on all of them. Billy most of all. He had been only 16 when she died, a difficult age at best, and things were a little smoother now. "He's giving a party next week, by the way. Saturday night, apparently. I was informed, and he asked me to tell you." She smiled. "I shall make due note. Any special requests?" Arthur grinned. She knew them all well. "A band, and he said to be ready for 200 or 300 guests. And by the way, tell Tana about that. She might enjoy it. He can have one of his friends pick her up here in town." "I'll tell her. I'm sure she'll be pleased." But only Jane knew how big a lie that was. Tana had hated Billy Durning all her life, but Jean had forced her to be courteous whenever they met, and she would make the point to her again now. She owed it to Billy to be polite, and to go to his party if he invited her, after all his father had done for them. Jean never let her forget that. "I will not." Tana looked stubbornly at Jane as the stereo blared deafeningly from her room. Paul Anka was crooning "Put Your Head on My Shoulder," and she had already played it at least 7 times, to Jean's dismay. "If he's nice enough to invite you, you could at least go for a while." It was an argument they had had before, but Jean was determined to win this time. She didn't want Tana to be rude. "How can I go for a while? It takes at least an hour to drive out there and another hour back. So what do? Stay for 10 minutes? She tossed the long shaft of golden wheat-colored hair over her shoulder with a look of despair. She knew how insistent her mother always was about anything that emanated from the Durnings. "Come on, Mom, we're not little kids anymore. Why do I have to go if I don't want to? Why is it rude just to say no? Couldn't I have other plans? I'm leaving in 2 weeks anyway, and I want to see my friends. We'll never see each other again anyway." She looked forlorn, and her mother smiled at her. "We'll talk about it another time, Tana." But Tana knew just how those discussions went. She almost groaned. She knew how stubborn her mother was going to be about Billy Durning's party, and he was a creep as far as she was concerned. There were no two ways about it, and Anne was even worse in Tana's eyes. She was snobby, stuck-up, and she looked easy, no matter how polite she pretended to be to Jean. Tana knew she was probably a whore. She had seen her drink too much at some of Billy's other parties, and she treated Jean in a condescending manner that made Tana want to slap her face. But Tana also knew that any hint of her feelings to her mother would lead them into a major battle again. It had happened too often before, and she wasn't in the mood tonight. "I just want you to understand how I feel now, Mother. I'm not going." "It's still a week away. Why do you have to decide tonight?" "I'm just telling you." The green eyes looked stormy and ominous, and Jean knew better than to cross her when she looked like that. "What did you defrost for dinner tonight?" Tana knew the tactic of avoidance. Her mother was good at that, but she decided to play the game for now and followed her mother into the kitchen. "I took out a steak for you. I'm having dinner with some of my friends." She looked sheepish then. As much as she wanted her own life, she hated leaving Jean alone. She knew just how much her mother had given her, how much she had sacrificed. It was that which Tana understood all too well. She owed everything to her mother, not to Arthur Durning or his selfish, spoiled, overindulged children. "Do you mind, Mom? I don't have to go out." Her voice was gentle, and she looked older than her 18 years as Jean turned to look at her. There was something very special between the two of them. They had been alone together for a very long time, and had shared bad times and good. Her mother had never let her down, and Tana was a gentle, thoughtful child. Jean smiled at her. "I want you to go out with your friends, sweetheart. Tomorrow is a very special day for you." They were going to dinner at 21 the following night. Jean never went there except with Arthur, but Tana's graduation day was occasion enough to warrant the extravagance, and Jean didn't need to be as careful now. She made an enormous salary from Durning International, at least compared to what she had made as a legal secretary 12 years before. But she was cautious by nature and always a little worried. She had worried a lot over the past 18 years since Andy had died, and sometimes she told Tana that was why things had turned out so well. She had worried all her life, in sharp contrast to Andy Roberts' easy ways, and Tana seemed to be a great deal like him. There was more joy in her than in her mother, more mischief, more laughter, more ease with life. But then again, life had been easier for her, with Jean to love and protect her. And Tana smiled now as Jean took out a pan to cook the steak. "I'm looking forward to tomorrow night." She had been touched to learn that Jean was taking her to 21. "So am I. Where are you all going tonight?" "To the village, for a pizza." "Be careful." Jean frowned. She always worried about her, anywhere she went. "I always am." "Will there be boys along to protect you?" She smiled. Sometimes it was hard to know if they were protection or a threat, and sometimes they were both. Reading her mind, Tana laughed and nodded. "Yes. Now will you worry more?" "Yes, of course." "You're silly, but I love you anyway." She threw her arms around her neck, gave her a kiss, and disappeared into her room to turn the music up even louder as Jean winced, and then found that she was singing along. She had certainly heard it all often enough, but by the time Tana finally turned it off and reappeared, wearing a white dress with big black polka dots and a wide black patent leather belt, with black and white spectator shoes, Jean was suddenly struck by how pleasant the silence sounded. And at the same moment she realized how quiet the apartment would be once Tana was gone. Too much so. It would be tomb-like when Tana was away. "Have a good time." "I will. I'll be home early." "I won't count on it." Her mother smiled. At 18, she no longer had a curfew. Jean knew better than that, and Tana was reasonable most of the time. Jean heard her come in that night, around 11:30. She knocked softly on Jean's door, whispered, "I'm home," and went on to her own room, and Jean turned over and went to sleep. The next day was one that Jean Roberts would long remember, with a long line of innocent-looking young girls strung together with garlands of daisies, the boys coming in solemnly behind them, all of them singing in unison, their voices raised, so young, so strong, so powerful, and all of them so new and fresh, as though they were about to be born into the world, a world full of politics and ruses and lies and heartbreaks, and all of it out there, waiting to hurt them. Jean knew that life would never be as simple for them again, as the tears rolled slowly down her cheeks, and they filed slowly out of the auditorium, their voices raised together for a last time. She was embarrassed that a single sob escaped her, but she was not alone, and the fathers cried as hard as their wives, and suddenly all was pandemonium, and the graduates were shouting and cheering in the hallway, kissing and hugging, and making promises that couldn't possibly be fulfilled, to come back, to travel together, to never forget, to always, forever, next year, someday. Quietly, Jean watched them, and most especially Tana, her face alight, her eyes almost an emerald green, and all of them so excited, so happy, so pure. Tana was still bubbling over with excitement that night when they went to 21, where they ate a delicious dinner, and Jean surprised her by ordering champagne. Generally, she wasn't much in favor of Tana drinking. Her own experience with her parents and Marie Durning still frightened her, especially for someone as young as Tana. But graduation day was an exception. And after the champagne, she handed Tana the little box from Arthur. He had Jean pick it out for him, like all the presents he gave, even those to his own children. Inside was a beautiful gold bangle, which Tana slipped on her wrist with cautious pleasure. "That was nice of him, Mom." But she didn't look overly excited. They both knew the reasons why, and Tana did not discuss it now. She didn't want to upset her mother. And by week's end, Tana had lost a major battle to her mother. She couldn't stand hearing about it any more, and she had finally agreed to go to Billy Durning's party. "But this is the last time I'm going to one of their parties. Is that a deal?" "Why do you have to be so rigid, Tana? It's nice of them to invite you." "Why?" Tana's eyes flashed, and her tongue was too quick to control. "Because I'm an employee's daughter? Does that make it a special favor from the almighty Durnings? Like inviting the maid?" Tears quickly filled Jean's eyes, and Tana stalked into her room, furious with herself for losing her temper. But she couldn't stand the way her mother felt about the Durnings, not just Arthur, but Anne and Billy, too. It was nauseating, as though every little word or gesture were some giant favor to be grateful for. And Tana knew all too well what Billy's parties were like. She had suffered through them before, with too much drinking, too much necking, everybody getting fresh, getting drunk. She hated going to his parties, and tonight was no different. A friend of his who lived nearby picked her up in a red Corvette he had gotten from his father, and he drove to Greenwich, driving 80 miles an hour to impress her, which it didn't, and she arrived feeling as annoyed as she had when she left her apartment. She was wearing a white silk dress with flat white shoes, and her long, slim legs looked particularly graceful as she climbed out of the low-slung car, tossing her hair over her shoulder, glancing around, knowing that she would know no one at all. She had particularly hated coming to their parties when she was younger, and the children had pointedly ignored her. But it was easier now. 3 boys in Madras jackets made a beeline for her, and offered to get her a gin and tonic, or whatever else might be her pleasure. She was noticeably vague, and managed to get lost in the crowd, anxious to ditch the boy who had driven her out there. She wandered in the garden for half an hour, wishing she hadn't come, and watching clumps of giggling girls drinking beer or gin and tonics, the boys watching them. A little while later the music started, and couples began forming, and within half an hour the lights were dim, bodies were chafing happily, and Tana even noticed several couples strolling outside. It was only then that she finally saw Billy Durning. He had been nowhere when they arrived. He walked over to her, and seemed to be giving her a cool appraisal. They had met often enough before, but he always looked her over again, as though he might buy her. It made her angry at him every time she saw him, and tonight was no exception. "Hello, Billy." "Hi. Shit, you're tall." As a greeting, it didn't excite her, and anyway, he was considerably taller than she was. What was the point? But she noticed then that he was staring at the fullness of her breasts, and for a minute she wanted to kick him. And then, gritting her teeth, she decided to make one stab at good manners for her mother's sake, if nothing else. "Thank you for inviting me tonight." But her eyes said she didn't mean it. "We can always use more girls." "Like cattle. So many head, so many tits, legs, crotches." "Thanks." He laughed at her and shrugged. "Want to go outside?" She was about to turn him down, and then figured, why not? He was 2 years older than Tana, but he usually acted as though he were 10, except 10 years old with drinking. He grabbed her arm and led her through the unfamiliar bodies until they reached the Durnings' elaborate garden, which led eventually to the pool house, where Billy was camping with his friends. They had already burned a table and 2 chairs the night before, and Billy had told them to cool it or his old man would kill them. But, unable to stand the torture of living in any kind of proximity with Billy, Arthur had wisely moved to the country club for the next week. "You should see the mess we're making." He grinned, waving at the pool house in the distance, and Tana felt annoyance sweep over her, knowing that it would be her mother's job to replace everything they damaged, to set it to rights again, and also to calm Arthur down when he saw the mess they left behind them when they moved on. "Why don't you just try not to behave like animals?" She looked sweetly at him, and for a moment he was shocked, and then suddenly something evil and angry glinted in his eyes as he glared back at her. "That's a dumb thing to say, but I guess you were always dumb, weren't you? If my old man hadn't paid to keep you at that fancy school in New York, you'd probably have wound up in some public school whorehouse on the West Side, giving your teacher a blowjob." She was so shocked that for a moment she was breathless as she stared at him, and then, wordlessly, she turned and walked away, as behind her she could hear him laugh. What an evil little bastard he was, she thought to herself, as she fought her way back into the house, noticing that the crowd had thickened considerably in the past half hour, and that most of the guests were several years older than she was, especially the girls. She saw the boy who had driven her out from town a little while later, his fly open, his eyes red, his shirt-tail out, and there was a girl frantically sliding her hands over his body as they shared a half-full bottle of scotch. Tana looked at them in despair, and knew that she had just lost her ride back to the city. There was no way she would have driven anywhere with anyone that drunk, which left the option of the train, or finding someone sober, which did not, for the moment at least, appear likely. "Want to dance?" She turned, surprised to see Billy again, his eyes redder, his mouth leering at her, still gazing at her breasts, barely able to tear his eyes away, which he did at last, in time to see her shake her head. "No, thanks." "They're banging their asses off in the pool house. Want to go watch?" Her stomach turned over at the prospect, and if he hadn't been so revolting, she would have laughed. It was incredible how blind her mother could be to the sacred Durnings. "No, thanks." "What's the matter? Still a virgin?" The look on his face made her sick, but she didn't want to let on that he was right. She'd rather he thought simply that he repulsed her, which was also correct. He did. "I'm not into watching." "Shit, why not? Best sport there is." She turned and tried to lose him in the crowd, but for some reason he was following her around tonight, and he was beginning to make her uncomfortable. She glanced around the room again, saw that he had disappeared, probably to the pool house to join his friends, and she figured that she had been there for long enough. All she had to do was call a cab, get to the train station, and go home. Not pleasant, but at least not difficult, and glancing over her shoulder to make sure that no one had followed her, she tiptoed up a small back staircase that she knew about to a private phone. It was very simple. She called information, got the number, and called the cab. They promised to be out there within the next 15 minutes, and she knew that she was in plenty of time for the last train. And for the first time all night, she felt relief, having gotten away from the drunks and creeps downstairs, and she wandered slowly down the thickly carpeted hall, glancing at the photographs of Arthur and Marie, Anne and Billy as children, and somehow it seemed as though the photographs should have included Jane. She'd been so much a part of them, so much of their well-being had been because of her, it didn't feel fair to leave her out. And then, suddenly, without thinking, Tana opened a door. She knew it was the family room her mother often used as a kind of office when she was there. The walls were covered with photographs, too, but she didn't see them tonight. As the door opened slowly, she heard a nervous squeal. "Shit! Hey!" Saw 2 white moons leap into the air, and heard a scuffle of embarrassment as she quickly closed the door again, and then jumped in horror as someone right behind her laughed. "Ah!" She turned and found Billy leering at her. For heaven's sake! She had thought he was downstairs. "I thought you weren't into watching, Miss Lily Pure." "I was just wandering around, and I stumbled across—" Her face flushed to the roots of her hair as he grinned at her. "I'll bet. What'd you come up here for, Ton?" He had heard her mother call her that over the years, but it annoyed her hearing it from him. It was a private name, and he had never been her friend. Never. My mom usually works in that room. Nah. He shook his head, as though surprised at her mistake. Not in there. Yes, she does. Tana was sure of it, as she glanced at her watch. She didn't want to miss her cab, but she hadn't heard him honk yet, anyway. I'll show you where she does work, if you want. He began to walk down the hall the other way, and Tana wasn't sure whether or not to follow him. She didn't want to argue with him, but she knew that her mother used the family room where they stood. But it was his house, after all, and she felt awkward standing there, particularly as groans began reaching her from the couple inside. She had a few minutes until her cab came, and for lack of something better to do, she followed Billy down the hall. It was no big deal, and he swung open a door into another room. That's it. Tana walked to the doorway and stepped in and looked around, realizing instantly that this wasn't where her mother worked. The most dominant thing in the entire room was an enormous bed, covered with gray velvet, trimmed in silk. There was both a gray opossum blanket and a chinchilla one, draped across a matching chaise longue. The carpeting was gray, too, and there were beautiful prints everywhere. Tana turned to him, looking annoyed. Very funny. That's your father's bedroom, isn't it? Yeah, and that's where your old lady works. Hell of a lot of work she does in here, old Jean. Suddenly Tana wanted to grab him by the hair and slap him. But forcing herself not to say anything, she started to walk out of the room, and instead he grabbed her arm and yanked her back into it, kicking the door closed with his foot. Let go of me, you little shit! Tana tried to pull her arm away, but was amazed to discover the strength he had. He grabbed her brutally by both arms and shoved her against the wall, knocking the air out of her. Want to show me what kind of work your mama does, you little bitch? She gasped. He was hurting her arms, and tears suddenly came to her eyes, more out of anger than fear of him. I'm getting out of here right now. She attempted to pull herself away from him, but he slammed her hard against the wall again, banging her head against it, and suddenly, when she looked into his eyes, she was genuinely afraid of him. There was the look of a madman on his face, and he was laughing at her. Don't be a jerk. Her voice trembled as she sensed his madness and resentment of her. His eyes glinted evilly then as he crushed her wrist in one powerful hand. She had never realized what strength he had, and with the other he unzipped his fly and undid his pants, exposing himself, and then grabbing one of her hands in his own, pulling it down toward him. Grab onto that, you little cunt. She was terrified of him now, her face deathly white, pulling away from him as he pushed up against her, against the wall, and she pushed him away as hard as she could, getting nowhere as he laughed at her. And suddenly, in horror, she realized what was happening as she struggled against him. The limp penis he had exposed was getting hard and grinding against her. It felt like an evil, ugly stump as he smashed her back against the wall again and again, pulling at her dress suddenly, tearing it along the side to expose the flesh he wanted to see. And suddenly his hands were all over her, her belly, her breasts, her thighs. He was pressing hard against her, crushing her, smearing her face with his tongue, breathing alcohol fumes in her face, touching her, holding her, grabbing her. He felt as though he were tearing at her, and suddenly his fingers plunged into her, between her legs, as she screamed, and bit him hard on the neck, but he didn't even move back. He just reached up and grabbed a hunk of her long blonde hair and twisted it around his hand, until she felt it would come out by the roots, and he bit her face viciously. She flailed at him. She attempted to fight him with her legs. She was breathless now, fighting for her life more than her virginity, and suddenly crying, sobbing, gasping for air. She felt him throw her down onto the thick gray carpeting and tear her dress from collar to hem, revealing the last of her, tearing the white lace underpants off, too, leaving her brown and bare and beautiful, and suddenly begging him, crying, gnashing her teeth, almost hysterical, as he pushed his pants down and then kicked them off somewhere onto the carpeting, pressing his full weight on her, pinning her down, and only letting up to tear her flesh again, almost limb from limb, his fingers digging into her, ripping her flesh apart, tearing her, and then sucking at her flesh with his mouth as she cried and howled. And each time she attempted to move away from him, he would smash her down again, until at last she was barely conscious when he entered her, mounting her with all the force he had, plunging into her, as rivers of blood cascaded out onto the thick carpeting, until at last, in final orgiastic glory, He exploded atop the barely whining, raggedly breathing girl, her eyes glazed, a trickle of blood coming from her mouth, another from her nose, as Billy Durning stood up and laughed at her, grabbing his own pants off the floor as she didn't move. She looked almost dead as she lay there, and he looked down at her. "Thanks." And with that, the door opened, and one of Billy's friends walked in. "Christ, what did you do to her?" Tana still hadn't moved, although she could hear their voices somewhere far, far away. "No big deal," Billy shrugged. "Her old lady is my father's hired cunt." The other boy laughed. "Looks like one of you had a good time, at least." It was impossible not to see the sea of blood beneath her on the gray carpeting. "She got her period?" "I guess." Billy seemed unconcerned as he zipped his pants, and she still lay there with her legs spread like a rag doll's, while his friend looked down at her. Billy bent over and slapped her face. "Come on, Ton, get up." She didn't move, and he went into the bathroom, wet a towel and dropped it on her, as though she would know what to do with it. But it was another 10 minutes before she slowly rolled over in her own mire and threw up. And he grabbed her by the hair again as the other boy watched, and Billy yelled at her. "Shit, don't do that here, you little pig." He pulled her roughly to her feet and dragged her into the bathroom, where she hung over the bowl, and then finally reached over and slammed the door. It seemed hours before she could revive herself, and there were jagged sobs in her throat. Her cab was long since gone, and she had missed the last train. But more than that, something hideous had happened to her that she knew she would never recover from. She had been raped. She was shaking from head to foot, trembling violently. Her teeth were chattering, her mouth was dry, her head ached, and she couldn't begin to figure out how she was ever going to leave the house. Her dress was torn, her shoes were smeared with blood, and as she sat in the bathroom, crouching on the floor, the door opened and Billy strode into the room and threw some things at her. She saw a moment later that it was a dress and a pair of shoes that were some of Anne's things. He looked at Tana tentatively now, and she could see how drunk he was. "Get dressed. I'll take you home." "And then what?" She suddenly screamed at him. "How do you explain to your father about this?" She was hysterical, and he glanced behind him into the room. "About the rug?" He looked nervous now, and she got totally hysterical. "About me." "That's not my fault, you little tease." The horror of what he was saying to her made her even sicker than she was before. But suddenly all she wanted to do was get out of there, and she didn't care if she had to walk back to New York. She suddenly pushed past him, clutching the clothes to her, and dashed into the room where the rape had taken place. Her eyes were wild, her hair matted and tangled, her face streaked with tears, and she bolted naked from the room and smack into his friend, who laughed at her nervously. "You and Billy had a good time, huh?" He laughed at her, and wild-eyed she ran past him, and into a bathroom she knew was there. She pulled on the clothes he had given her, and she ran downstairs. It was too late to catch a train, no point to call a cab. She saw that the musicians were gone, and she ran down the driveway, leaving her torn dress and her handbag behind. But she didn't give a damn. She just wanted to get away from there. She could hitchhike if she had to, stop a police car, anything. The tears were caked on her face, and she was breathing hard as she began to run. And then suddenly bright headlights shone on her, and she ran harder, knowing instinctively that he was coming after her. She could hear his tires on the gravel road, and she began to dart in and out of the trees, crying softly, as the tears rolled into her hair, as he honked the horn and shouted at her. "Come on, I'll take you home." She didn't answer him. She just kept running as fast as she could, but he wouldn't go away. He just kept driving after her, zigzagging, following her course on the deserted road until finally she turned and screamed hysterically at him. "Leave me alone!" She stood bent over in the road, crying, sobbing, hugging her knees, and slowly he got out of the car and walked toward her. The night air was beginning to sober him, and he looked different than he had before, no longer crazed, but gray and grim, and he had brought his friend along, who was silently watching them from the passenger seat of Billy's long, sleek, dark green XKE. "I'll drive you home." He stood in the road, legs spread, the car headlights behind him glaring eerily at them. "Come on, Tom." "Don't call me that." She looked like a frightened little girl. He had never even been her friend. And now... She wanted to scream each time she thought of it, but now she couldn't even scream anymore. and she no longer had the strength to run away from him. Her whole body ached, her head pounded. There was dried blood over her face and on her thighs. And now she stared blankly at him, stumbling along the road as he reached out and tried to grab her arm, and she screamed at him and darted away again. He stood and stared at her for a moment and then got back in the car and drove off. He had offered to take her home. If she didn't want to go, to hell with her. And she stumbled along the road, aching from head to foot. Not 20 minutes later, he was back again. He screeched to a halt beside her, got out, and grabbed her by the arm. She saw that the other boy was no longer in the car, and suddenly she wondered if he was going to rape her again. A wave of terror ran through her as he pulled her toward the car, and she pulled away. But this time he jerked her hard and shouted at her, and she could smell whiskey on his breath again. "God damn it, I told you I'd take you home. Now get in the fucking car." He almost threw her onto the seat, and she realized that there was no arguing with him. She was alone with him, and he would do whatever he wanted with her. She had already learned that. She sat bleakly beside him in the XKE, and he roared off into the night. As she waited for him to take her somewhere else to rape her again, it all seemed so hopeless now. But he got on the highway, sank his foot to the floor, and the breeze whipping through the car seemed to sober both of them. He glanced over at her several times and waved at a box of tissues on the floor. "You'd better clean yourself up before you go home." Why? She looked straight ahead at the empty road. It was after 2 o'clock, and even her eyes felt numb. Only a few trucks went whizzing by, driving straight through the night. "You can't go home like that." She didn't answer him, and she didn't turn to look at his face. She still half expected him to stop and try to rape her again, and this time she was expecting it. She would run as fast as she could, across the highway if she dared, and maybe one of the trucks would stop. She still couldn't believe what he had done to her, and she was wondering now if it had somehow been her fault. Had she not fought him hard enough? Had she done something to encourage him? They were hideous thoughts as she noticed the powerful sports car begin to weave. She turned and glanced at him and noticed that he was falling asleep at the wheel. She jerked on his sleeve, and he started and looked at her. "How the hell did you do that? You could have caused an accident." She would have liked nothing better for him. She would have liked to see him lying dead by the side of the road. "You were falling asleep. You're drunk." "Yeah? So what?" He sounded more tired than surly now, and he seemed all right for a while, until she saw the car weave again, but this time, before she had a chance to grab his arm or shake him awake, an enormous trailer truck sped by, and the sports car veered. There was a hideous, grinding shriek of brakes as the truck jackknifed and overturned, and miraculously the XKE whizzed just past the cab and came to rest with its nose crushed by a tree. Tana hit her head hard as they stopped, and she sat staring ahead for a long time. And then suddenly she was aware of a soft moaning beside her. His face was covered with blood, and she didn't move. She just sat and stared. And then suddenly the door opened, and there was a strong pair of hands on her arm, and then she began to scream. Suddenly the events of the endless night had caught up with her, and she totally lost control. Sobbing and hysterically trying to run from the car as 2 passing trucks stopped, and the drivers tried to subdue her until the cops came. But her eyes were uncomprehending and wild. They were trying to stop the bleeding on Billy's head, and he had a terrible gash over one eye. The police arrived a short time later, followed by an ambulance, and all 3 victims were taken to the New Rochelle Hospital Medical Center nearby. The truck driver was almost instantly released. His vehicle had suffered more damage than he had, miraculously. Billy was being stitched up. It was also noted that he had been driving under the influence of alcohol. And as his 3rd offense, it would cost him his driver's license for the next year, which seemed to worry him more than the wounded eye. Tana's entire body seemed to be covered with blood, but oddly enough, the staff noticed that most of it was dried. They couldn't seem to get her to explain what had happened to her, and she hyperventilated each time she tried. A pleasant young nurse gently wiped her off, while Tana just lay on the examining table and cried. They administered a sedative, and by the time her mother arrived at 4 o'clock, she was half asleep. What happened? My God! She was looking at the bandage on Billy's eye. "Billy, will you be all right?" "I guess." He smiled sheepishly, and she noticed again what a handsome boy he was, although he had always looked less like his father and more like Marie. And suddenly the smile faded, and he looked terrified. "Did you call Dad?" Jean Roberts shook her head. "I didn't want to frighten him. They told me you were all right when they called, and I thought I'd take a good look at you both first myself." "Thanks." He glanced over at Tana's dozing form and then shrugged almost nervously. "I'm sorry about that we wrecked the car." "The important thing is that neither of you were badly hurt." She frowned as she looked at Tana's matted blonde hair, but there was no longer any evidence of blood anywhere, and the nurse tried to explain how hysterical Tana had been. "We gave her a sedative. She should sleep for a while." Jean Roberts frowned. Was she drunk? She already knew that Billy was, but there would be hell to pay if Tana was, too. But the young nurse shook her head. "I don't think she was. Mostly frightened, I think. She got a nasty little bump on the head, but nothing more than that. We don't see any evidence of concussion or whiplash, but I'd keep an eye on her." And as she said the words, hearing them talking around her, Tana woke up and she looked at her mother as though she had never seen her before, and then silently began to cry, as Jean took her in her arms and made gentle cooing sounds. "It's all right, baby. It's all right." She shook her head violently, taking great gulps of air. "No, it's not. It's not. But Billy stood there staring at her with an evil look in his eye, and she couldn't say the words. He looked as though he would hit her again, and she turned away, choking on her sobs, still feeling his eyes on her. She couldn't look at him again. Couldn't see him. Never wanted to see him again. She lay on the back seat of the Mercedes her mother had driven out, and they took Billy home. And Jean was inside with him for a long time. They threw the last people out, made half a dozen others get out of the pool, tossed 2 couples out of Anne's bed, and told the group in the pool house to settle down, as Jean walked back to the car where Tana still was. She knew she had her week's work cut out for her. They had destroyed half the furniture, set fire to some of the plants, spoiled the upholstery, left spots on the rugs, and there was everything from plastic glasses to whole pineapples in the pool. She didn't want Arthur to even see the place until she had had it set to rights again. She got into the car with a long, tired sigh and glanced at Tana's still form. Her daughter seemed strangely calm now. The sedative had taken effect. Thank God they didn't go into Arthur's room. She started the car, and Tana shook her head with a silent no, but she couldn't say the words. "Are you all right?" That was really all that mattered. They could have been killed. It was a miracle they hadn't been. It was all she could think of when the phone rang at 3 o'clock. She had already been worried sick for several hours, and instinctively, when she had heard the phone, she had known, and she had answered it on the first ring. "How do you feel?" All she could do was stare at her mother and shake her head. "I want to go home." The tears slid down her cheeks again, and Jean wondered again if she was drunk. It had obviously been a wild night, and Tana had been part of it. She also noticed that she wasn't wearing the same dress she'd been wearing when she left. "Did you go for a swim?" She sat up, her head reeling, and shook her head as her mother glanced at her in the mirror and saw the strange look in Tana's eyes. "What happened to your dress?" She spoke in a cold, hard voice that didn't even sound like her to Jean's ears. "Billy tore it off." "He did what?" She looked surprised, and then smiled. "Did he throw you in the pool?" It was the only image she had of him, and even if he had been a little drunk, he was harmless enough. It was just damn lucky he hadn't hit the truck. It was a good lesson for them both. "I hope you learned a lesson tonight, Tan." She began to sob again at the sound of the nickname Billy had used, until finally Jean pulled off the road and stared at her. "What's happening to you? Are you drunk? Did you take drugs?" There was accusation in her voice, in her eyes, and none of that had been there when she drove Billy home. How unfair life was, Tana thought to herself. But her mother just didn't understand what precious little Billy Durning had done. She looked straight into her mother's eyes. "Billy raped me in his father's room." "Tana!" Jean Roberts looked horrified. "How can you say a thing like that? He would never do such a thing." Her anger was at her own child, not at her lover's son. She couldn't believe a thing like that about Billy, and it was written all over her face as she glared at her only child. That's a terrible thing to say. It was a terrible thing to do. But Jean only stared at her. 2 lonely tears rolled relentlessly down Tana's cheeks. He did. Her face crumbled at the memory. I swear. She was getting hysterical again as Jean turned and started the car, and this time she did not glance into the back seat again. I don't ever want to hear you say a thing like that again about anyone. Surely not someone they knew, a harmless boy they had known for half his life. She didn't even care to think about what would make Tana say a thing like that. Jealousy, perhaps, of Billy himself, or Anne, or Arthur. I never want to hear you say that again. Is that clear? But there was no answer from the back seat. Tana just sat there, looking glazed. She would never say it again about anyone. Something inside her had just died. Chapter 4. The summer sped past Tana easily after that. She spent 2 weeks in New York recuperating, while her mother went to work every day. And Jean was concerned about her, but in an odd, uncomfortable way. There seemed to be nothing wrong with her, but she would sit and stare into space, listening to nothing, not seeing her friends. She wouldn't answer the phone when Jean or anyone else called. Jean even mentioned it to Arthur at the end of the first week. She almost had the house in Greenwich put to rights again, and Billy and his friends had moved on to Malibu to visit other friends. They had all but destroyed the house at the pool, but the worst damage of all was a section of the rug in Arthur's room, which looked as though it had been cut out with a knife. And Arthur had had plenty to say to his son about that. "What kind of savages are all of you? I ought to be sending you to West Point instead of Princeton, for Christ's sake, so they can teach you a thing or two about how to behave. My God, in my day, no one I'd ever known would behave like that. Did you see that carpeting? They tore the whole damn thing up." Billy had looked both subdued and chagrined. "I'm sorry, Dad. Things got a little out of hand. A little. And it's a wonder you and the Roberts girl weren't killed." But on the whole, he'd been all right. His eye was still bothering him a little when he left, but the stitches on the eyebrow had already been removed. And he still seemed to be out every night right up until they left for Malibu. "Damn wild kids," Arthur had growled at her. "How's Tana now?" She had mentioned to Arthur several times how oddly Tana had behaved, and she really wondered if she hadn't had a worse blow on the head than they had first thought. You know, she was almost delirious that first night. In fact, she was. She still remembered the ridiculous tale about Billy that Tana had tried to tell. The girl really wasn't all there, and Arthur looked worried, too. Have her looked at again. But when Jean tried to insist, Tana refused. Jean almost wondered if she was well enough to go to New England for her summer job. But on the night before she was due to leave, she quietly packed her bag, and the next morning she came to the breakfast table with a pale, wan, tired face. But for the first time in 2 weeks, when Jean handed her a glass of orange juice, she smiled, and Jean almost sat down and cried. The house had been like a tomb since the accident. There were no sounds, no music, no laughter, no giggles on the phone, no voices, only dead silence everywhere, and Tana's deadened eyes. "I've missed you, Tan." At the sound of the familiar name, Tana's eyes filled with tears. She nodded her head, unable to say anything. There was nothing left for her to say, to anyone. She felt as if her life were over. She never again wanted to be touched by a man, and she knew she never would again. No one would ever do to her what Billy Durning had done, and the tragedy was that Jean couldn't face hearing it or thinking it. In her mind it was impossible, so it didn't exist. It hadn't happened. But the worst of it was that it had. "Do you really think you're up to going to camp?" Tana had wondered about that herself. She knew that the choice was an important one. She could spend the rest of her life hiding there like a cripple, a victim, someone shriveled and broken and gone. Or she could begin to move out again, and she had decided to do that. "I'll be all right." "Are you sure?" She seemed so quiet, so subdued, so suddenly grown up. It was as though the bump on her head in the car accident had stolen her youth from her. Perhaps the fear itself had done that. Jean had never seen such a dramatic change in such a short time. And Arthur kept insisting that Billy had been fine, remorseful, but almost his old self by the time he left for his summer holiday, which was certainly not the case here. Look, sweetheart, if you don't feel up to it, just come home. You want to start college in the fall feeling strong. I'll be all right. It was almost all she said before she left, clinging to her single bag. She took the bus to Vermont as she had twice before. It was a summer job she had loved, but it was different this year, and the others noticed it too. She was quieter, kept to herself, and never seemed to laugh any more. The only time she talked to anyone at all was with the campers themselves. It saddened the others who had known her before. Something must be wrong at home. Is she sick? Wow, she's like a different girl. Everyone noticed, and no one knew. And at the end of the summer, she got on the bus and went home again. She'd made no friends this year, except among the kids, but even with them she wasn't as popular as she'd been before. She was even prettier than she'd been in previous years, but all of the kids agreed this time. Tana Roberts is weird. And she knew herself that she was. She spent 2 days at home with Jean, avoided all her old friends, packed her bags for school, and boarded the train with a feeling of relief. Suddenly, she wanted to get far, far from home. From Arthur, from Jean, from Billy, from all of them. Even the friends she'd had at school. She wasn't the same carefree girl who had graduated 3 months before. She was someone different now, someone haunted and hurt, with scars on her soul. And as she sat on the train and rolled through the South, she slowly began to feel human again. It was as though she had to get far, far from them, from their deceptions, their lies, the things they couldn't see or refused to believe, the games they played. It was as though ever since Billy Durning had forced his way into her, no one could see her anymore. She didn't exist because they couldn't acknowledge Billy's sin. But that was only Jean, she told herself. But who else was there? If her own mother didn't believe her. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Didn't want to think about any of it. She was going as far away as she could, and maybe she'd never go home, although she knew that, too, was a lie. Her mother's last words to her had been, "You come home for Thanksgiving, won't you, Ton?" It was as though her mother was afraid of her now, as though she had seen something in her daughter's eyes that she just couldn't face, a kind of bleeding, open, raw pain that she couldn't help and didn't want to be there. She didn't want to go home for Thanksgiving, didn't want to go home ever again. She had escaped their tiny, petty lives, the hypocrisy, Billy and his barbaric friends. Arthur and the years and years he had used Jean, the wife he had cheated on, and the lies Jean told herself. Suddenly, Tana couldn't stand it anymore, and she couldn't go far enough to get away from them. Maybe she'd never go back. Never. She loved the sound of the train, and she was sorry when it stopped in Yolen. Green Hill College was 2 miles away, and they'd sent a lumbering old station wagon for her, with an old black driver with white hair. He greeted her with a warm smile, but she looked at him suspiciously as he helped her load her bags. "You been on the train long, miss?" 13 hours. She barely spoke to him on the brief drive to the school, and had he even seemed about to stop the car, she would have leaped out and begun to scream. But he sensed that about her, and he didn't push her by trying to get too friendly with her. He whistled part of the way, and when he got tired of that, he sang. Songs of the Deep South that Tana had never heard before, and in spite of herself, when they arrived, she smiled at him. "Thanks for the ride." "Any time, miss. Just come on down to the office and ask for Sam. I'll give you a ride anywhere you want to go." And then he laughed the warm, black laugh, smiling at her. "There ain't too many places to go around here." He had the accent of the Deep South, and ever since she had gotten off the train, she had noticed how beautiful everything was. The tall, majestic-looking trees, the bright flowers everywhere, the lush grass, and the air still, heavy, and warm. One had a sudden urge to just stroll off somewhere quietly, and when she saw the college itself for the first time, she just stood there and smiled. It was all she had wanted it to be. She had wanted to come here to visit the winter before. But she just hadn't had time. Instead, she had interviewed with their traveling representative up north and gone on what she'd seen in the brochures. She knew that academically they were one of the best schools, but she had actually wanted something more, their reputation, and the legends she had heard about what a fine old school it was. It was old-fashioned, she knew, but in a way that appealed to her. And now, as she looked at the handsome white buildings, perfectly kept, with tall columns and beautiful French windows looking out on a small lake, she almost felt as though she had come home. She checked in at the reception room, filled in some cards, wrote down her name on a long list, found out what building she'd be living in, and a little while later Sam was helping her again, loading all of her luggage on an old country cart. It was almost like a trip back in time, just being there. And for the first time in months, she felt peaceful again. She wouldn't have to face her mother here, wouldn't have to explain how she felt or didn't feel, wouldn't have to hear the hated, durning name, or see the unknowing pain Arthur inflicted on her mother's face, or hear about Billy again. Just being in the same town with them had stifled her, and for the first month or two after the rape, all she had wanted to do was run away. It had taken all the courage she had to go on to camp that summer anyway, and each day there had been a battle, too. She wanted to flinch each time someone came too close, especially the men, but even the boys frightened her now, too. At least she didn't have to worry about that here. It was an all-women's school, and she didn't have to attend the dances or proms or nearby football games. The social life had appealed to her when she had first applied, but she didn't care about that now. She didn't care about anything. Or at least she hadn't in 3 months. But suddenly, even the air here smelled good, and as Sam rolled the luggage cart along, she looked at him with a slow smile, and he grinned at her. It's a long way from New York. His eyes seemed to dance, and the nubby white hair looked soft. It sure is. It really is beautiful here. She glanced out at the lake and then back at the buildings behind her, fanned out, with still smaller buildings ahead of them. It looked almost like a palatial estate, which was what it had once been. Everything was so perfectly manicured, immaculately kept. She was almost sorry her mother couldn't see it now, but perhaps she would eventually. It used to be a plantation, you know. He told hundreds of girls that every year. He loved to tell the story to the girls. His granddaddy had been a slave right here, he always bragged, as they looked at him with wide eyes. They were so young and so fine, almost like his own daughter had been, except she was a grown woman now, with children of her own. And these girls would be married and have children soon, too. He knew that every year in the spring, girls came back from everywhere to get married in the beautiful church right there on the grounds. And after graduation ceremonies, there were always at least a dozen who got married in the ensuing days. He glanced at Tana as she loped along at his side, wondering how long this one would last. She was one of the prettiest girls he'd ever seen, with long, shapely legs and that face, the shaft of golden hair, and those enormous green eyes. If he'd known her for a while, he would have teased her and told her she looked like a movie star. But this one was more reserved than most. He had noticed all along that she was unusually shy. You been here before? She shook her head, looking up at the building where he had just stopped the cart. This is one of the nicest houses we got. Jasmine House. I've already brought 5 girls here today. There should be about 25 or so here at all, and a house mother to keep an eye on all of you. He beamed. Though I'm sure none of you will be needing that. He laughed his deep, rich burst of laughter again, which sounded almost musical, and Tana smiled, helping him with some of her bags. She followed him inside and found herself in a pleasantly decorated living room. The furniture was almost entirely antique, English and early American. The fabrics were flowery and bright, and there were big bouquets of flowers in large, handsome crystal vases on several tables and a desk. There was a homey atmosphere as Tana stepped in and looked around, and one of the first things that struck her about the place was that it was ladylike. Everything looked proper and neat, and as though one ought to be wearing a hat and white gloves. And suddenly Tana looked down at her plaid skirt, her loafers and knee socks, and smiled at the woman coming across the room to her in a neat gray suit. She had white hair and blue eyes. She was their house mother, Tana soon learned. She had been house mother of Jasmine House for more than 20 years. She had a gentle southern drawl, and when her jacket opened, Tana noticed a single strand of pearls. She looked like someone's aunt, and there were deep smile lines around her eyes. Welcome to Jasmine House, my dear. There were 11 other houses on campus much like this, but we like to think that Jasmine is the very best. She beamed at Tana and offered her a cup of tea as Sam took her bags upstairs. Tana accepted the flowered cup with a silver spoon, declined a plate of bland-looking little cakes, and sat looking at the view of the lake, thinking of how strange life was. She felt as though she had landed in a different universe. Things were so different from New York. Suddenly here she was, far from everyone she knew, drinking tea and talking to this woman with blue eyes and pearls, when only 3 months before she had been lying on Arthur Durning's bedroom floor, being raped and beaten by his son. "Don't you think, dear?" Tana stared blankly at the house mother, not sure of what she had just said, and demurely nodded her head, feeling suddenly tired. It was so much to take in, all at once. Yes, I do." She wasn't even sure what she was agreeing with, and suddenly all she wanted to do was escape to her room. At last they finished their tea, set down their cups, and Tana had a sudden urge to laugh, wondering just how much tea the poor woman had had to drink that day. And then, as though sensing Tana's impatience to settle in, she led the way to her room. It was up 2 handsomely curved flights of stairs, on a long hall, with flower prints and photographs of alumni interspersed. Her room was at the very end of the hall. The walls were a pale pink, the curtains and bedspreads chintz. There were 2 narrow beds, 2 very old chests, 2 chairs, and a tiny corner sink. It was a funny, old-fashioned room, and the ceiling sloped directly over their beds. The house mother was watching her and seemed satisfied as Tana turned to her with a smile. "This is very nice. Every room in Jasmine House is." She left the room shortly after that, and Tana sat staring at her trunks, not quite sure what to do. And then she lay down on her bed, looking out at the trees. She wondered if she should wait for her roommate to arrive before simply taking over one of the chests, or half of the hanging space. And she didn't feel like unpacking anyway. She was thinking of taking a walk around the lake when she heard a knock on the door, and suddenly old Sam appeared. She sat up quickly on the edge of the bed, and he walked into the room carrying 2 bags, with a strange look on his face. He glanced over at where Tana sat, seemed to shrug, and just looked at her. "I guess this is a first for us." "What is?" Tana looked confused as he shrugged again and disappeared, and Tana glanced over at the bags. But there seemed nothing remarkable there. 2 large navy blue and green plaid bags with railroad tags, a makeup case, and a round hat box, just like the ones filled with Tana's junk. She wandered slowly around the room, wondering when their owner would appear. She expected an endless wait as she imagined the tea ritual, but in the end she was surprised at how quickly the girl appeared. The house mother knocked first, stared into Tana's eyes portentously as she opened the door, and then stood aside, as Sharon Blake seemed to float into the room. She was one of the most striking girls Tana thought she had ever seen, with jet-black hair pulled tightly back, brilliant onyx eyes, teeth whiter than ivory, and a pale cocoa face that was so finely etched it barely seemed real. Her beauty was so marked, her movements so graceful, her style so definite that she literally took Tana's breath away. She was wearing a bright red coat and a small hat, and she tossed both swiftly onto one of the room's 2 chairs to reveal a narrow tube of gray wool dress, the exact same color as her well-made gray shoes. She looked more like a fashion plate than a college girl, and Tana inwardly groaned at the things she had brought. They were all kilts and slacks, old wool skirts that she didn't really care about, a lot of plain shirts, V-neck sweaters, and 2 dresses her mother had bought her at Saks just before she left. "Tana," the house mother's voice said that she took the introduction very seriously. "This is Sharon Blake. She's from the north, too, although not as far north as you. She's from Washington, D.C. "Hello." Tana glanced shyly at her, as Sharon shot her a dazzling smile and extended a hand. "How do you do? I'll leave you 2 girls alone." She seemed to look at Sharon almost with a look of pain, and Tana with immeasurable sympathy. It cut her to the core to do this to her, but someone had to sleep with the girl, and Tana was a scholarship student, after all. It was only fair. She had to be grateful for whatever she got, and the others wouldn't have put up with it. She softly closed the door and walked downstairs with a determined step. It was the first time this had ever happened at Jasmine House, at Green Hill for that matter, and Julia Jones was wishing that she could have had something a little stronger than tea that afternoon. She needed it. It was a terrible strain, after all. But upstairs, Sharon only laughed as she threw herself into one of the room's uncomfortable chairs and looked at Tana's shining blonde hair. They were an interestingly contrasted pair, the one so fair, the other dark. They eyed each other curiously as Tana smiled, wondering what she was doing there. It would have been easier for her to go to a college in the north than to come here. But she didn't know Sharon Blake yet. The girl was beautiful, there was no doubt about that, and she was expensively dressed. Tana noticed that again, too, as Sharon kicked off her shoes. Well, the delicate dark face broke into a smile again. What do you think of Jasmine House? It's pretty, don't you think? Tana still felt shy with her, but there was something appealing about the lovely girl. There was something raw and courageous and bold that stood out on the exquisite face. They gave us the worst room, you know. Tana was shocked at that. How do you know? I looked as we walked down the hall. She sighed then and carefully took off her hat. I expected that. And then she looked Tana over appraisingly. And what sin did you commit to wind up rooming with me? She smiled gently at Tana. She knew why she was there. She was the only token Negro to be accepted at Green Hill, and she was unusual, of course. Her father was an author of distinguished prose, winner of the National Book Award and the Pulitzer Prize. Her mother was an attorney, currently in government. She would be different from most Negro girls. At least, they expected her to be, although one could never be sure, of course. And Miriam Blake had given her oldest child a choice before sending her to Green Hill. She could have gone somewhere in the north, to Columbia in New York, her grades were good enough, or Georgetown closer to home. There was UCLA if she was serious about an acting career. Or there was something important she could do, her mother said. Something that will mean something to other girls one day, Sharon. Sharon had stared at her, not sure what she meant. You could go to Green Hill. In the South? Sharon had been shocked. They wouldn't even let me in. Miriam had glared at her. You don't understand yet, do you, babe? Your father is Freeman Blake. He's written books that people have read all around the world. Do you really think they'd dare to keep you out today? Sharon had grinned nervously. Hell yes. Mama, they'd darn feather me before I ever unpacked. The thought terrified her. She knew what had happened in Little Rock 3 years before. She read the news. It had taken tanks and the National Guard to keep black children in a white school. And this wasn't just any little old school they were talking about. This was Green Hill, the most exclusive women's junior college in the South, where daughters of congressmen and senators and the governors of Texas and South Carolina and Georgia sent their little girls to get 2 years of smarts before settling down with boys of their own kind. Mama, that's nuts. If every black girl in this country thinks like that, Sharon Blake, then 100 years from now we'll still be sleeping in black hotels, sitting at the back of the bus, and drinking out of water fountains that reek of white boys' piss. Her mother's eyes had blazed at her as Sharon winced. Miriam Blake thought that way. She always had. She had gone to Radcliffe on a scholarship, Bolt Law School at UC, and ever since she had fought hard for what she believed, for the underdog, the common man, and she was fighting for her people now. Even her husband admired her. She had more guts than anyone he'd ever known, and she wasn't going to stop now. But it frightened Sharon sometimes. It frightened her a lot, as it had when she applied to Green Hill. What if I get in? That scared her most of all, and she told her father that. I'm not like her, Daddy. I don't want to prove a point, to just get in. I want to have friends, to have a good time. What she wants me to do is too hard. Tears had filled her eyes, and he understood. But he couldn't change either of them, Miriam and what she expected of them all, or the happy-go-lucky, fun-loving, beautiful girl who was less like Miriam and much more like him. She wanted to be an actress on the Broadway stage one day, and she wanted to go to UCLA. You can go there for your last 2 years, Cher, her mother said, after you pay your dues. Why do I have to pay any dues at all? She screamed. Why do I owe anyone 2 years of my life? Because you live here in your father's house in a comfortable suburb of Washington, and you sleep in your nice warm bed, thanks to us, and you've never known a life of pain. So beat me then. Treat me like a slave. But let me do what I want to do. Fine. Her mother's eyes had blazed black fire, and do what you want. But you'll never walk proud, girl. Not if all you think of is yourself. You think that's what they did in Little Rock. They walked every step of the way with guns pointed at their heads and the Klan itching for their necks every day. And you know who they did it for, girl? They did it for you. And who are you going to do it for, Sharon Blake? Myself, she'd screamed before running up the stairs to her room and slamming the door. But the words had haunted her. Her mother's words always did. She wasn't an easy person to live with, or to know, or to love. She never made things comfortable for anyone. But in the long run, she made things good for everyone. Freeman Blake had tried to talk to his wife that night. He knew how Sharon felt, how badly she wanted to go to the Western school. Why don't you let her do what she wants for a change? Because she has a responsibility, and so do I, and so do you. Don't you ever think of anything else? She's young. Give her a chance. Maybe she doesn't want to burn for a cause. Maybe you do enough of that for all of us. But they both knew that that wasn't entirely true. Sharon's brother Dick was only 15, but he was Miriam to the core, and he shared most of her ideas, except that his were angrier, more radical. No one was ever going to shove him down, and Freeman was proud of that, but he also recognized that Sharon was a different child. Just let her be. They had, and in the end, the guilt had won, as she told Tana later that night. So here I am. They had been to dinner in the main dining hall and were back in their room. Sharon in a pink nylon nightgown that had been a going-away present from her best friend at home, and Tana in a blue flannel nightgown, her hair in a long, silky ponytail as she watched her new friend. I guess I'll go to UCLA after I finish here. She sighed and looked at the pink polish she had just applied to her toes, and then looked up at Tana again. She expects so damn much of me. And all she wanted for herself was to be beautiful and smart and a great actress one day. That was enough, except for Miriam Blake. Tana smiled. My mother expects a lot, too. She's devoted her whole damn life to doing the right thing for me, and all she wants me to do is come here for a year or two and then marry some nice young man. She made a face which suggested she found it an unappealing idea, and Sharon laughed. Secretly, that's what all mothers think, even mine, as long as I promise to crusade, even after I marry him. What does your father say? Thank God for mine, he gets me off the hook whenever he can. He thinks all that stuff is a pain in the ass, too. Mine died before I was born. That's why she gets so excited about everything. She's always scared to death that everything's going to go wrong, so she clutches whatever security we have, and she expects me to do the same. She looked strangely at Sharon then. You know, actually, your mother sounds more like my cup of tea. The two girls laughed, and it was another 2 hours before they turned off the lights, and by the end of the first week at Green Hill, the two girls were fast friends. They shared much of the same schedule, met for lunch, went to the library, went for long walks around the lake, talking about life, about boys, about parents and friends. Tana told Sharon about her mother's relationship with Arthur Durning, even when he was married to Marie, and how she felt about him. The hypocrisy, the narrow views, the stereotyped life in Greenwich with children and friends and associates, all of whom drank too much, in a house that was all for show, while her mother slaved for him night and day, lived for his calls, and had nothing to show for it after 12 years. I mean, Christ, Cher, it really burns me up. And you know the worst thing about it? Her eyes smoldered like fiery green rocks as she looked at her friend. The worst thing is that she accepts all that shit from him. It's all right with her. She'd never walk out on him, and she'd never ask for more. She'll just sit there for the rest of her life, grateful for all the menial things she does for him, totally unaware that he does nothing for her, while she insists that she owes everything to him. What everything? She's worked like a dog all her life, or whatever she has, and he treats her like a piece of furniture. A paid cunt. Billy's words still rang in her ears, and she forced them from her head for the 10,000th time. I don't know. She just sees things differently, but it makes me mad as hell. I can't go around kissing his ass for the rest of my life. I owe my mother a lot, but I don't owe Arthur Durning a damn thing, and neither does she. But she just doesn't see it that way. She's so damn scared all the time. I wonder if she was like that before my father died. Her mother often told her that she was a lot like him, and her face kind of lit up. I like my dad better than my mom. Sharon was always honest about what she felt, especially with Tana. They had told each other countless secrets by the end of the first month, although the one thing Tana had said nothing about was the rape. Somehow she could never quite bring the words to her mouth, and she told herself that it didn't matter anyway. But a few days before the first dance was scheduled on Halloween with a neighboring boys' school, Sharon rolled her eyes and lay back on her bed. So much for that. What do I do? Go as a black cat, or in a white sheet as a member of the clan? Girls were welcome to come to the dance alone, since it was to be held at Green Hill, which was fortunate since neither Sharon nor Tana had dates. Nor did they have any friends. The girls had all been careful not to get too close to her. They were polite to her, and none of them stared any more, and all of the teachers treated her courteously. But it was almost as though they wanted to pretend that she wasn't there, as though by ignoring her she would disappear. And the only friend she had was Tana, who went everywhere with her, and as a result, Sharon was Tana's only friend. Everyone stayed away from her, too. If she wanted to play with niggers, she was going to find herself playing alone. Sharon had shouted at her about it more than once. Why the hell don't you go play with your own kind? She had tried to sound harsh, but Tana had always seen through the ruse. Go to hell. You're a damn fool. Good, that makes two of us. That's why we get along so well. Nah, Sharon would grin at her. We get along because you dress like shit, and if you didn't have my wardrobe and my expert advice at hand, you'd go out looking like a total jerk. Yeah, Tana grinned delightedly. You're right. But can you teach me to dance? The girls would collapse on their beds, and you could hear their laughter out in the hall almost every night. Sharon had an energy and a spunk and a fire about her that brought Tana back to life again, and sometimes they just sat around and told jokes and laughed until the tears ran down their cheeks and they cried. Sharon also had a sense of style which Tana had never seen before, and the most beautiful clothes she had ever seen. They were both about the same size, and after a while they just began to shove everything into the same drawers and wear whatever came to hand. So, what are you going to be for Halloween, Tan? Sharon was doing her nails a bright orange this time, and it looked spectacular against her brown skin. She glanced at the wet polish and then over at her friend, but Tana looked non-committal as she looked away. I don't know. I'll see. What does that mean? She was quick to sense something different in Tana's voice, something she had never heard there before, except maybe once or twice when Sharon suspected that she had hit a nerve, but she wasn't yet sure what that nerve was, or precisely where it lay. You're going, aren't you? Tana stood up and stretched, and then looked away. No, I'm not. For heaven's sake, why not? She looked stunned. Tana liked having a good time. She had a great sense of humor. She was a pretty girl. She was fun to be around. She was bright. Don't you like Halloween? It's all right. For kids. It was the first time Sharon had seen her behave like that, and she was surprised. Don't be a party pooper, Tan. Come on. I'll put your costume together for you. She began digging into the closet they shared, pulling things out and throwing them on the bed. But Tana did not look amused, and that night when the lights were out, Sharon questioned her about it again. How come you don't want to go to the Halloween dance, Tan? She knew that she hadn't had any dates yet, but so far none of them had. For Sharon, it was a particularly lonely road, as the only black girl at the school. But she had resigned herself to that when she had agreed to come to Green Hill, and none of them really knew anyone yet. Only a few lucky girls had already won dates, but they were sure to meet a flock of young men at the dance, and Sharon was suddenly dying to get out. Do you have a steady at home? She hadn't mentioned it yet. Sharon thought it unlikely that she had held back, although there were some things they still hadn't shared. They had avoided the subject of their virginity, or lack of it, which Sharon knew was unusual at Jasmine House. It seemed as though everyone else was anxious to discuss their status as far as that went. But Sharon had correctly sensed Tana's reticence, and she wasn't anxious to discuss the subject herself. But she propped herself up on one elbow now and looked at Tana in the moonlit room. Tan? No, nothing like that. I just don't like going out. Any particular reason why not? You're allergic to men? Get dizzy and heal? Turn into a vampire after 12 o'clock? Although, actually, she grinned mischievously, that might be kind of a neat trick on Halloween. In the other bed, Tana laughed. Don't be a jerk. I just don't want to go out, that's all. It's no big deal. You go. Go fall in love with some white guy and drive your parents nuts. They both laughed at the prospect of that. Christ, they'd probably kick me out of school. If old Mrs. Jones had her choice, they'd be fixing me up with old Sam. The house mother had several times looked patronizingly at Sharon and then glanced at Sam as though there were some kind of kinship between them. Does she know who your father is? Freeman Blake had just won another Pulitzer, and everyone in the country knew his name, whether they had read his books or not. I don't think she can read. Give her an autographed book when you come back from the holidays. Tana grinned, and Sharon roared. She'd die. But it still didn't solve the problem of the Halloween dance. In the end, Sharon went as an excruciatingly sexy black cat in a black leotard, her warm cocoa face peeking out, her eyes huge, her legs seeming to stretch forever. And after an initial tense moment or two, someone asked her to dance, and she was on the floor all night long. She had a terrific time, although none of the girls talked to her, and Tana was tucked into bed and sound asleep when she got home just after 1 o'clock. Tana? She stirred faintly, lifted her head, and opened one eye with a groan. Did you have a good time? It was great. I danced all night. She was dying to tell her all about it, but Tana had already turned over in bed. I'm glad. Good night. Sharon watched the other girls back and wondered again why she hadn't gone. But nothing more was said, and when Sharon tried to bring it up again the next day, it was obvious that Tana didn't want to talk about it. The other girls began going out after that. The phone in the downstairs hall seemed to ring all the time, and only one boy called Sharon Blake. He asked her to a movie, and she went, but when they arrived, the ticket-taker wouldn't let them in. This ain't Chicago, friends. He glared at them as the boy blushed a deep, anguished red. You're in the South now. He addressed the young man. Go home and find yourself a decent girl, son. Sharon was reassuring when they left. I didn't want to see it anyway. Honest, Tom, it's all right. But the silence was agonizing as he drove her back, and finally, when they reached Jasmine House, she turned to him. Her voice was sultry and soft, her eyes kind, her hand like velvet as she touched his. It really is all right, Tom. I understand. I'm used to this. She took a deep breath. That's why I came to Green Hill. It seemed an odd thing to say, and he looked questioningly at her. She was the first black girl he'd ever asked out, and he thought her the most exotic creature he had ever seen. You came here to be insulted by some turd in a movie house in a one-horse town? He was still burning inside. He was angry for her, even if she was not. No, she spoke softly, thinking of her mother's words. I came here to change things, I guess. It starts like this, and it goes on for a long time. And eventually no one gives a damn. Black girls and white guys go to movies, ride in cars, walk down streets, eat hamburgers anywhere they want. It happens in New York. Why shouldn't it happen here? People may look, but at least there they don't throw you out. And the only way to get to that point is to start small, like tonight. The boy looked at her, suddenly wondering if he'd been used, but somehow he didn't think he had. Sharon Blake wasn't like that, and he had already heard who her father was. You had to be impressed by someone like that. And he admired her more after what she had just said. It confused him a little bit, but he knew that there was truth in it. I'm sorry we didn't get in. Why don't we try again next week? She laughed at that. I didn't mean that we had to change it all at once. But she liked his spunk. He was getting the idea, and maybe her mother hadn't been so wrong. Maybe it was all right to serve a cause after all. Why not? Sooner or later, that guy'll get tired of kicking us out. Hell, we can go to the coffee shop, the restaurant across town. The possibilities were limitless, and Sharon was laughing at him as he helped her out of the car and walked her into Jasmine House. She offered him a cup of tea, and they were going to sit in the living room for a while, but the looks they got from the other couples sitting there were so ominous that eventually Sharon got up. She walked him slowly to the door, and for a moment she looked sad. It would have been so much easier at Columbia, UCLA, anywhere in the North, anywhere but here. Tom was quick to sense her mood, and he whispered as he stood in the open door, "Remember, it doesn't happen overnight." He touched her cheek then, and was gone. As she watched him drive away, he was right, of course. It didn't happen overnight. And as she walked upstairs, she decided that it hadn't been a totally wasted night. She liked Tom, and wondered if he would call her again. He was a good sport. "Well, did he propose?" Tana was grinning at her from the bed as Sharon walked in, and groaned. "Yeah, twice." "That's nice. How was the movie?" Sharon smiled. "Ask someone else." "You didn't go?" She was surprised. "They didn't let us in. You know, white boy, brown girl. Find yourself a decent girl, son." She pretended to laugh, but Tana could see the pain in her eyes, and she frowned. "The shits." "What did Tom say?" "He was nice. We sat downstairs for a while when we got back, but that was even worse. There must be 7 Snow Whites sitting downstairs with their Prince Charmings, and all of them had their eyes glued on us." She sighed and sat down, looking at her friend. "Shit, my mother and her bright ideas. For about a minute outside the movie house, I felt very noble and brave and pure. And by the time we got back, I decided it was really a huge pain in the ass. Hell, we can't even go out for a hamburger. I could starve to death in this town." "Not if you went out with me, I'll bet." They hadn't gone out to eat yet. They were too comfortable where they were, and the food was surprisingly good at school. They had both already gained 3 or 4 pounds, much to Sharon's chagrin. "Don't be so sure, Ton. I'll bet they'd raise hell if I tried to go somewhere with you, too. Black is black and white is white, no matter how you look at it." "Why don't we try?" Tana looked intrigued, and the next night they did. They walked slowly into town and stopped for a hamburger, and the waitress gave them a long, slow, ugly look and then walked away without serving them. As Tana looked at her in shock, she signaled for her again, and the woman appeared not to see, until finally Tana walked over to her and asked if they could order their dinner now, and the waitress looked at her with chagrin. She spoke in a low voice so that Sharon wouldn't hear. "I'm sorry, honey. I can't serve your friend. I was hoping you two'd get the idea." "Why not? She's from Washington," as though that would make a difference. "Her mother is an attorney, and her father has won the Pulitzer twice." "That don't make no difference here. This ain't Washington. It's Yolen." Yolen, South Carolina, home of Green Hill. "Is there anywhere in town we can eat?" The waitress looked nervously at the tall, green-eyed blonde. There was a hardness in her voice that suddenly frightened her. "There's a place for her just down the street, and you could eat here." "I mean together." Tana's eyes were as hard as green steel, and for the first time in her life she felt something tighten in her spine. She almost wanted to hit someone. It was a feeling she hadn't known before, an unreasoning, helpless rage. "Is there any place in this town where we can eat together without taking the train to New York?" Tana glared at her, and slowly the waitress shook her head. But Tana wasn't moving an inch. "Okay, then I'll have 2 cheeseburgers and 2 Cokes." "No, you won't." A man appeared from the kitchen behind where they stood. "You go back to that damn fancy school you 2 come from." They were easily spotted in Yolen. Sharon's clothes alone were enough to draw attention anywhere. She was wearing a skirt and sweater her mother had bought her at Bonwit Teller in New York. "And you can eat anything you damn well please there. I don't know what's gotten into them over there, but if they let niggers into the school, then let them feed 'em over at Green Hill. We don't gotta feed 'em here." He looked pointedly at Tana, then at Sharon where she sat, and it was as though an enormous force had entered the room, and for a minute Tana thought he might physically throw them out. She hadn't been as frightened or as angry since she'd been raped. And then, ever so quietly, and in her graceful, long-legged, ladylike way, Sharon stood up. "Come on, Ton." Her voice was a sexy purr, and for an instant Tana saw the man's eyes almost paw at her, and she wanted to slap his face. It reminded her of something she never wanted to think of again, and a moment later she followed Sharon out. Son of a bitch! Tana was fuming as they walked slowly back to school. But Sharon was amazingly calm. It was the same feeling she had had the night before with Tom, when they hadn't let them into the movie house. For an instant there had been a quiet surge of power, an understanding of why she was there, and then depression had set in. But tonight the depression hadn't hit her yet. Life is strange, isn't it? If this were in New York or L.A. or almost anywhere else, no one would give a damn. But down here, it's all important that I'm black, you're white. Maybe my mother's right. Maybe it is time for a crusade. I don't know. I always thought that as long as I was comfortable, it didn't matter if things like that were happening to someone else. But all of a sudden, that someone else is me. Suddenly she knew why her mother had insisted on her coming here. And for the first time since she'd arrived, she wondered if she'd been right. Maybe she did belong here after all. Maybe she owed it to someone else for all the time that she had been comfortable. I don't know what to think, Ton. Neither do I. They were walking along side by side. I don't think I've ever felt so helpless or been so mad. And then suddenly Billy Durning's face came to mind, and she visibly winced. Well, maybe once. They suddenly felt closer than they ever had before. Tana almost wanted to put an arm around her to protect her from more hurt, as Sharon glanced over at her with a gentle smile. When was that, Ton? Oh, a long time ago. She tried to smile. Like 5 months. Oh, yeah, a real long time ago. The two girls exchanged a smile and walked on as the car sped by, but no one bothered them, and Tana wasn't afraid. No one would ever do to her again what Billy Durning did. She would kill them first. And there was a strange, ugly look in her eyes as Sharon glanced at her. Must have been pretty bad. It was. Want to talk about it? Her voice was as soft as the charcoal gray night, and they walked along in silence for a time as Tana thought. She had never wanted to tell anyone about it before, not since she'd tried to tell her mom. I don't know. Sharon nodded as though she understood. Everyone had something they didn't want to share. She had a secret like that herself. It's okay, Ton. But as she said the words, Tana looked at her, and suddenly the words burst from her, almost of their own. Yeah, I do. And then, I don't know. How do you talk about something like that? She began to walk faster, as though to run away, and Sharon followed her easily on her long, graceful legs. Unconsciously, Tana ran a hand through her hair, nervously, looked away, and began to breathe harder than she had before. There's nothing much to say. I went to a party after I graduated in June. My mother's boss's house. He has this real little shit of a son. And I told my mother I didn't want to go. Her breath was coming in little short gasps, and Sharon knew she wasn't aware of it as they hurried along. She knew that whatever it was torturing the girl, and it would be better if she got it out. Anyway, she said I had to go anyway. She always says that. That's the way she is, about Arthur Durning anyway, and his kids. She's blind to what they are, and... The words stopped, and they walked on, hurrying, as though she could still run away. And Sharon kept pace, watching her as she struggled with the memories and then began to speak again. Anyway, this dumb boy picked me up, and we got there, to the party, I mean, and everyone got drunk. And the dumb guy who brought me got drunk and disappeared, and I was wandering around the house, and Billy, Arthur's son, asked me if I wanted to see the room where my mother worked, and I knew where it was. There were tears running down her cheeks now, but she didn't feel them in the wind, and Sharon didn't say anything to her. And he took me to Arthur's bedroom instead, and everything was gray velvet, gray satin, gray fur. Even the rug on the floor was gray. It was all she could remember, the endless field of gray and her blood on the floor afterwards and Billy's face. And then the accident. She could barely breathe thinking of it. And she pulled at the neck of her shirt as she began to run, sobbing now, as Sharon followed her, keeping close, staying near. She wasn't alone anymore. There was a friend running through the nightmare with her, and it was as though she sensed that as she went on. And Billy started to slap me, and he pushed me down, and everything I did. She remembered the helplessness again now, the desperation she felt. And suddenly in the night air she screamed, and suddenly she stopped, burying her face in her hands. And I couldn't do anything to make him stop. I couldn't. Her whole body was shaking now as Sharon took her quietly in her arms and held her tight. And he raped me, and he left me there with blood all over me, my legs and my face. And then I threw up. And later he followed me all down the road, and he made me get in his car, and he almost hit this truck. The words just wouldn't stop now as she cried, and Sharon began to cry with her. And we hit a tree instead, and he cut his head, and there was blood all over him, too, and they took us to the hospital, and then my mother came. And suddenly she stopped again, and with her face ravaged by the memory she had tried to flee for 5 months, she looked up into Sharon's eyes. And when I tried to tell her, she wouldn't believe anything I said. She said Billy Durning wouldn't do a thing like that. The sobs were deep and racking now, and quietly Sharon held her tight. I believe you, Ton. Tana nodded, looking like a bereft little girl. I never want anyone to touch me again. She knew exactly how Tana felt, but not for the same reasons as her friend. She hadn't been raped. She had gladly given it to the boy she loved. My mother never believed a single word I said, and she never will. The Durnings are gods to her. All that matters is that you're okay, Ton. Sharon led her to a tree stump where they sat down, and Sharon offered her a cigarette, and for once Tana took a puff. And you are okay, you know. A lot more so than you think. She smiled gently at her friend, deeply moved by her confidence, and she wiped the tears from her cheeks as Tana smiled at her. You don't think I'm awful because of that? That's a dumb thing to ask. It's no reflection on you, Ton. I don't know. Sometimes I think it is. As though I could have stopped him if I tried hard enough. It felt good just to say the words, just to get them out. They had haunted her for months. Do you really believe that, Ton? Do you really think you could have stopped him? Tell the truth. She thought about it for a long time and then shook her head. No. Then don't torture yourself. It happened. It was horrible. Worse than that. It was probably the worst thing that'll ever happen to you in your whole life. But no one will ever do that to you again. And it wasn't really you he touched. He couldn't touch the real you, no matter what, Ton. Just cut it off. Dump the memory and move on. That's easy to say. Tana smiled tiredly, but not so easily done. How do you forget something like that? You make yourself. You don't let it destroy you, Ton. That's the only time a guy like that wins. He's sick. You're not. Don't make yourself sick over what he did. As awful as it was, put it out of your mind and move on. Oh, Sharon. She sighed and stood up, looking down at her friend. It was a beautiful night. What makes you so smart for a kid? Sharon smiled, but her eyes were serious tonight, almost sad as Tana looked down at her. I have my secrets, too. Like what? Tana felt calmer now than she ever had in her life. It was as though a raging animal had been released from her, as though Sharon had let it out of its cage and set it free, and Tana was finally at peace again. Her mother hadn't been able to do that for her 5 months before, but this girl had, and she knew that whatever else happened after that, they would always be friends. What happened to you? Tana searched her eyes, knowing now that there was something there, and she was sure of it when Sharon looked up at her. She didn't mince any words. She had never told anyone, but she had thought about it a lot, and she and her father had talked about it one night before she left for Green Hill. He had told her the same thing she had just told Tana, that she couldn't let it destroy her life. It had happened, and now it was done. And she had to let it stay that way and move on, but she wondered if she ever could. I had a baby this year. For an instant, Tana's breath caught, and she looked at Sharon in shock. You did? Yeah. I've been going with the same boy at home since I was 15, and when I was 16, he gave me his senior ring. I don't know, Ton. It kind of seemed so cute. He looks like an African god, and he's smart as hell, and he dances. She looked pretty and young as she thought of him. He's at Harvard now. Her eyes grew sad, but I haven't talked to him in almost a year. I got pregnant, I told him, and he panicked, I guess. He wanted me to have an abortion from this doctor his cousin knew, and I refused. Hell, I'd heard about girls who died. Her eyes filled with tears at the memory, and she forgot that Tana was standing there looking down at her. I was going to tell my mom, but I just couldn't. I told my father instead, and then he told her, and everybody went nuts. And they called his parents, and everyone cried and screamed. My mother called him a nigger, and his father called me a slut. It was the worst night in my life. And when it was all over, my parents gave me a choice. I could have an abortion at a doctor's my mother had found out about, or I could have the baby and give it up. They said, she took a deep gulp of air as though this were the worst part, that I couldn't keep it, that it would ruin my life. Her whole body shook. To have a baby at 17. And I don't know why, but I decided to have the baby. I think because I thought that Danny would change his mind, or my parents would, or a miracle would happen. But nothing did. I lived in a home for 5 months, and I kept up with all the work for my senior year, and the baby was born on April 19th. A little boy. She was trembling, and Tana wordlessly reached out and took her hand. I wasn't supposed to see him at all, but I did once. He was so little. I was in labor for 19 hours, and it was horrible, and he only weighed 6 pounds. Her eyes were 1,000 miles away, thinking of the little boy she would never see again, and she looked up at Tana now. He's gone, Ton. She whimpered almost like a child, and in many ways she still was a child. They both were. I signed the final papers 3 weeks ago. My mother drew them up. Some people adopted him in New York. She couldn't stop the sobs as she bent her head. Oh, God, Ton, I hope they're good to him. I never should have let him go. And all for what? She looked angrily up at her friend. For this. To come to this dumb school to prove a point so that other colored girls can come here one day. So what? That had nothing to do with this. They wanted you to have a fresh start, with a husband and a family at the right time. They were wrong, and so was I. You'll never know what it felt like, that emptiness when I went home, with nothing, with no one. Nothing will ever replace that. She took a deep breath. I haven't seen Danny since I went into the home in Maryland, and I'll never know where the baby is. I graduated with my class, with a lead weight in her heart, and no one knew what I felt. Tana shook her head, watching her. They were both women now. It had been hard-earned, hard-won, and it was too soon to know if things would get better in time. But one thing they both knew as they walked slowly home, and that was that they each had a friend. Tana pulled Sharon off the stump, and they hugged each other tight. Their tears fell on each other's cheeks, each feeling the other's pain as much as they could. I love you, Cher. Tana looked at her with her gentle smile, and Sharon dried her eyes. Yeah, me too. And they walked home, arm in arm, in the silent night, went back to Jasmine House, got undressed and into their beds, each with her own thoughts. Ton? It was Sharon's voice in the dark room. Yeah? Thanks. For what? Listening? That's what friends are for. I need you, too. My father was right, you know. You've got to move on in life. I guess. But how? Did he have any suggestions about how to pull that off? Sharon laughed at that. I'll have to ask him that. And then, suddenly, she had an idea. Why don't you ask him yourself? Why don't you come home for Thanksgiving with me? Tana mulled it over from her bed with the beginnings of a smile. She liked the idea. I don't know what my mother will say. But all of a sudden, she wasn't sure she cared. And if she did, it wasn't as much as she would have cared 6 months before. Maybe it was time to try her wings and do what she wanted to do. I'll call her tomorrow night. Good. Sharon smiled sleepily and turned over in her bed, with her back to her friend. Good night, Tan. And a moment later they were both asleep, more at ease than either of them had been in months. Tana's hands cast childlike above the blonde hair, and Sharon cuddled up into a little black purring ball. Even the long legs seemed to disappear, and she looked like a kitten as she slept peacefully. Chapter 5. Jean Roberts was disappointed when her daughter called to say that she had decided not to come home for Thanksgiving. Are you sure? She didn't want to insist, but she would have preferred it if Tana were coming back. You don't know this girl very well. Mother, I live with her. We share the same room. I know her better than I've ever known anyone in my life. Are you sure her parents won't mind? Positive. She called them this afternoon. They have a room for me, and she said they were delighted that she was bringing someone home. Of course they were. From what Sharon had said, it proved Miriam's point that Sharon could be happy at Green Hill, even if she was the only black girl there. And now she was bringing one of them home, the ultimate proof of how well they had accepted her. They didn't know that Tana was her only friend, that there wasn't a single place in Yolan where she could be served, that she hadn't been able to go to a movie since she'd arrived, and that even in the cafeteria at school the girls avoided her. But, according to Sharon, even if they had known, Miriam would have felt it proved even more that Sharon was needed there. They had to accept Negroes one day, and the time was now. It was a good challenge for Sharon, particularly after last year. This would keep her from dwelling on herself, Miriam Blake thought. It would give her something else to think about, or so she had said. Really? They said it was fine. All right. Then be sure you invite her up sometime during the Christmas holidays. Jean smiled into the phone. In fact, I have a little surprise for you. Arthur and I were going to tell you over Thanksgiving. Tana's heart stopped. Was he finally marrying her? She was robbed of speech as her mother went on. Arthur made it possible for you to have a little coming-out party of your own. There's a small cotillion here in town. Well, not a cotillion, really, but a deb party of sorts. And Arthur put up your name. I mean, you did go to Miss Lawson's after all, dear, and you're going to be a debutante, sweetheart. Isn't that wonderful? For a moment, no words came to Tana's mind. It didn't seem particularly wonderful at all, and once again her mother would be kissing Arthur Durning's feet. Marry her. What a joke. How could she have thought a thing like that? A cotillion of sorts. Shit. Why don't you invite your new friend to come up then? Tana almost choked. Because my new friend is black, Mom. I'll ask, but I think she's going away over the holidays. Shit. A debutante. And who would her escort be? Billy Durning? The son of a bitch. You don't sound very excited, sweetheart. There was disappointment in Jean Roberts' voice, both because Tana wouldn't be coming home, and because she didn't sound very excited about the party Arthur had arranged. He knew how much it meant to Jean. Anne had come out at the International Ball 4 years before, of course, though not at a small deb party like this. But nonetheless, it would be a wonderful experience for Tana to have, or at least Jean thought it would. I'm sorry, Mom. I guess I'm just surprised. It is a beautiful surprise, isn't it? No, she didn't really care. Things like that didn't matter to her. They never had. All the social nonsense of the Durnings world seemed irrelevant to her, but it meant so much to Jean. It always had, ever since she had fallen in love with him. You'll have to think of an escort for the dance. I was hoping Billy could. Tana felt her heart pound and her chest get tight. But he's going skiing in Europe with friends. And Sam Moritz, the lucky boy. Lucky boy. He raped me, Mom. You'll just have to think of someone else. Someone suitable, of course. Of course. How many other rapists do we know? It's too bad I can't go alone. Tana's voice sounded dead at her end of the phone. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Jean sounded annoyed. Well, anyway, don't forget to invite your friend, the one you're going home for Thanksgiving with. Sure. Tana smiled. If she only knew. Jean Roberts would have died if Tana had invited a black friend to the little coming-out party Arthur had arranged. It almost amused Tana to think of it, but she would never have taken advantage of Sharon like that. They were all a bunch of rude pricks. She knew that even her mother wasn't ready for that. "What'll you do for Thanksgiving, Mom? Will you be all right?" "I'll be fine. Arthur had already invited us to Greenwich for the day." "Maybe now that I won't be there, you can spend the night." There was a dead silence on the phone, and Tana regretted the words. "I didn't mean it like that." "Yes, you did." "Well, what difference does it make? I'm 18 years old now. It's not a secret." Tana felt sick as she thought of the endless gray room. "I'm sorry, Mom." "Take care of yourself." She drew herself up. She would miss seeing her, but she had a lot to do now, and Tana would be home in a month anyway. "And don't forget to thank your friend for having you there." Tana smiled to herself. It was like being 7 years old again. Maybe it always would be. "I will. Have a good Thanksgiving, Mom." "I shall. And I'll thank Arthur for you." Jean said the words pointedly, and Tana looked blank at her end. "What for?" "The ball, Tana, the ball. I don't know if you realize it yet, but something like that is very important for a young girl, and it's not something that I could provide for you myself." "Important? Important to whom?" "You have no idea what something like this means." Tears stung Jean Roberts' eyes. In some ways, it was a dream come true. Andy and Jean Roberts' little girl, the baby Andy had never seen, would be coming out in New York society. And even if it was on the fringe, it was an important event for both of them, for Tana, and especially for Jean. It would be the most important moment in her life. She remembered Anne's coming-out ball. She had planned every exquisite detail and had never thought that one day Tana would be coming out, too. "I'm sorry, Mom." "You'd better be. And I think you ought to write Arthur a nice note. Tell him what it means to you." She wanted to scream into the phone. What the hell does it mean? That she'd find a rich husband someday, that they could mark it on her pedigree? Who cared? What accomplishment was that to curtsy at a dumb ball being gaped at by a lot of drunks? She didn't even know who she was going to take with her, and she shuddered at the thought. She'd gone out with 6 different boys during her last 2 years of school, but there had never been anyone serious. And after what had happened in Greenwich in June, there was no one she wanted to go out with at all. "I have to go, Mom." She was suddenly desperate to get off the phone, and when she returned to her room, she looked depressed, and Sharon looked up. She was doing her nails again. It was an eternal process with both of them. Recently, they had both tried beige, straw hat by Fabergé. She said no. She said yes. So? You look like someone just burst your balloon. I think she did. Tana sat down on her bed with a thump. Shit. She got her damn friend to sign me up for some dumb coming-out ball. Jesus Christ, Cher, I feel like a complete fool. Sharon looked up at her and started to laugh. You mean you're going to be a debutante, Tana? More or less. Tana looked embarrassed and groaned at her friend. How could she do that to me? It might be fun. For who, and what the hell's the point? It's like a big cattle drive. They shove you around in a white dress and show you off to a lot of drunks, and you're supposed to find a husband somewhere in the bunch. Pretty cute, huh? She looked sick, and Sharon put her nail polish away. Who are you going to take? Don't ask. She wanted Billy Durning to be my escort, of course, and thank God he'll be out of town. Be grateful for that. Sharon looked pointedly at her. I am. But the whole thing sounds like a farce. So are a lot of things in life. Don't be so cynical, Cher. Don't be so chicken, Ton. It'll do you good. Says who? Says I. Sharon advanced towards her and tried to stare her down. You live like a nun around here. So do you. So what? I don't have any choice. Tom had never called her again. It was more than he could cope with, Sharon knew, and in truth she understood. She hadn't expected more of him. But it didn't make her life very interesting at Green Hill. You do. Never mind. You've got to start going out. No, I don't. Tana looked her right in the eye. I don't have to do a goddamn thing I don't want to do. I'm 18 years old, and I'm free as a bird. A lame duck. Sharon stared her down. Get out there again, Tana. But Tana said nothing at all. She walked into the bathroom they shared with the next room, locked the door, ran a bath, and didn't come out for an hour. I meant what I said. Sharon's voice was husky in the darkened room once they were both in their beds. About what? You should start going out again. So should you. I will one of these days, Sharon sighed. Maybe over the holidays when I'm home. There's no one for me to go out with here. And then she laughed. Hell, Tana, I don't know what I'm complaining about. At least I've got you. Tana smiled at her, and they chatted for a few minutes, and then drifted off to sleep. The following week, Tana went home to Washington with her. They were met at the train by Sharon's father, Freeman Blake, and Tana was instantly struck by how tall and handsome he was. He was a regal-looking man, with a proud, beautifully carved, almost mahogany face, broad shoulders, and Sharon's same endlessly long legs. He had a warm smile, brilliantly white teeth, and he was quick to pull his daughter into his arms and hold her tight. He knew just how much she'd been through in the last year, and she'd come through it like a champ, just as he'd known she would, and he was desperately proud of her. Hi, baby. How's school? She rolled her eyes and turned quickly towards her friend. Tana, this is my dad, Freeman Blake. Daddy, this is Tana Roberts, my roommate at Green Hill. He gave Tana's hand a powerful shake, and she was magnetized by his eyes and the sound of his voice on the way home. He was filling Sharon in on all the local news, her mother's appointment to an even more important post, her brother Dick's big new romance, the remodeling of the house, the neighbor's new child, his new book. It was a warm, friendly patter that touched Tana's heart, and she felt envious of the life that Sharon obviously had. And she felt it even more at dinner that night in the handsome colonial dining room. They had a beautiful house with a huge lawn and backyard, 3 cars in the garage, one of which was a Cadillac Freeman drove, despite the rude things his friend said. But he admitted that he had always wanted a Cadillac convertible, and he had one now after all these years. They were obviously all 4 closely knit, and Tana found Miriam more than a little formidable. She was so intelligent and so direct that it took one's breath away, and she seemed to constantly expect the ultimate of everyone. One was never safe from her questions, her demands, and her ever-searching gaze. See what I mean? Sharon said when they were alone upstairs. It's like being on the witness stand, just having dinner with her. She had wanted to know everything Sharon had done in the last 2 months, and she was interested in both the incident with Tom at the movie house and the one at the coffee shop with Tana after that. It's just that she cares so much, Cher, about everything. I know that, and it drives me nuts. Daddy is just as smart as she is, for Christ's sake, and he's so much gentler about everything. He was that. He told exquisite tales, made everyone laugh, and he had a way of making everyone comfortable, of bringing them closer together and forming an irresistible bond. Tana had noticed it all night long, and she thought him the most remarkable man she had ever met. He's a most incredible man, Cher. I know. I read one of his books last year. I'm going to go home now and read them all. I'll give them to you. Only if I can have an autographed set. They both laughed, and a moment later, Miriam knocked on the door, anxious to know that they were all right. Do you have everything you need? Tana smiled almost shyly at her. I do. Thank you very much, Mrs. Blake. Not at all. We're so glad you could come. The smile was even more dazzling than Cher's, and the eyes were driving, omniscient, almost frightening. They plunged so deep and so hard. How do you like Green Hill? I do. Very much. The professors are pretty interesting. But there was a lack of enthusiasm in her voice, which Miriam picked up at once. But, Tana smiled. She was sharp, very sharp. The atmosphere isn't as warm as I thought it would be. Why is that? I don't know. The girls seem to stay in cliques. And the 2 of you? We're together most of the time. Sharon looked at Tana and smiled, and Miriam didn't seem displeased. She thought that Tana was a bright girl, and there was a lot of potential there. Far more than Tana herself knew. She was quick, she was bright, she was funny at times, but cautious, laced up. She would have to open up one day, and when she did, God only knew what would be there.
Maybe that's your problem then, girls. Tana, how many other friends do you have at Green Hill?
Just Cher. We're in class together most of the time. We share the same room.
And you're probably being punished for that. I'm sure you realize that. If your closest friend is the only Negro girl there, they're going to penalize you, you know.
What for?
Don't be naive.
Don't be so cynical, Mom. Sharon sounded suddenly annoyed.
Maybe it's time you both grew up.
What the hell's that supposed to mean? Sharon lashed out at her. Hell, I've been home for 9 hours, and you're already on my back with your speeches and your crusades.
I'm not making any speeches. I'm just telling you to face facts. She looked at them both then. You can't hide from the truth, girls. It isn't easy being black today, or a black girl's friend. You're both going to have to realize that and be willing to pay the price if you expect the friendship to last.
Can't you do anything without turning it into a political crusade, Mom? Miriam looked at her and then at her friend.
I want you to do something for me, both of you, before you go back to school on Sunday night. There's a man I know speaking this Sunday in Washington. He's one of the most extraordinary men I've ever known, Martin Luther King. And I want you to come listen to him with me.
Why?
Sharon was still glaring at her.
Because it's something neither of you will ever forget.
And as they rode back toward South Carolina late that night, Tana was still thinking of it. Miriam Blake had been right. He was the most visionary man Tana had ever listened to. He made everyone else seem stupid and blind, and it was hours before she could even talk about what she had heard. Simple words about being black and being a black man's friend, about civil rights and the equality of everyone. And afterwards they had sung a song, swaying together, arms crossed, holding hands. She looked at Sharon an hour after they left Washington.
He was amazing, wasn't he?
Sharon nodded, thinking of his words again.
You know, it feels dumb just going back to school. I feel as though I should be doing something.
She leaned her head back against the seat and closed her eyes, and Tana stared out into the dark night as they rode into the South. It seemed to make his words even more important than they had been. This was where it was happening, where people were being hurt and ignored and abused, and as the thoughts wandered through her head, she thought of the debutante party her mother had set up, and it was as though the two thoughts were so diametrically opposed that they just wouldn't fit into her head at the same time. When Sharon opened her eyes again, Tana was looking at her.
What are you going to do?
One had to do something after hearing him. There was no choice at all. Even Freeman Blake had agreed.
I don't know yet.
Sharon looked tired, but she had been thinking of it since they'd left Washington, of what she could do to help. In Yolan, in Green Hill. What about you?
I don't know, Tana sighed. Anything I can, I guess. But I'll tell you, after hearing Dr. King speak, I know one thing. That party my mother is forcing me into in New York is the dumbest thing I've ever done.
Sharon smiled. She couldn't really disagree now. But there was another side to it as well. A more small-scale, human one. It'll do you good. I doubt that. The two girls exchanged a smile and rode on into the South until they reached Yolan and took one of the town's 2 cabs to Green Hill. Chapter 6. The train roared into Pennsylvania Station on December 21st, just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was a light snow falling as Tana watched. It made everything look Christmassy and almost like a fairy tale. And yet, as she gathered her things, fought her way through the station, and went outside to hail a cab, she realized again how depressed she was about coming home. It made her feel instantly guilty toward Jean, and she knew that she wasn't being fair, but she would rather have been anywhere than on her way home to her own coming-out dance. And she knew how excited her mother was. For the past 2 weeks she had called Tana almost every night, about the guests, the flowers, the table decor, her date, her dress. She had picked the dress out for Tana herself, an exquisite white silk with white satin trim and tiny little white beads embroidered in floral patterns around the hem. It had cost a fortune, and Arthur had told her to charge it to his account at Saks.
He's so good to us, sweetheart.
As she rode home to the apartment in the cab, Tana could close her eyes and imagine her mother's face as she said the words. Why was she so everlastingly grateful to him? What on earth did he do for her, except let her work her fingers to the bone, and wait for him all those times he never came when Marie was still alive? And even now, everything else always seemed to come first with him. And if he loved Jean so much, why the hell didn't he marry her? It depressed Tana to think about that, too. Everything was such a goddamn farce. Her mother and Arthur. How good the Durnings were to them. Yeah, like the way Billy had been good to her. And the party she would have to go to the following night. She had invited a boy she had known for years and never liked, but he was the right type for an event like that. Chandler George III. She'd gone to a couple of dances with him before, and he bored her to tears, but she knew her mother would be pleased. And she also knew she'd have a miserable time, but that couldn't be helped. Most important of all, he was harmless and polite and wouldn't do anything inappropriate. The apartment was dark when she got in. Jean was still at work, as Tana looked around. Everything looked the same, except smaller somehow, and drearier than she had remembered it. And, as she had the thought, it seemed somehow unfair. She knew how hard her mother tried to keep a nice home for them both, and she always had. But Tana felt as though things were different now, as though imperceptibly she had changed and no longer fit in this scene. She found herself thinking of the comfortable Blake house in Washington, and how much she had enjoyed being there. It wasn't pretentious, like the Durnings' house, but it was warm and beautiful and real. And she missed the Blakes as well, especially Sharon. Tana had watched her get off the train, feeling as though she were losing her best friend, and Sharon had turned back once to give her a big smile and a wave. And then she was gone, and the train moved north, and now she was here, feeling as though she wanted to cry as she set her bags down in her room. "Is that my little girl?" The front door slammed, and Jean's voice rang out as Tana turned with a frightened look. What if her mother could read her thoughts, could see how uncomfortable she was just being there? But Jean saw nothing of the sort. All she saw was the daughter she loved, and she held her tight for an instant before stepping back again. "Boy, you look good." And so did Jean. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, there were kisses of frost on the tips of her hair, and her eyes looked big and dark. She was so excited that she didn't even wait to take off her coat before running into her own room and emerging again with Tana's dress. It was exquisite as it hung from the padded satin hanger they had delivered it with. It looked almost like a wedding dress, and Tana smiled. "Where's the veil?" Her mother smiled back. "You never know. That'll come next." Tana laughed and shook her head at the thought. "Now, let's not rush into that. I'm only 18. "That doesn't mean anything, sweetheart. You might meet the man of your dreams tomorrow night, you know. And who knows after that?" Tana stared at her in disbelief. Something in Jean's eyes said she was serious. "Do you mean that, Mom?" Jean Roberts smiled again. It was wonderful to see Tana again, and now that she saw the dress next to her, she knew just how fabulous it was going to look on. A victory all around. "You're a beautiful girl, Tana, and some man is going to be very lucky to have you as his wife." "But wouldn't you be upset if I met him now?" "Why?" She didn't seem to understand, and Tana looked stunned. "But I'm 18 years old. Don't you want me to go on with college and make something of myself?" "You're doing that now." "But this is just the beginning, Mom. When I finish my 2 years at Green Hill, I want to go on and do something else." Jean frowned. "There's nothing wrong with getting married and having kids." "Is that what this is all about?" Suddenly Tana felt sick. "This coming out bullshit. It's kind of like a slave auction, isn't it?" Jean Roberts looked shocked. "Tana, that's a terrible thing to say." "Well, it's true, isn't it? All these young girls lined up, curtsying like fools, and a bunch of men checking them out." She squinted her eyes as though the girls were lined up in front of her. "Let's see, I'll take that one over there." Her eyes opened wide again, and she looked upset. "Hell, there has to be more to life than that." "You make it sound sick somehow, and it's not. It's a beautiful tradition that means a lot to everyone." "No, it doesn't, Mom, at least not to me. Just to you." But she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Jean looked at her unhappily. "Why are you being so difficult about this? Anne Durning came out 4 years ago, and she had a wonderful time." "Good for her, but I'm not Anne." She had also run off with some twit in Italy who had to be bought off, as Tana recalled. Jean sighed and sat down, looking up at Tana from the chair. She hadn't seen Tana in 3 months, and she could already feel the tension mounting between them. "Why don't you just relax and enjoy yourself, Tana? You never know. You might meet someone you like." "I don't want to meet someone I like. I don't even want to go, Mom." Tears filled Jean's eyes as she looked at her, and Tana couldn't stand the look on her face. "I just wanted you to. I wanted you to have—" Tana knelt and hugged her close. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I know it'll be beautiful." Jean smiled through her tears and kissed Tana's cheek. "One thing's for sure. You will be beautiful, sweetheart. I'd have to be in that dress. You must have spent a fortune on it." She was touched, but it seemed such a useless expense. She would have rather had clothes to wear at school. She was borrowing Sharon's all the time. But Jean was smiling at her. "It's a gift from Arthur, sweetheart." Tana felt her stomach tie in a knot. Another reason to be grateful to him. She was so tired of Arthur and his gifts. He shouldn't have done that. Tana was visibly less than thrilled, and Jean couldn't understand why, except that Tana had always been jealous of him. "He wanted you to have a pretty dress." And indeed it was. As she stood in front of the mirror the following night, her hair teased and swept up, the way her mother had seen Jackie Kennedy's hair done in Vogue, with a beautiful silk dress, she looked like a fairy princess with her spun gold hair and big green eyes. It filled Jean's eyes with tears just to look at her. She looked exquisite. Moments later, Chandler George arrived to pick her up, and Jean left with them. Arthur had said that he would try to come by, but he wasn't sure. There was a dinner he had to attend that night, and he'd do his best. Tana didn't say anything about it to Jean in the cab, but she had heard that line before, and knew that it meant nothing at all. It had applied to Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Jean's birthdays over the years. And usually doing his best meant that he wouldn't arrive, but a bunch of flowers or a telegram or a note would instead. She always remembered her mother's crestfallen face at those times, but not tonight. Jean was too excited about her to worry about Arthur very much. She hovered like a mother hen, joining a group of the other mothers at one side of a long bar. The fathers had found each other, too, and there were clumps of well-wishers and old family friends. But most of the room was filled with young people about Tana's own age, girls in pink dresses or red satin or bright green, and only a dozen in the white dresses their parents had bought them to come out in that night. For the most part, they were a motley adolescent herd, with faces that would take years to thin out and waistlines to match. There was something singularly undistinguished about girls that age, and because of that, Tana especially stood out. She was tall and slim, and she held her head high. Jean watched her proudly from across the room, when the big moment came and the drum roll came halfway into the night, and each girl was led out on her father's arm to curtsy to the guests. There were unrestrained tears of pride on Jean's cheeks. She had hoped that Arthur Durning would be there by then, and had even dared to hope that he might lead her out. But he couldn't make it, of course. He had done enough for them. She couldn't expect him to do more. Tana came out looking nervous and flushed on the arm of Chandler George. She curtsied prettily, lowered her eyes, and disappeared into the rest of the group, and the music began again shortly after that. It had happened. It was done. Tana had officially come out. She looked around the room afterwards, feeling like a complete fool. There was no exhilaration, no thrill, no romantic tingle up and down her spine. She had done it because her mother wanted her to, and it was over now. She was grateful for the hubbub that happened afterwards, which allowed her to get lost for a while. Chandler looked as though he had fallen madly in love with a chubby red-headed girl with a sweet smile and an elaborate white velvet dress, and Tana had discreetly disappeared, allowing him to go in pursuit of his prize, as Tana wandered into an alcove and collapsed in a chair. She lay her head back, closed her eyes, and sighed, grateful to be away from it all, from the music, the people, Chandler, whom she couldn't stand, and a desperately lonely look of pride in her mother's eyes. Tana sighed again, just thinking of it, and then jumped halfway off her seat as she heard a voice. "It can't be as bad as all that." She opened her eyes to see a powerfully built, dark-haired young man with eyes as green as hers. There was something rakish about him, even in black tie, a casual air about the way he stood, looking down at her, holding a glass, and smiling cynically at her, as a piece of dark hair fell over one emerald eye. "Bored, lovely one?" He managed to look both sarcastic and amused, And Tana nodded her head tentatively in embarrassment and began to laugh. "You caught me." She looked into his eyes and smiled. She had the feeling that she'd seen him somewhere, but couldn't imagine where. "What can I say? It's a drag." "It certainly is. The cattle show. I make the rounds every year." But he didn't look as though he'd been doing it for long. Despite the air of sophistication, he didn't look very old. "How long have you been doing this?" He grinned boyishly. "This is my second year. Actually, this should be my first. But they invited me to the cotillion by mistake last year. And all the rest of the coming-out balls. So I went." He rolled his eyes with a grin. What a pain in the ass. And then he looked appraisingly at her and took a sip of his scotch. "And how did you find your way here?" "By cab." She smiled sweetly at him, and he grinned. "Lovely date you had." The sarcasm dripped from his words again, and she laughed. "Engaged to him yet?" "No, thanks." "That shows at least minimal good judgment on your part." He spoke in a lazy, laconic way, with the accent of the upper crust, and yet he seemed to be laughing at it all, and Tana was amused by him. There was something outrageous about the boy, as proper as he was, as well-dressed. But at the same time there was a shocking irreverence which showed through and suited her mood perfectly. "Do you know Chandler, then?" The young man smiled again. "We went to the same boarding school for 2 years. He plays a great game of squash, stinks at bridge, handles himself pretty well on the tennis court, flunked math, history, and biology, and has absolutely nothing between his ears." Tana laughed in spite of herself. She didn't like him anyway, but it seemed an almost surgically accurate, albeit unkind, portrait of him. "That sounds about right. Not nice, but right." "They don't pay me to be nice." He looked mischievous as he sipped his drink again, and made an obvious appraisal of her cleavage and small waist. "Do they pay you to do anything?" "Not yet, actually." He smiled benevolently at her. "And with luck, they never will." "Where do you go to school?" He frowned as though he had just forgotten something somewhere, and then gazed blankly at her. "Do you know, I can't seem to remember." He smiled again as she wondered what that meant. Maybe he wasn't going to college at all, although he didn't look that type either. "What about you?" "Green Hill." The impish smile appeared again, with one eyebrow raised. "How ladylike." "Majoring in what? Southern plantations or pouring tea?" "Both." She grinned and stood up. "At least I go to school." "For 2 years, anyway." "Then what, Princess? Or is that what tonight is all about? The great hunt for husband number 1. He pretended to speak into a megaphone. "Will all candidates line up against the far wall, all healthy young white males with pedigrees. Have your father's D and B's in hand. We will also want to know your schools, blood type, whether or not you drive, how large your personal trust is, and how soon you come into it." He went on as she laughed at him, and he lowered his voice. "Seen any likely ones so far, or are you too madly in love with Chandler George?" "Much." She began to walk slowly towards the main ballroom, and he followed her, just in time to see her escort kissing the chubby redhead on the other side of the room. The tall, dark, handsome young man turned to Tana somberly. "I've got bad news for you. I think you're about to be jilted, Princess." She shrugged and met the green eyes so like her own. "Them's the breaks, I guess." There was laughter in her eyes. She didn't give a damn about Chandler George. "Would you like to dance?" "Sure." He whirled her around the floor expertly. There was something very dashing and worldly about this boy which seemed to belie his youth. One had the feeling that he had been around, although Tana didn't know where or even who he was, a circumstance he remedied at the end of the first dance. "By the way, what's your name, Princess?" "Tana Roberts." "My name's Harry." He looked at her with a boyish grin, and she smiled, and then unexpectedly he swept her a low bow. "Harrison Winslow the Fourth, actually, but Harry will do." "Should I be impressed?" She was, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of letting him know. "Only if you read the social columns regularly. Harrison Winslow the Third usually makes an ass of himself in cities that circle the globe. Paris and London most of the time, Rome when he has time, Kronstadt, St. Moritz, Munich, Berlin, and New York when he has absolutely no choice, and needs to fight with the trustees my grandmother left in charge of her very handsome estate. But he isn't very fond of the States, or of me, come to think of it." He spoke in a flat monotone as Tana watched, wondering what was going on inside of him, but there was no clue as yet. "My mother died when I was 4. I don't remember her at all, except once in a while. Something comes back in a wave, like a perfume. or a sound, her laughter on the stairs when they went out. A dress that reminds me of her, but that's probably impossible. She committed suicide. Highly unstable, as my grandmother used to say, but a pretty piece. And poor Dad's been licking his wounds ever since. I forgot to mention Monaco and Cap d'Antibes. He licks his wounds there, too. With helpmates, of course. There's a regular one he parks in London for most of the year, a very pretty one in Paris, one with whom he likes to ski, a Chinese girl in Hong Kong. He used to take me along when I wasn't in school, but eventually I got too disagreeable, so he stopped. That, and the eyes grew vague. Other things. Anyway, his eyes came back into focus, and he smiled cynically at Tana again. That's who Harrison Winslow is, or at least one of them. And you? Her voice was soft, and his eyes were sad. He had told her more than he had intended to. But it was also his fourth Scotch, and although it hadn't hurt his feet when they danced, it had loosened his tongue. Not that he cared. Everyone in New York knew who Harry Winslow was, both father and son. Are you like him? She doubted it. For one thing, he hadn't had time to develop all those skills. He couldn't have been much older than she, after all. He shrugged carelessly. I'm working on it. And then he smiled again. Beware, lovely one, beware. And with that, he swept her into his arms and onto the dance floor again, and she saw her mother watching them. She watched them for a long time, and then inquired of someone who he was, and she didn't look displeased. Do you see your father very much? She was still thinking of what he had said as he whirled her around the floor. It sounded like a lonely life. Boarding schools, his mother dead by suicide when he was 4, the father halfway around the world most of the time, and obviously a libertine. Actually, no, he doesn't have time. For just a minute, he sounded like a very young boy, and she was sorry for him, but he was quick to turn the tables on her. What about you? What's your story, Tana Roberts, other than the fact that you have deplorable taste in men? He glanced in the direction of Chandler George, crushing the little redhead to him, and they both laughed. I'm single, 18 years old, and I go to Green Hill. Jesus, how dull. What else? Any major loves? Her face slammed shut, and he noticed it. No. Relax. I meant other than Chandler, of course. She relaxed a little again. Although, admittedly, he's hard to beat. Poor guy, they were both being rotten to him, but he was the dullest boy she had ever known, and he was an easy target for the scorn of his peers. Let's see, what else? Parents, illegitimate children, dogs, friends, hobbies? Wait, he patted his pockets as though he had misplaced something. I should have a form here somewhere. They both laughed. All of the above? None of the above? One mother, no dogs, no illegitimate kids. He looked sad. I'm disappointed in you. I thought you would have done better than that. The music was winding down, and Harry looked around. What a bunch of bores. Want to go somewhere for a hamburger or a drink? She smiled. I'd like that. But do we take Chandler along? She laughed, and Harry bowed. Leave that to me. He vanished and returned again with an outrageous grin. Oh, God, what did you do? I told him you were upset about the way he's behaved all night with that red-headed tart, and I'm dropping you off at your psychiatrist. You didn't. I did? He feigned innocence and then laughed. Actually, I just told him that you'd seen the light and preferred me. He congratulated you on your good taste and ran off with his chubby little friend. But whatever Harry had said, Chandler was waving happily at them and leaving with the other debutante, so there was obviously no harm done. I have to say something to my mother before we go. Do you mind? Not at all. Well, actually, I do. But I guess I don't have much choice. But he behaved himself when Tana introduced him to Jean, and he looked very proper, much to her delight, as they left the ball, and Jean went home alone, wishing Arthur had been there to see it all. It had been a beautiful evening, and it was obvious that Tana had had a wonderful time. And she was leaving now with Harry Winslow IV. Jean knew who he was, or at least she knew the name. What about your old man? He stretched his legs out in the cab, after giving the driver the address of 21. It was the hangout of his choice when he was in town, and Tana had been impressed. It was certainly a lot more fun than going out with Chandler George, and it was so long since she'd been out on a date, she'd forgotten how it felt, and her dates had never been like this. Usually they all went out for pizza in a group on 2nd Avenue, and that had been before graduation, before Billy Durney. My father died before I was born, in the war. That was considerate of him. It's less of a wrench that way than if they stick around for a few years. It made Tana wonder why his mother had committed suicide, but she would never have dared to ask. Did your mother remarry? No. Tana shook her head hesitantly, and then, she has a friend. He was the sort of person you told things like that to. There was something about his eyes, something that made you trust him and like him all at once. He raised the mischievous eyebrow again. Is her friend married? He was receptive, too. She blushed beet red, but he couldn't see. What made you say that? Just smart, I guess. He was so impossible, one would have wanted to slap his face if he weren't so boyish and so appealing all at once. And he was so openly impudent that it somehow made it all right. Was I right? Normally, she wouldn't have admitted it to anyone, but she did now. Yes, or at least he was for a long time. He's been a widower now for 4 years, and he still hasn't married her. He's a real selfish son of a bitch. It was the strongest thing she had ever said about him publicly, even to Sharon at school. But Harry didn't look perturbed. Most men are. You should meet my old man. He leaves them bleeding by the side of the road at least 4 times a week, just to keep his hand in. Sounds nice. He's not. Harry's eyes were hard. He's only interested in one thing, himself. It's no wonder she killed herself. He had never forgiven his father for that, and Tana's heart suddenly ached for him as the cab pulled up in front of 21, and Harry paid, and they stepped out. And a moment later they were swept up in the excitement of the exclusive restaurant. Tana had only been there once or twice, like on graduation night, and she loved the toys hanging over the bar, the well-dressed people crowded in. There were even 2 movie stars she recognized at once, and the head waiter pounced on Harry with glee, obviously ecstatic to see him again. It was clearly his favorite haunt, and he went there all the time. They stayed at the bar for a while and then went to their table, where Harry ordered steak tartare for himself and Tana ordered eggs Benedict. But as they sipped the Louis Redrère champagne he had ordered for them, Harry saw her face go taut. She was looking across the room at a table of people who seemed to be having a good time, and there was an older man with his arm around a fairly young girl. Harry watched her face, and then her eyes, and a moment later he patted her hand. Let me guess, an old love? He was surprised to see that she went for older men. She didn't look the type. Not mine, anyway. And then he instantly knew. Your mother's friend? He told her he had a business dinner tonight. Maybe it is. It doesn't look like it to me. Her eyes were hard as she turned to Harry again. What irritates me more than anything is that he can do no wrong in her eyes. She always makes excuses for him. She sits and she waits, and she's so goddamn grateful to him. How long have they been together? 12 years. He winced. Jesus, that's a long time. Yeah. Tana glanced malevolently in Arthur's direction again. And it doesn't seem to be cramping his style. Seeing him made her think of Billy again, and she turned her head as though to avoid the thought. But Harry saw the sudden look of pain in her eyes. Don't take it so hard, Princess. His voice was gentle in her ears, and she turned to look at him. It's her life, not mine. That's right. Don't forget that. You can make your own choices with your life. He smiled. And that reminds me, you never answered all my rude questions before. What are you going to do after Green Hill? God knows. Maybe Columbia. I'm not sure. I want to go on. Not get married and have 4 little kids? They both laughed. Not for a while, thanks. Although it's my mother's fondest dream. And then she turned to him with a curious look. And what about you? Where do you go to school? He sighed as he put down his champagne. Harvard, actually. Sounds obnoxious, doesn't it? It was why he hadn't told her at first. Is it true? Unfortunately, yes. He grinned. But there's hope. I may flunk out before the end of the year. I'm working on it. You can't be that bad or you wouldn't have gotten in. A Winslow, not get in. Don't be absurd, my dear. We always get in. We practically built the place. Oh, she looked impressed. I see. And you didn't want to go? Not especially. I wanted to go out west somewhere. I thought Stanford or UC, but Father had a fit, and it wasn't worth arguing about it. So there I am, being a pain in the ass and making them sorry they let me in. You must be a real treat for them. Tana laughed, and she noticed that Arthur Durning and his group had just left. He hadn't noticed her, and she wasn't sure if she was glad or not. You'll have to come up and see me sometime, maybe during spring break. She laughed at that and shook her head. I doubt that. Don't you trust me? He looked amused and very debonair for a boy of 18. As a matter of fact, no. She took another sip of champagne, and they both laughed. She was feeling giggly now, and she was having a good time with him. He was the first boy she had liked in a long time, and she liked him as a friend. He was fun to laugh with, and she could say things to him that she hadn't been able to say to anyone else recently, except Cher. And then she had an idea. I might come up if I could bring a friend. What kind of friend? He asked suspiciously. My roommate at Green Hill. She told him about Sharon Blake then, and he looked intrigued. The daughter of Freeman Blake? That's something else. Is she as wonderful as you say? Wonderfuler. She told him then about their being unable to get served at the coffee shop in Yolan, and the lecture given by Martin Luther King, and he seemed interested in all of it. I'd like to meet her sometime. Do you really think you'd come up to Cambridge at spring break? Maybe. I'll have to ask her. What are you two, joined at the hip? He looked at Tana over appraisingly. She was one of the prettiest girls he had ever seen, and it would be worth putting up with someone else just to see her. More or less. I visited them at Thanksgiving, and I want to go back. Why don't you have her here? There was a long pause, and then Tana looked at him. My mother would have a fit if she knew Sharon was black. I've told her everything except that. Great. Harry smiled. I did tell you that my maternal grandmother was black, didn't I? For an instant he looked so honest that she almost believed what he said, and then he started to laugh, and she made a face. Pain in the ass. Why don't I just tell my mother about you? Be my guest. And she did the next day, when he called to take her to lunch in 2 days. They had Christmas to endure in between. Isn't that the boy you met last night? It was Saturday morning, and Jean was relaxing with a book. She hadn't heard from Arthur since the day before, and she was dying to tell him about the ball, but she didn't want to bother him. She usually waited for him to call. It was a habit she had picked up when he was still married to Marie. And it was Christmas, after all. He'd be busy with Billy and Anne. Yes, it is. Tana explained to her mother about Harry's call. He seems nice. He is, but not in any way Jean would approve of, as Tana knew only too well. He was irreverent and outrageous, and he drank too much, and he was obviously spoiled, but he had behaved decently when he had brought her home. He had said good night, and there was no wrestling match. She had been nervous about that, but she hadn't needed to be. And when he came to pick her up for lunch 2 days later, he wore a blazer and a tie and gray slacks, but as soon as they got downstairs, he put on roller skates and a crazy hat, and proceeded to behave like a complete madman as they walked downtown, and Tana laughed at him. Harry Winslow, you are completely nuts. Do you know that? Yes, ma'am. He smiled and crossed his eyes, and insisted on wearing his roller skates into the Oak Room for lunch. The maitre d' didn't look pleased, but he knew who he was, and he didn't dare throw him out. He ordered a bottle of Redrère champagne, and guzzled a glass as soon as it was uncorked, and then set down the empty glass and smiled at Tana. I think I'm addicted to that stuff. You mean you're a drunk? Yep. He said it with pride, ordered lunch for them both, and after lunch they walked through Central Park and stopped at Woolman Rink, where they watched the ice skaters for more than an hour and talked about life. And he sensed that there was a strange reticence about her. She didn't offer herself in a romantic sense. She was careful and closed, and yet at the same time she was intelligent and warm. She cared about people and causes and things, but there was no hand held out. He knew that he had made a new friend, and no more, and she saw to it that he understood in so many words, and it aroused his curiosity. Are you involved with someone near Green Hill? She shook her head, and her eyes met his. No, nothing like that. I don't want to get involved with anyone right now. He was surprised at her honesty. And it was a challenge, too, of course, one he couldn't completely resist. Why not? Afraid to get hurt the way your mother has been? She had never thought of it that way. It was why he had told her he didn't want kids. He didn't want to hurt anyone as badly as he himself had been hurt. And she had just told him how Arthur had stood her mother up for Christmas again that year. I don't know. Maybe. That and other things. What kind of other things? Nothing I want to talk about. She looked away, and he tried to imagine what had marked her that way. She kept a safe distance between them, and even when they laughed and played, she sent out messages that said, "Don't get too close to me." He hoped that there was nothing strange about the girl, about her sexual propensities, but he didn't think it was that. It was more that she seemed to be hiding in a protective shell, and he wasn't sure why. Someone had driven her into it, and he wondered who it was. Was there someone important in your life before? No. She looked him square in the eye. I don't want to talk about that. The look on her face made him back off at once. It was anger and hurt and something he couldn't even define, but it was so powerful it took his breath away, and he didn't scare easily. But this time he got the point. A blind man would have. I'm sorry. They changed the subject then and went back to talking about easier things. He liked her a lot, and he saw her several times during that Christmas holiday. They went to dinner and lunch, went ice skating in the park, to a movie one night, and she even invited him to dinner one night with Jean. But that was a mistake she recognized at once. Jean was grilling him as though he were a hot marriage candidate, asking about his future plans, his parents, his career goals, his grades. She could hardly wait for him to leave, and when he did, she screamed at Jean. Why did you do that to him? He just came here to eat, not to ask me to marry him. You're 18 years old. You have to start thinking about things like that now. Why? Tana was enraged. All he is a friend, for Christ's sake. Don't act like I have to get married by next week. Well, when do you want to get married, Tana? Never, damn it. Why the hell do I have to get married at all? What are you going to do for the rest of your life? Her mother's eyes were hunting her, shoving her into corners and pushing her hard, and she hated it. I don't know what I'm going to do. Do I have to figure that out now? Right now? Tonight? This week? Shit. Don't talk to me like that. Now her mother was angry, too. Why not? What are you trying to do to me? I want to see you have some security, Tana. Not to be in the same boat I'm in when you're 40 years old. You deserve more than that. So do you. Did you ever think of that? I hate seeing you like this, waiting around for Arthur all the time, like his slave. That's all you've been for all these years, Mother. Arthur Durning's concubine. She was tempted to tell her about seeing him with another girl at 21, but she couldn't do that to her mother. She didn't want to cause her that much pain, and it would have, for sure. Tana restrained herself, but Jean was irate anyway. That's not fair, and it's not true. Then why don't you want me to be like you? Jean turned her back on her so that she wouldn't see her tears. And then suddenly she turned on Tana, and 12 years of sorrow showed in her eyes, and a lifetime before that. I want you to have all the things I didn't have. Is that too much to ask? Tana's heart suddenly went out to her, and she backed down. Her voice was gentler as she spoke again. But maybe I don't want the same things you did. What is there not to want? A husband, security, a home, children? What's wrong with all that? She looked shocked. Nothing. But I'm too young to think about all that. What if I want a career? Jean Roberts looked shocked. What kind of career? I don't know. I just meant theoretically. That's a lonely life, Tana. She looked worried about her. You'd be better off if you just settled down. But to Tana that felt like giving up, and she thought about it as she rode south on the train, and she and Sharon talked about it their first night back in Jasmine House, once the lights were off. Jesus, Tan, she sounds just like mine, in a different way, of course. But they all want for us what they wanted for themselves, no matter who we are, or how different we are from them, or what we think and feel and want. My dad understands, but my mom... All I hear about is law school and sit-ins and being responsible about being black. I'm so goddamn tired of being responsible I could scream. That's why I came here in the first place, to Green Hill. I wanted to go somewhere where there would be other blacks. Hell, here I can't even date. And she tells me that there's plenty of time for that. When? I want to go out now. I want to have a good time. I want to go to restaurants and movies and football games. She reminded Tana then, and the pretty blonde smiled in the dark. Want to go to Harvard with me at spring break? How come? Sharon propped herself up on one elbow in the dark with an excited look. And Tana told her about Harry Winslow then. He sounds neat. Did you fall for him? No. Why not? There was a silence which they both understood. You know why. You can't let that screw you up for the rest of your lifetime. You sound like my mother now. She wants me engaged to anyone by next week, as long as he's willing to marry me, buy me a house, and give me kids. It beats the hell out of going to sit-ins and getting raw eggs in your ear. Doesn't that sound like fun? Tana smiled. Not much. Your Harvard friend sounds nice. He is. Tana smiled to herself. I like him a lot as a friend. He's the most honest, straightforward person I've ever met. The call he made to her later that week underlined why she so enjoyed him. He called pretending to be the owner of a laboratory in Yolan, and they needed young ladies to perform experiments on, he explained. We're trying to find out if young ladies are as intelligent as young men, he said, disguising his voice. We realize, of course, that they are not, however. And just before she flew into a rage, she recognized his voice. You shit. Hi, kiddo. How's life in the Deep South? Not bad. She let him speak to Sharon eventually, and the two girls stood beside the phone, passing it back and forth. And eventually Sharon went upstairs, and Tana talked to him for hours. There were no romantic overtones at all. He was more like a brother to her. And after 2 months of phone calls, aside from Sharon, he was her closest friend. He was hoping to see her at spring break, and she tried to get Sharon to come along, but to no avail. She decided to brave her mother and invite Sharon to stay with them. But Miriam Blake had been on the phone to Sharon almost every night. There was an enormous black rally scheduled in Washington with a candlelight vigil for civil rights over Easter weekend, and she wanted Sharon to be there. She felt that it was an important part of their life, and this was no time for a vacation trip. Sharon was depressed about it when they both left Green Hill. All you had to do was say no, Cher. Tana looked at her and shook her head, and for a moment something angry flashed in the pretty black girl's eyes. Just like you did about the coming-out party, huh, Talon? There was a silence, and then slowly Tana nodded her head. Her friend wasn't far wrong. It was difficult to fight with them all the time. She shrugged with a sheepish grin. Okay, you win. I'm sorry. We'll miss you in New York. I'll miss you, too. She flashed her the dazzling smile, and they chatted and played cards on the train. Sharon got off in Washington, and Tana went on to New York. It was balmy and warm when she walked out of the station and hailed a cab. And the apartment looked the same as it always had, and somehow, for no reason she could explain, it was depressing to be back. There was a sameness to it all. Nothing grew, nothing changed. There were never fresh drapes, new plants, wonderful flowers, something exciting going on. There was the same thing, the same life, the same worn-out couch, the same dreary-looking plants, year after year. It hadn't seemed quite so bad when she was living there every day, but now that she came and went, it looked different to her. Everything was shabbier, and the whole apartment seemed to have shrunk. Her mother was at work, and she threw her bags down in her room, just as the phone rang. She went back to the living room to pick it up, glancing around again. Hello? Winslow here. How's it going, kid? She grinned. It was like a burst of fresh air in the stale, musty room. Hello. When'd you get in? About 4 seconds ago. How about you? I drove down last night with a couple of the guys. And he looked lazily around the apartment his father owned at the pier. Here I am. Same old dump, same old town. But he looked boyish when he smiled at his end of the phone, and Tana was excited at the prospect of seeing him again. They had learned so much about each other in the last 4 months on the phone, it was as though they were old friends now. Want to come up for a drink? Sure. Where are you? At the pier. He sounded unimpressed by his own whereabouts, and Tana grinned. That's nice. Not very. My father had the apartment redone by some decorator last year. It looks like a fag hangout now, but at least it's free when I'm in New York. Is your father there? She was intrigued, and Harry laughed derisively. Don't be ridiculous. I think he's in Munich this week. He likes spending Easter there. The Germans are so emotional about Christian events. That and the Oktoberfest. He was slightly over her head. Never mind. Come on over and we'll drive room service nuts. What do you want? I'll order something now, and it'll take 2 hours to show up. She was impressed. I don't know. A hamburger and a Coke? Does that sound all right? There was something very impressive about all this, but Harry was nonchalant about it all, and when she arrived, he was lying on the couch in jeans and bare feet, watching a soccer match on TV. He swept her off her feet and gave her a huge bear hug, and it was obvious that he was genuinely pleased to see her, much more than she realized. His whole body tingled as he gave her a friendly peck on the cheek, and there was a moment of awkwardness. translating the intimacy they had developed on the phone into real life. But by the end of the afternoon, they were like old friends, and Tana hated to leave to go home. Then stay. I'll put some shoes on and we'll go to 21. Like this? She looked down at her plaid skirt and loafers and wool socks, but she shook her head. I have to go home anyway. I haven't seen my mother in 4 months. I keep forgetting rituals like that. His voice was flat, and he looked even handsomer than he had before. But nothing stirred in Tana's heart for him. Only the friendship that had continued to grow since they first met, nothing more than that. And she was sure that he had nothing other than platonic feelings for her as well. She turned to look at him now as she picked her raincoat up off the chair. Don't you ever see your father at all, Harry? Her voice was soft, and her eyes were sad for him. She knew how alone he was. He had spent the holidays alone, he said he always did, or with friends, or in empty houses or hotels, and he only mentioned his father in the context of bad jokes about his women and his friends and his gallivanting here and there. I see him once in a while. We run into each other about once or twice a year, usually here or in the south of France. It sounded very grand, but Tana easily sensed how lonely Harry was. It was why he had opened up so much to her. There was something inside him which was dying to reach out and be loved. And there was something like that in her, too. A part of her which had only had Jean and had wanted more. A father, sisters and brothers, a family. Something more than just a lonely woman who spent her life waiting for a man who didn't appreciate her. And Harry didn't even have that. Tana hated his father, just thinking about him. What's he like? Harry shrugged again. Good-looking, I guess. At least that's what the women say. Smart. Cold. He looked Tana square in the eye. He killed my mother. What do you think he's like? Something shriveled up in her as she watched her friend's eyes, and she didn't know what to say. She was sorry that she had asked, but Harry put an arm around her shoulders as he walked her to the door. Don't let it upset you, Tom. It happened a long time ago. But she was sad for him. There was something so lonely about him, and he was so funny and decent and nice. It wasn't fair. And he was also spoiled and self-indulgent and mischievous. He had put on a British accent for the first room service waiter who'd come up, and pretended to the second one that he was French, and afterwards he and Tana were convulsed. She wondered if he always behaved like that, and suspected that he did. And as she took the bus back uptown, she suddenly didn't mind the depressing little apartment she shared with Jean. Better that than the lavish, chilly decor of the Winslow suite at the Hotel Pierre. The rooms were large, and everything was chrome and glass and white, predictably expensive. There were 2 huge, fabulous white fur rugs on the floor, and there were priceless paintings and objects everywhere, but that's all there was. There was no one there when he arrived from school, and there wouldn't be that night or the next. There was only Harry, with an icebox filled with booze and cokes, a wardrobe of expensive clothes, and a TV. Hi, I'm home, she called out as she got in, and Jean came running to her and held her tight with a look of delight. Oh, baby, you look so good. It made her think of Harry again, and all that he didn't have, in spite of his trusts and his houses and his fancy name. He didn't have this. And somehow Tana wanted to make it up to him. Jean was looking at her now, and there was such obvious pleasure in her eyes that it actually felt good to be home. I saw your bags. Where did you go? I went to see a friend downtown. I didn't think you'd be home for a while. I left work early in case you'd come in. I'm sorry, Mom. Who did you go to see? Jean always liked to know what she did, who she saw. But Tana wasn't as used to the questions anymore, and she hesitated for just a moment before she smiled. I went to see Harry Winslow at the Pierre. I don't know if you remember him. Of course I do. Jean's eyes lit up. Is he in town? He has an apartment here. Tana's voice was quiet, and there were mixed reviews in Jean's eyes. It was good that he was mature enough and solvent enough to have his own place, but also dangerous at the same time. Were you alone with him? Jean looked concerned. This time Tana laughed. Sure. We shared a hamburger and watched TV. All perfectly harmless, Mom. Still, I don't think you should. She watched Tana's eyes as the pretty blonde's face began to tense. He's my friend, Mom. He's still a young man, and you never know what could happen in a situation like that. Yes, I do. Her eyes were instantly hard. She knew only too well. Only it had happened at precious Billy Durning's house, in his own father's bedroom, with 100 kids right downstairs. I know who I can trust. You're too young to be able to judge things like that, Ton. No, I'm not. Ton's face was like a rock. Billy Durning's raping her had changed her whole life. She knew everything about things like that. And if she sensed any threat from Harry at all, she would never have gone to his hotel or stayed. But she knew instinctively that he was her friend, and she would come to no harm at his hands, unlike her mother's lover's son. Harry and I are just friends. You're being naive. There's no such thing between boys and girls, Ton. Men and women can't be friends. Tana's eyes opened wide. She couldn't believe her mother was saying those words. How can you say a thing like that, Mom? Because it's true. And if he's inviting you to his hotel, he has something else in mind, whether you recognize it or not. Maybe he's just biding his time. And then she smiled. Do you think he could be serious about you, Ton? Serious? Tana looked as though she were about to explode. Serious? I just told you, all we are is friends. And I told you I didn't believe that. There was something almost insinuating about her smile. You know, Ton, he would be quite a catch. But it was too much for Tana to stand. She jumped to her feet and looked down at her mother with scorn. You make him sound like a fish, for Christ's sake. I don't want a catch. I don't want to get married. I don't want to get laid. All I want is to have some friends and go to school. Can you understand that? There were tears in her eyes, mirrored by those in Jean's. Why do you have to get so violent about everything? You never used to be like that, Ton. Jean's voice sounded so sad that it tore at Tana's heart. But she couldn't help how she felt, or what she said anymore. You never used to push me all the time. When do I push? She looked shocked. I don't even see you anymore. I've seen you twice in 6 months. That's pushing? That coming out party was pushing, and what you just said about Harry is pushing, and talking about catches and settling down and getting married is pushing. For Christ's sake, Mom, I'm 18 years old. And you're almost 19. And then what? When are you going to think about it, Ton? I don't know, Mom. Maybe never. How's that? Maybe I'll never get married. So what? If I'm happy, who cares? I care. I want to see you married to a nice man with nice children in a nice house. Jean was crying openly now. It was what she had always wanted for herself. Yet she was alone, with a couple of nights a week with a man she loved and a daughter who was almost gone. She bent her head and sobbed as Tana came to her and hugged her close. Come on, Mom. Stop. I know you want the best for me, but just let me work things out for myself. Her mother looked at her with big, sad, dark eyes. Do you realize who Harry Winslow is? Tana's voice was soft. Yes, he's my friend. His father is one of the richest men in the United States. He even makes Arthur Durning look poor. Arthur Durning, the measuring stick for everything in Jean's life. So what? Do you realize what kind of life you could have with him? Tana looked sad for her, and she suddenly felt sad for herself. Her mother was missing the point, and probably had all her life. But by the same token, Jean had given her so much, and Tana felt as though she owed her a lot now. But in spite of that, she hardly saw Jean during the entire 2 weeks she was in New York. She ran around with Harry almost every day, although she didn't admit it to Jean. She was still furious at what her mother had said. Do you realize who he is? As though that made a difference to her. She wondered how many people felt that way about him. It seemed a hideous thought, to be evaluated because of his last name. Cautiously, she even asked Harry about it one day, when they were having a picnic in Central Park. Doesn't that bug you, Harry? I mean, people wanting to get to know you because of who you are? The thought still horrified her, but he only shrugged and munched his apple as he lay on the grass. That's just the way people are, I guess. It gives them some kind of a thrill. I used to see people do that to my father all the time. Doesn't it get to him? I don't really think he cares. Harry smiled at her. He's so insensitive, I don't think he actually feels anything at all. Tana watched Harry's eyes. Is he really that bad? Worse. Then how come you're so nice? He laughed. Just lucky, I guess. Oh, maybe it's my mother's genes. Do you still remember her? It was the first time she had asked him that, and he looked away from her. Sometimes. A little bit. I don't know, Tom. He looked back at her again. Sometimes, when I was a kid, I'd pretend to my friends that she was alive, that she was out shopping or whatever when they came over to play. I didn't want to be different from the rest of them. But they always found out. Their mothers would tell them or something when they went home, and then they'd think I was weird. But I didn't give a damn. It felt nice to be normal just for a few hours. I'd just talk about her like she was out, or upstairs. Ton saw tears stand out in his eyes, and then he looked at her almost viciously. Pretty dumb, huh? To be hung up on a mother you never even knew? Tana reached out to him with her heart and her words and the gentleness of her voice. I'd have done the same thing in your shoes. He shrugged and looked away, and a while later they went for a walk and talked about other things. Freeman Blake, Sharon, Tana's classes at Green Hill. And then suddenly out of the blue, Harry took her hand. Thanks for what you said before. She knew instantly what he meant. They had that kind of rapport, had from the moment they first met. It's okay. She squeezed his hand, and they walked on, and she was amazed at how comfortable she was with him. He didn't push her at all, didn't ask her any more why she didn't go out with anyone. He seemed to accept her as she was, and she was grateful to him for that. She was grateful to him for a lot of things, for the way he saw life, for the fun they had, the sense of humor that always made her laugh. It felt wonderful to have someone to share her thoughts with. He was almost like a sounding board for everything she had in her head, and she was particularly grateful for that when she went back to Green Hill. When she saw Sharon again, it was as though her family had sent someone else instead, and all of her moderate political ideas had disappeared. She had attended a series of rallies and sit-ins with her mother and her friends, and suddenly she was as rabid as Miriam Blake was. Tana couldn't believe the change that had taken place, and finally, after listening to her for 2 days, Tana turned to her and screamed. For Christ's sake, Cher, what's happened to you? This room has been like a political rally ever since we got back. Get off your soapbox, girl. What the hell has happened to you? Sharon just sat there and stared, and suddenly the tears flooded her eyes and she bowed her head. The sobs choked her and her shoulders shook, and it was almost half an hour before she could speak. Miss Tana watched her in astonishment. Something terrible had happened to the girl, but it was impossible to say what it was. She held her and rocked her, and at last Sharon spoke, as Tana's heart went out to her. They killed Dick on Easter Eve, Tom. They killed him. He was 15 years old, and he was hanged. Tana felt instantly sick. That couldn't be. That didn't happen to people one knew. To blacks, to anyone. But she could see on Sharon's face that it was true, and when she called Harry that night, she cried when she told him the news. Oh, my God. I heard something about it in school, that the son of an important black had been killed, but it didn't click. Shit. He had been Sharon's brother, and barely more than a child. Yeah. Tana's heart felt like lead, and when her mother called her later that week, she still sounded depressed. What's the matter, sweetheart? Did you and Harry have a fight? She was trying a new tack. She was going to pretend to herself and Tana that it was a romance and maybe the idea would take. But Tana didn't have any patience with her, and she was instantly blunt. My roommate's brother died. Oh, how terrible. Jean sounded horrified. In an accident. There was a long pause as Tana weighed her words. No, Mom, he was hanged. You see, he's black. Sort of. Wasn't death always an accident? Who expected it? Tell her how sorry I am. Those are the people you spent Thanksgiving with, aren't they? Yes. Tana's voice sounded flat and dead. That's just terrible. Tana couldn't stand talking to her anymore. I've got to go, Mom. Call me in a few days. I'll try. She cut her off and hung up. She didn't want to talk to anyone, but she and Sharon were talking again late into the night. Suddenly, everything in Sharon's life had changed. She had even contacted the local black church, and she was helping to organize sit-ins on weekends for the remainder of the spring. "Do you think you should share?" Sharon looked angrily at her. "Is there a choice anymore?" "I don't think there is." There was anger in her soul now, an anger that nothing would help, a fire that no love could quench. They had killed the little boy she had grown up with. And he was always such a pain in the ass. She laughed through her tears one night as they talked in the dark. He was so much like Mom, and now. She gulped her sobs down, and Tana went to sit on her bed. It went on like that every night, either talking about marches elsewhere in the South or sit-ins in town. For Dr. Martin Luther King, it was as though she wasn't really there anymore. And by midterms, she was panicking. She hadn't done any studying at all. She was a bright girl, but she was desperately afraid now that she was going to flunk. Tana helped her as much as she could, sharing notes, underlining her books for her, but she didn't have much hope. And Sharon's mind was on the sit-in she had organized in Yolan for the following week. The townspeople had already complained about her twice to the dean of Green Hill, but because of who her father was, they had only called her in and talked to her. They understood what a strain she was under after her brother's, unfortunate accident, but she had to behave herself nonetheless, and they didn't want her causing trouble in town anymore. "You better lay off, Cher. They're going to kick you out of school if you don't stop." Tana had warned her more than once, but it was something she couldn't change now. She had no choice. It was something she had to do. And the night before the big sit-in Yolan, she turned to Tana just before they turned off the lights, and there was something so intense in her eyes that it almost frightened Tana as she looked at her. "Is something wrong?" "I want to ask you a favor, and I won't be mad if you say no. I promise. So do whatever you want. Is that a deal?" "Okay. What's up?" Tana just prayed that she didn't want her to cheat on a test. "Reverend Clark and I were talking today at the church, and I think it would make a big difference if there were whites involved in the sit-in tomorrow in town. We're going to walk into the white church." "Holy shit!" Tana looked shocked, and Sharon grinned. "That's about right." The two girls exchanged a smile. "Dr. Clark is going to see who he can get, and I don't know. Maybe it's wrong, but I wanted to ask you. But if you don't want to, Tan, don't." "Why would they get upset if I walk into their church? I'm white." "Not if you walk in with us, you're not. That makes you white trash, or worse. If you walk in holding my hand, standing between me and Reverend Clark or another black, that's different, Tom." "Yeah." She felt a twinge of fear in her gut, but she also wanted to help her friend. "I guess I can see that." "What do you think?" Sharon looked her square in the eye, and Tana did the same. "Honestly, I'm scared." "So am I. I always am." And then very gently, "So was Dick, but he went. And I'm going too. I'm going to go every time I can for the rest of my life now, until things change. But it's my fight, Tana, not yours. If you come as my friend. And if you don't come, I love you anyway." "Thanks. Can I think about it tonight?" She knew that it could have repercussions if it got back to the school, and she didn't want to jeopardize her scholarship for the following year. She called Harry late that night, but he was out, and she woke up the next morning at dawn, thinking about going to church when she was a little girl, and things her mother had said about all people being the same in God's eyes, the rich, the poor, the white, the black, everyone. And then she thought about Sharon's brother Dick, a 15-year-old child, hanged until he died. And when Sharon turned over in bed as the sun came up, Tana was waiting for her. "Sleep okay?" "More or less." She sat up on the edge of the bed and stretched. "You getting up?" There was a question in Sharon's eyes, and Tana smiled. "Yeah. We're going to church today, aren't we?" And with that, Sharon grinned broadly at her friend. She hopped out of bed and gave her a hug and a kiss and a victorious smile. "I'm so glad, Tan." "I don't know if I am, but I think it's the right thing to do." "I know it is." It was going to be a long, bloody fight, but Sharon would be there, and Tana, just this once. She put on a simple blue cotton shirt dress, the color of the sky, brushed her long blonde hair into a sleek ponytail, put her loafers on, and they walked into town side by side. "Going to church, girls?" the house mother had smilingly asked, and both had answered yes. They both knew that she had meant different ones, but Tana went to the black church with Sharon, where they met Dr. Clark in a small crowd of 95 blacks and 11 whites. They were told to stay calm, to smile if it seemed appropriate, but not if it would provoke anyone, and to remain silent no matter what anyone said to them. They were to hold hands and to enter the church solemnly and respectfully in groups of 5. Sharon and Tana were to remain together. There was another white girl with them and 2 black men, both burly and tall, and they told Tana on the way to the other church that they worked at the mill. They were hardly older than the girls, but both were married. One had 3 children, the other 4, and they didn't seem to question her being there. They called her sister, and just before they walked into the church, the 5 companions exchanged a nervous smile. And then quietly they stepped inside. It was a small Presbyterian church on the residential side of town, heavily attended every Sunday, with a Sunday school that was well filled, and as the black faces began to file in, every man and woman in the church turned around. There was a look of complete shock on everyone. The organ stopped, one woman fainted, another began to scream, and within a matter of moments all hell broke loose. The minister began to shout, someone ran to call the police, and only Dr. Clark's volunteers remained calm, standing solidly along the back wall, causing no trouble at all, as people turned and jeered, hurled insults at them, even though they were in church. Within moments, the town's tiny squad of riot police had arrived. They had been recently trained for the sit-ins that had begun to occur and were mostly composed of highway patrolmen. But they began to push and shove and drag the uncooperating black bodies out as they made themselves limp and allowed themselves to be dragged away. And suddenly Tana realized what was happening to them. She was next. This was not happening to a remote them. It was happening to us and to her. And suddenly 2 enormous policemen hovered over her and grabbed her roughly by both arms, waving their sticks in her face. "You should be ashamed of yourself. White trash." Her eyes were huge as they dragged her off, and with every ounce of her being she wanted to hit and bite and kick, thinking of Richard Blake and how he had been killed. But she didn't dare. They threw her into the back of the truck with much of Dr. Clark's group, and half an hour later she was being fingerprinted and she was in jail. She sat in a jail cell for the rest of the day with 15 other girls, all of them black, and she could see Sharon across the way. They had each been allowed 1 phone call, the whites at least. The blacks were still being processed, according to the cops, and Sharon shouted to her to call her mom, which Tana did. She arrived in Yolan at midnight and released Sharon and Tana simultaneously, congratulating them both. Tana could see that she looked harder and more drawn than she had 6 months before, but she seemed pleased with what the girls had done. She wasn't even upset when Sharon told her the news the next day. She was being kicked out of Green Hill, effective immediately. Her things had already been packed by the house mother of Jasmine House, and she was being asked to leave the campus before noon. Tana was in shock when she heard, and she knew what she could expect for herself when she was ushered into the dean's office. It was just as she had thought. She was being asked to leave. There would be no scholarship the following year. In fact, there would be no following year at all. Like Sharon, it was all over for her. The only difference was that if she was willing to stay on in a probationary state, she could stay on until the end of the year, which would at least mean that she could take her final exams and apply to another school. But where? She sat in her room in shock after Sharon had left. Sharon was going back to Washington with her mother. There had already been talk of her spending a little time as a volunteer for Dr. King. "I know Daddy will be mad because he wants me to go to school. But you know, truthfully, Ton, I've had it up to here with school." She looked sorrowfully at Tana then. "But what about you?" She was devastated about the price of the sit-in for her friend. She had never gotten arrested before, although they had been warned before the church sit-in that it was a real possibility. Yet she really hadn't expected it. "Maybe it's all for the best." Tana tried to cheer her up, and she was still in shock when Sharon left, and she sat alone in her room until dark. Her probation meant that she had to eat alone at Jasmine House, keep to her room at night, and avoid all social activities, including the freshman prom. She was a pariah of sorts, but she also knew that school would be over in 3 weeks. The worst of it was that, as they had warned Tana they would, they informed Jean. She called hysterical that night, sobbing into the phone. Why didn't you tell me that little bitch was black? What difference does it make what color she is? She's my best friend. But tears filled Tana's eyes, and the emotions of the past few days overwhelmed her suddenly. Everyone at school was looking at her as though she'd killed someone, and Sharon was gone. She didn't know where she would go to school next year, and her mother was screaming at her. It was like being 5 years old and being told you had been very, very bad, but not being sure why. You call that a friend? Her mother laughed through her tears. She cost you your scholarship and got you kicked out of school. And you think you'll get accepted anywhere else after this? Of course you will, you jerk. Harry reassured her through her sobs the next day. Shit, there are zillions of radicals at BU. I'm not a radical, she cried some more. I know that. All you did was go to a sit-in, for Christ's sake. It's your own goddamn fault for going to that prissy redneck school. I mean, shit, you aren't even in the civilized world down there. Why the hell don't you come up here to school? You really think I might be able to get in? With your grades, are you kidding? They'd let you run the place. You're just trying to make me feel better. She started to cry again. You're giving me a mammoth pain in the ass, Ton. Why don't you just let me get you an application and see what happens? And what happened was that she got in, much to her own astonishment and her mother's chagrin. Boston University? What kind of school is that? One of the best in the country, and they even gave me a scholarship. Harry had taken the application over himself, put in a good word for her, which seemed like a crazy thing to do, and touched her to the core. And by July 1st, it was settled. She was going to Boston University in the fall. She was still numb from the events of 2 months before, and her mother still wanted to wrestle about it with her. I think you should get a job for a while, Tan. You can't hang around in school for the rest of your life. Tana looked horrified. How about for another 3 years, like until I get a degree? And then what? What are you going to do then, Tana, that you couldn't do now? Get a decent job. You could go to work for Durning International right now. I spoke to Arthur last week. Tana seemed to be screaming at her all the time now, but she never understood. For Christ's sake, don't condemn me to that for the rest of my life. Condemn you? Condemn you? How dare you say such a thing? You get arrested, kicked out of school, and you think you have a right to the world. You're lucky a man like Arthur Durning would even consider hiring you. He's lucky I didn't bring charges against his son last year. The words flew out of Tana's mouth before she could stop them, and Jean Roberts stared at her. How dare you say a thing like that? Her voice was quiet and sad. It's true, Mom. She turned her back to Tana, as though shielding herself from the look on Tana's face, not wanting to hear. I don't want to hear you tell lies like that. Tana walked quietly out of the room, and a few days later she was gone. She went to stay with Harry at his father's place in Cape Cod, and they played tennis and sailed, swam, and visited his friends, and she never felt threatened by him at all. The relationship was entirely platonic as far as she was concerned, and therefore comfortable for her. Harry's feelings were something else, but he kept them carefully veiled. She wrote to Sharon several times, but the answers she got back were brief, scrambled, and obviously written in haste. She'd never been so busy or so happy in her life. Her mother had been right, and she had a wonderful job working as a volunteer for Dr. Martin Luther King. It was amazing how their lives had changed in 1 short year. And when Tana started school at Boston University, she was astonished at how different it was from Green Hill, how open, how interesting, how avant-garde. She liked being in class with boys as well. Interesting issues were constantly raised, and she did well in every class she took. And secretly, Jean was proud of her, although her rapport with Tana was no longer as good as it had once been. She told herself it was a passing phase. She had other things on her mind anyway. By the end of Tana's first year at Boston University, Anne Durning was getting married again. There was going to be an enormous wedding at Christ Episcopal Church in Greenwich, Connecticut, and a reception organized by Jean at the house. At the office, her desk was littered with lists, photographs, caterers' lists, and Anne called her at least 14 times a day. It was almost as though her own daughter was getting married, and after 14 years as Arthur Durning's mistress and right arm, she felt possessive about the children anyway. And she was especially pleased at how well Anne had chosen this time. He was a lovely man of 32, also previously married, and he was a partner at Sherman & Sterling, the law firm in New York, and from everything that Jean Roberts had heard, he was a very promising attorney, and he had plenty of money of his own. Arthur was also pleased about the match, and he gave Jean a beautiful gold bracelet from Cartier to thank her for all the work she did to make Anne's wedding a success. "You're really a wonderful woman, you know." He sat in her living room, drinking a scotch, looking at her, wondering why he had never married her. Once in a while he felt like that, although most of the time now he was comfortable by himself. He was used to it. "Thank you, Arthur." She handed him a small plate of the hors d'oeuvres he liked best, Nova Scotia salmon on little thin slices of Norwegian pumpernickel, little balls of steak tartare on white toast, the macadamia nuts she always kept in the house, in case he came by, along with his favorite scotch, favorite cookies, soap, eau de cologne, everything he liked. It was easier to be always ready for him now, with Tana gone. In some ways that had helped their relationship, and in others it had not. She was freer now, more available, always ready for him to come by at the drop of a hat, but at the same time she was much lonelier with Tana gone, more anxious for his company. It made her hungrier and lonelier, and less understanding when 2 weeks slid by without his spending a night in her bed. She realized that she should be grateful to him that he came to her at all, and he made so many things in her life easier, but she wanted so much more of him. She always had, ever since they first met. "Tana's coming to the wedding, isn't she?" He ate another mouthful of steak tartare, and she tried to look vague. She had called Tana about it only a few days before. She hadn't responded to the invitation Anne had sent, and Jean had chided her for it, telling her it wasn't polite, and her Boston University manners didn't apply here, which of course had done nothing to warm Tana's heart. "I'll answer as soon as I get around to it, Mom. I have exams right now. It only came last week." "It only takes a minute to respond." Her tone annoyed Tana, as it always did now, and she was curt when she replied. "Fine, then tell her no. I'll do nothing of the sort. You answer that invitation yourself, and I think you should go." "Well, that comes as no surprise. Another command performance from the Durning clan. When do we get to say no to them?" She still cringed every time she imagined Billy's face. "I think I'm busy anyway." "You could make the effort for my sake at least. Tell them that you have no control over me, that I'm impossible, that I'm climbing Mount Everest. Tell them whatever the hell you want." "You're really not going, then?" Jean sounded shocked, as though that weren't possible. "I hadn't thought about it till now, but now that you mention it, I guess I'm not." "You knew it all along." "Oh, for Christ's sake. Look, I don't like Anne or Billy. Scratch that. I don't like Anne, and I hate Billy's guts. Arthur is your affair, if you'll pardon the pun. Why do you have to drag me into this? I'm grown up now, so are they. We've never been friends." "It's her wedding, and she wants you there." "Bullshit. She's probably inviting everyone she knows, and she's inviting me as a favor to you." "That's not true." But they both knew it was. And Tana was getting stronger and stronger as time went on. In some ways, it was Harry's influence over her. He had definite ideas about almost everything, and it brought something similar out in her in order to respond to him. He made her think about how she felt and what she thought about everything, and they were as close as they had ever been. And he'd been right about BU, too. Moving to Boston had been good for her, much more so than going to Green Hill. And in an odd way, she had grown up more in the last year than ever before. She was almost 20 years old. "Tana, I just can't understand why you behave this way." It was back to the wedding again, and her mother was driving her nuts. "Mom, can we talk about something else? How are you?" "I'm fine, but I'd like to think that you'll at least think about this." "All right," she screamed into the phone at her end. "I'll think about it. Can I bring a date?" Maybe it would be more bearable if Harry came along. "I was expecting that. Why don't you and the Winslow boy take a lesson from Anne and John and get engaged?" "Because we're not in love. That's the best reason why not." "I find that hard to believe after all this time." "Fact is stranger than fiction, Mom." Talking to her mother always drove her nuts, and she tried to explain it to Harry the next day. "It's as though she spends a whole day planning what to say to me so that it will irritate me the most possible, and she never fails. She hits the nail right on the head every time. My father has the same knack. It's a prerequisite. For what? For parenthood. You have to pass the test. If you're not irritating enough, they make you try again until you get it right. Then after the kid is born, they have to renew it every few years, so that after 15 or 20 years, they've really got it down. Tana laughed at the idea as she looked at him. He was even more handsome than he had been when they first met, and the girls went crazy for him. There were always about half a dozen he was juggling at once, but he always made time for her. She came first. She was his friend. In fact, she was much more than that to him, but Tana had never understood that. You're going to be around for a long time, Tan. They'll be gone by next week. He never took any of them seriously, no matter how desperately they wanted him. He didn't fool anyone. He was careful that no one got hurt. He was sensible about birth control. No casualties, thanks to me, Tan. Life is too short for that, and there's enough hurt out there without making more for your friends. But there was no pretense offered either. Harry Winslow wanted to have fun, and nothing more than that. No I love yous, no wedding rings, no starry eyes, just some laughs, a lot of beer, and a good time, if possible, in bed. His heart was otherwise engaged, albeit secretly, but other interesting parts of him were not. Don't they want more than that? Sure they do. They've got mothers just like you. Only most of them listen to their mothers more than you do. They all want to get married and drop out of school as soon as possible. But I tell them not to count on me to help them out. And if they don't believe me, they figure it out soon enough. He grinned boyishly, and Tana laughed at him. She knew that the girls dropped like flies every time he looked at them. She and Harry had been inseparable for the past year, and she was the envy of all her friends. They found it impossible to believe that nothing was going on between them. They were as puzzled as her own mother was, but the relationship stayed chaste. Harry had come to understand her by now, and he wouldn't have dared to scale the walls she had put up around her sexuality. Once or twice he tried to fix her up with one of his friends, just as a friendly double date, but she wanted nothing to do with it. His roommate had even asked him if she was a lesbian, but he was sure that it wasn't that. He had a strong feeling that something had traumatized her, but she never wanted to talk about it, even with him, and he let it be. She went out with Harry or her friends from BU or by herself, but there were no men in her life, not in a romantic sense. Never. He was sure of it. It's a hell of a waste, you know, kid. He tried to talk to her about it teasingly, but she brushed him off as she always did. You do enough of that for both of us. That doesn't do you much good. She laughed. I'm saving it for my wedding night. A noble cause. He swept her a low bow, and they both laughed. People at Harvard and BU were used to seeing them, raising hell, cavorting, playing pranks on each other and their friends. Harry bought a bicycle for two at a garage sale one weekend, and they rode around Cambridge on it, with Harry in a huge raccoon hat in the winter months and a straw boater when the weather got warm. Want to go to Anne Durning's wedding with me? They were wandering across the Harvard quad, the day after her mother had harassed her about it on the phone. Not particularly. Is it liable to be fun? Not a chance. Tana smiled angelically. My mother thinks I should go. I'm sure you expected that. She also thinks we should get engaged. I'll second that. Good. Then let's make it a double ceremony. Seriously, do you want to go? Why? There was something nervous in her eyes, and he was trying to figure out what it was. He knew her well, but every now and then she hid from him, albeit not too successfully. I don't want to go alone. I don't like any of them. Anne's a real spoiled brat, and she's already been married once. But her daddy seems to be making a big fuss about this. I guess she did it right this time. What does that mean? What do you think? It means the guy she's marrying has bucks. How sensitive. Harry smiled angelically, and Tana laughed. It's nice to know where people's values are, isn't it? Anyway, the wedding's right after we get out of school, in Connecticut. I was going to the south of France that week, Tom. But I could put it off for a few days if it'll help you out. That wouldn't be too big a pain in the ass for you? It would. He smiled at her honestly. But for you, anything. He bowed low, and she laughed. And he slapped her behind, and they got back on the bicycle built for two, and he dropped her off at her dorm at BU. He had a big date that night. He had already invested 4 dinners in the girl, and he expected her to come through for him tonight. How can you talk like that? Tana laughed and scolded him as they stood outside her dorm. I can't feed her forever, for Christ's sake, without getting something for it. Besides, she eats those huge steaks with the lobster tails. My income is suffering from this broad, but... He smiled, thinking of her memories. I'll let you know how it works out. I don't think I want to know. That's right. Virgin ears. Oh, well. He waved as he rode off on their bicycle. That night she wrote a letter to Sharon, washed her hair, and had brunch with Harry the next day. He had gotten nowhere with the girl, the eater, as he called her now. She had devoured not only her own steak, but most of his as well, her lobster as well as his once more, and then told him that she didn't feel well and had to go home and study for exams. He got nothing whatsoever for his pains except a large check at the restaurant, and a night of good, restful sleep, alone in his bed. That's the end of her. Christ, the trouble you have to go to get laid these days. But she knew from all she heard that he did fine most of the time, and she teased him about it all the way to New York in June. He dropped her off at her apartment and went on to the Pierre. When he picked her up the next day to go to the wedding, she had to admit that he looked spectacular. He was wearing white flannel slacks, a blue cashmere blazer, a creamy silk shirt his father had made for him in London the year before, and a navy and red Hermes tie. Christ, Harry, if the bride had any sense, she'd ditch this guy and run off with you. That headache I don't need. And you don't look bad yourself, Tom. She was wearing a green silk dress, almost the exact same color as her eyes. Her hair hung long and straight down her back, and she had brushed it until it shone just like her eyes, which sparkled as she looked at him. Thanks for coming with me. I know it's going to be a bore, but I appreciate it. Don't be silly. I didn't have anything else to do anyway. I'm not leaving for Nice until tomorrow night. And from there he was driving to Monaco, where his father was picking him up on a friend's yacht. Harry was going to spend 2 weeks with him, and then his father was dropping him off and going on with friends, leaving Harry alone in the house on Cap Ferrat. I can think of worse fates, Tom. He was hinting at the hell he would raise, chasing girls in the south of France, and living in the house alone. But it sounded lonely to her. He would have no one to talk to most of the time, no one who really cared about him. On the other hand, she was going to spend the summer being smothered by Jean. In a moment of weakness, feeling guilty for the independence that had been so hard won, she had agreed to take a summer job, working for Durning International. And her mother was thrilled. I could kill myself every time I think about it. She groaned to Harry every time the subject came up. I was nuts, but I feel so sorry for her sometimes. She's so alone now that I'm gone, and I thought it would be a nice thing to do for her, but Christ, Harry, what have I done? It won't be that bad, Ton. Want to make a bet? Her scholarship had come through for the following year, and she wanted to make some pocket money to spend. At least this would help, but it depressed her beyond words to think of spending the whole summer in New York, living with Jean, and watching her kiss Arthur's feet at work every day. The very thought made her sick. We'll go to the Cape for a week when I come back. Thank God for that. They exchanged a smile as he drove her to Connecticut, and a little while later they were standing in Christ Episcopal Church with the rest of the guests, painfully hot in the stifling June air. And then, mercifully, they were released, and they drove to the Durning house, passing through the enormous gates as Harry watched her face. It was the first time she had been back since the nightmare night 2 years before. Exactly 2 years, in fact. And there was a thin veil of sweat on her upper lip as she thought of it. You really don't like it here, do you, Don? Not much. She glanced out the window and looked vague as he watched the back of her head. But he could sense something inside her go tense, and it was worse once they parked the car and got out. They wandered down the receiving line, saying the appropriate things. Tana introduced Harry to Arthur and the bride and groom, and then as she ordered a drink, she saw Billy staring at her. He was watching her intently, and Harry was watching him as he wandered away, and Tana seemed to be in a stupor after that. She danced with Harry several times, with several people she didn't know, chatted with her mother once or twice, and then suddenly, in a lull, she found herself face to face with Billy. Hello there. I wondered if you'd come. She had an overwhelming urge to slap his face, but instead she turned away. She couldn't breathe, just looking at him. She hadn't seen him since that night, and he looked as malevolent as he had then, as weak and evil and spoiled. She could remember his hitting her, and then, "Get away from me," she spoke in a barely audible voice. Don't be so uptight. Hell, this is my sister's wedding day. It's a romantic event. She could see that he was more than slightly drunk. She knew that he had graduated from Princeton a few days before, and he had probably been drinking non-stop since then. He was going into the family firm so he could screw around and chase secretaries. She wanted to ask him who he'd raped recently, but instead she just started to walk away, and he grabbed her arm. That was a pretty rude thing to do. She turned back to him, her teeth clenched, her eyes wild. "Get your hand off of me, or I'm going to throw this drink in your face." She hissed like a snake, and suddenly Harry materialized at her side, watching her, seeing something he had never seen before, and also noting the look in Billy Durning's eyes. Billy Durning whispered one word, "Whore," with a vicious look in his eyes, and with a single gesture, Harry grabbed his arm and twisted it back painfully until Billy groaned, and tried to fight back, but he didn't want to make a scene, and Harry whispered in his ear, as he gripped his tie with his free hand, nearly choking it. "Got the picture, pal? Good. Then why don't you just take yourself off right now?" Billy wrenched his arm free, and without saying a word, he walked away as Harry looked at Tana. She was shaking from head to foot. "You all right?" She nodded, but he wasn't convinced. She was deathly pale, and her teeth were chattering despite the heat. "What was that all about? An old friend?" "Mr. Durning's adorable son." "I take it you two have met before." She nodded. "Not very pleasantly." They stayed for a little while after that, and it was obvious that Tana was anxious to leave, so Harry suggested it first. He didn't say anything for a while as they drove back to town, and he could see her visibly unwind as they put some distance between them and the Durning house. He had to ask her then. Something so powerful had been in the air, it frightened him for her. "What was that all about, Tan?" "Nothing much. An old hatred, that's all." "Based on what?" "He's a complete prick, that's what." They were strong words for her, and Harry was surprised, and there was no humor in her voice. "A rotten little son of a bitch." Tears burned her eyes, and her hands shook as she lit a cigarette, which she almost never did. "I figured you two weren't the best of friends." Harry smiled, but she didn't respond. "What did he do to make you hate him so much, Tan?" Somehow he had to know, for her sake and his own. "It's not important now." "Yes, it is." "No, it's not." She was shouting at him, and there were suddenly tears rolling down her cheeks. None of it had healed in the past 2 years because she hadn't allowed the air to get to it. She hadn't told anyone except Sharon, hadn't fallen in love, hadn't gone on any dates. "It doesn't matter anymore." He waited for her words to die down. "Are you trying to convince me or yourself?" He handed her his pocket handkerchief, and she blew her nose as the tears rolled down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Harry." "Don't be. Remember me? I'm your friend." She smiled through her tears and patted his cheek, but something terrible had come back to haunt her again. "You're the best friend I've got." "I want you to tell me what happened with him." "Why?" He smiled. "So I can go back and kill him if you want." "Okay, go ahead." She laughed for the first time in hours. "Seriously, I think you need to get it off your chest." "No, I don't." That frightened her more than living with it. She didn't even want to talk about it now. "He made a pass at you, didn't he?" "More or less." She was looking out the window again. "Tana, talk to me." She turned to him with a wintry smile. "Why?" "Because I give a damn." He pulled the car off the road, turned off the ignition, and looked at her. He knew suddenly that he was about to open a door that had been sealed tight, but he knew that for her sake he had to open it. "Tell me what he did to you." She stared into Harry's eyes and spoke expressionlessly. She tried to shake her head, but Harry wouldn't let her off the hook, and he gently took her hand as she finally said the words. "He raped me 2 years ago. 2 years ago tomorrow night, in fact. Happy anniversary." Harry felt sick. "What do you mean, he raped you? Did you go out with him?" She shook her head. "No." Her voice was a whisper at first. "My mother insisted that I go to a party here in Greenwich, at the house. His party. I went with one of his friends who got drunk and disappeared, and Billy found me wandering around the house. He asked me if I wanted to see the room where my mother worked. And like a complete fool, I said yes. And the next thing I knew, he dragged me into his father's bedroom, threw me down on the floor and beat me up. He raped me and beat me for hours. And then he took me home and cracked up the car. She slowly began to sob, choking on her own words, feeling them rush out, almost physically. I had hysterics at the hospital after the police came. My mother came out, and she wouldn't believe me. She thought I was drunk. And little Billy could do no wrong in her eyes. I tried to tell her another time. She buried her face in her hands, and Harry pulled her into his arms and cooed to her the way no one had ever done to him, but listening to her almost broke his heart. It was why she had never gone out with anyone since they'd met, nor with him, why she was so locked up and frightened inside. Poor baby. Poor Ton. He drove her back to the city then, took her to dinner at a quiet place, and then they went back and talked for hours at the Pierre. She knew her mother would be staying in Greenwich again that night. She had been staying there all week to make sure that everything went all right. And after Harry dropped her off at her house, he wondered if things would change for Tana now, or even if possibly things might change between them. She was the most remarkable girl he had ever met, and if he had let himself, he would have fallen head over heels in love with her. But he had known better for the past 2 years, and he reminded himself of that now. He didn't want to spoil what they had. For what? A piece of ass? He had plenty of that, and she meant more than that to him. It was still going to take her a long time to heal, if she ever did, and he could help her more as a friend than trying to meet his own needs by jumping into bed and playing therapist with her. He called her the next day before he left for the south of France, and he had flowers sent to her the day after that, with a note that read, "Screw the past. You're okay now. Love, H." And he called her from Europe whenever he thought of it and had the time. His summer was a lot more interesting than hers, and they compared notes when he came back a week before Labor Day, and she finished her job and drove to Cape Cod with him. She was relieved to be out of Durning International at last. It had been a mistake, but she had lived up to her end. Any big romances while I was gone? Nope. Remember me. I'm saving it for my wedding night. But they both knew why now. She was still traumatized by the rape, and they both also knew that she had to get over that. And after talking to him before he left, it seemed a little less painful now. It was finally beginning to heal. "There won't be a wedding night if you never go out, you jerk." "You sound like my mother again." She smiled. It was so good to see him again. "How is your mother, by the way?" "The same. Arthur Durning's devoted slave. It makes me sick. I never want to be like that with anyone." He snapped his fingers with a look of despair. "Shit. And I was hoping that..." They both laughed, and the weeks sped by as it always did when they had a good time, and there was something magical about being together on Cape Cod. But in spite of Harry's hidden feelings for her, they kept the relationship as it had been, and they both went back to their respective schools for their junior year, which seemed to fly by. The following summer, Tana stayed in Boston to work, and Harry went to Europe again, and when he came back, they went back to Cape Cod, and the easy days were almost over with. They had only 1 year left before real life set in, and each in his own way, they were trying to keep reality at bay. "What are you going to do?" she asked him somberly one night. She had finally agreed to date one of his friends, but things were going very slowly, and Tana wasn't really interested in him. Secretly, Harry was glad, but he thought that a few superficial dates would do her good. "He's just not my type." "How the hell do you know? You haven't gone out with anyone in 3 years. From what I can see, that's no loss." "Bitch." He grinned. "I'm serious. What the hell are we going to do next year? Have you thought about graduate school?" "God, no, that's all I need. I've had enough of this place to last me the rest of my life. I'm getting the hell out." "And doing what?" She'd been tormenting herself for the past 2 months. "I don't know. I guess I'll stay in the house in London for a while. My father seems to be in South Africa all the time these days, so it wouldn't bother him. Maybe Paris. Rome. Then I'll come back here. I just want to play, Tom." And he was running away from something he wanted and knew he couldn't have. Not yet. "Don't you want to work?" She looked shocked, and he roared. "Why?" "That's disgusting." "What's disgusting about it? The men in my family haven't worked in years. How can I spoil a tradition like that? It would be sacrilege." "How can you admit that?" "Because it's true. They're a bunch of rich, lazy bums, just like my old man." But there was more to them than that, especially him. Much, much more. Is that what you want your children to say about you?
She looked horrified. Sure, if I'm dumb enough to have any, which I doubt. You sound like me now. God forbid. They both smiled.
Seriously, aren't you at least going to pretend to work?
Why? Stop saying that. Who cares if I worked, Ton? You? Me? My old man? The columnist?
Then why did you go to school?
I had nothing else to do with myself, and Harvard was fun. Bullshit. You studied your ass off for exams. She tossed the gold mane over her shoulder with an earnest look. You've been a good student. What for? Myself. What about you? What are you doing it for? Same thing. But now I don't know what the hell to do. But 2 weeks before Christmas, the choice was made for her. Sharon Blake called and asked her if she would be willing to go on a march with Dr. King. Tana thought about it for a night and called Sharon back the next day with a tired smile. You got me again, kid. Hooray. I knew you would. She filled Tana in on the details. It was to take place 3 days before Christmas in Alabama, and it was relatively low risk. It all sounded fine to her, and the two girls chatted like old times. Sharon had never gone back to school, much to her father's chagrin, and she was in love with a young black attorney now. They were talking about getting married in the spring. And Tana was excited for her when she hung up, and she told Harry about the march the following afternoon. Your mother's going to have a fit. I don't have to tell her about it, for Christ's sake. She doesn't have to know everything I do. She will when you get arrested again. I'll call you and you can come bail me out. She was serious, and he shook his head. I can't. I'll be in Gestapo. Shit. I don't think you should go. I didn't ask you. But when the time came, she was in bed with a fever of 102 degrees and a virulent flu. She tried to get up and pack the night before, but she was just too sick. And she called Sharon at the Blakes' home in Washington, and Freeman Blake answered the phone. You've heard the news, then? His voice sounded as though it came from the bottom of a well, and it was filled with gloom. What news? He couldn't even say the words. He just sat there and cried. And without knowing why, Tana began to cry too. She's dead. They killed her last night. They shot her. My baby. My little girl. He was totally unglued, and Tana was sobbing along with him, feeling frightened and hysterical, until Miriam Blake came to the phone. She sounded distraught, but she was calmer than her husband had been. She told Tana when the funeral was. And Tana flew to Washington, fever and all, on the morning of Christmas Eve. It had taken that long to get the body home, and Martin Luther King had made arrangements to come and speak about her. There was national news coverage, press pushing their way into the church, flashbulbs going off in everyone's face, and Freeman Blake was completely undone. He had lost both of his children now, to the same cause, and afterwards Tana spent a little quiet time with them, with close friends at their home. Do something useful with your life, child. Freeman Blake looked bleakly at her. Get married. Have kids. Don't do what Sharon did. He began to cry again, and eventually Dr. King and another friend led him upstairs, and it was Miriam who came to sit beside Tana then. Everyone had been crying all day, and for days before, and Tana felt wrung out both from the emotions and the flu. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Blake. So am I. Her eyes looked like rivers of pain. She had seen it all, but she was still on her feet and always would be. She was that kind of woman, and in some ways Tana admired her. What are you going to do now, Tana? She wasn't sure what Miriam meant. Go home, I guess. She was going to catch a late flight that night to spend Christmas with Jean. As usual, Arthur had gone away with friends, and Jean was going to be alone. I mean when you finish school. I don't know. Have you ever thought about going into government? That's what this country needs. Tana smiled. She could almost hear Sharon speaking to her. Here, her daughter had just died, and she was already back at her crusades. It was frightening in some ways, and yet admirable, too. You could go into law. You could change things, Tana. You're that kind of girl. I'm not sure I am. You are. You've got guts. Sharon did, too, but she didn't have your kind of mind. In some ways, you're like me. It was a frightening thought because Tana had always found her cold, and she didn't want to be like that. I am? She looked a little stunned. You know what you want, and you go for it. Tana smiled. Sometimes.
You didn't even skip a beat when you got kicked out of Green Hill. That was just lucky a friend suggested BU. If he hadn't, you'd have landed on your feet anyway. She stood up with a small sigh. Anyway, think about it. There aren't enough lawyers like you, Tom. You're what this country needs. It was a heady thing to say to a 21-year-old girl. And on the plane home, the words echoed in her head. But more than that, she kept seeing Freeman's face, hearing him cry, hearing things Sharon had said to her at Green Hill, the times they had walked into Yolan. The memories flooded her, and she dried her eyes again and again to no avail. And she found herself thinking constantly of the baby Sharon had given up 4 years before, wondering where he was, what had happened to him. And she wondered if Freeman had been thinking of him, too. They had no one left now. And at the same time, she kept thinking of Miriam's words, "This country needs you." She tried the thought on her mother before she went back to school, and Jean Roberts looked horrified. "Law school? Haven't you been in school for long enough? Are you going to stay there for the rest of your life?" "Only if it does me some good." "Why don't you get a job? You might meet someone that way." Oh, for Christ's sake, never mind. It was all she thought about. Meet someone, settle down, get married, have kids. But Harry wasn't much warmer to the idea when she tried it out on him the following week. "Jesus Christ. Why?" "Why not? It might be interesting, and I might be good at it." She was getting more excited about it every day, and suddenly it seemed like the right thing to do. It made some sense, gave some purpose to her life. "I'm going to apply to Bolt at UC Berkeley." She had already made up her mind. There were 2 other schools she was going to apply to also, but Bolt was her first choice. Harry stared at her. "You're serious?" "Yes. I think you're nuts." "Want to come?" "Hell no." He grinned. "I told you. I'm going to play. Just kick up my heels." "That's a waste of time." "I can hardly wait." And neither could she. In May, she got the word. She'd been accepted at Bolt. They would give her a partial scholarship, and she had already saved the rest. "I'm on my way." She grinned at Harry as they sat on the lawn outside her door. "Con, are you sure?" "Never more so in my whole life." The two exchanged a long smile. The road would part for them soon. She went to his graduation at Harvard in June, and cried copiously for him, for herself, for Sharon Blake, who was no more, for John F. Kennedy, who had been killed 7 months before, for the people they had met, and those they never would. An era had come to an end for them both. And she cried at her own graduation, too, as Jean Roberts did, and Arthur Durning had come along. And Harry sat in the back row, pretending to make conquests among the freshman girls. But it was Tana his eyes were riveted to. His heart leaped with pride for her, and then sank as he thought of their going separate ways. He knew inevitably their paths would cross again. He would see to that. But for her, it was still too soon. And with all his heart he wished her Godspeed, and that she would be safe and well in California. It made him nervous to think of her so far from him. But he had to let her go for now. For now. Tears filled his eyes as he watched her come down the steps with her diploma in hand. She looked so fresh and young, the big green eyes, the bright shining hair, and the lips he so desperately longed to kiss and had for almost 4 years. The same lips brushed his cheek as he congratulated her again. And for an instant, just an instant, he felt her hold him close, and it almost took his breath away. "Thanks, Harry." There were tears in her eyes. What for? He had to fight back tears of his own. For everything. And then the others pressed in on them, and the moment was gone. Their separate lives had begun, and Harry almost felt her physically torn from him. Part 2. Life Begins. Chapter 7. The ride to the airport seemed endless this time. Tana took a cab, and Jean insisted on coming with her. There were endless silences, pauses, staccato bursts of words, like machine gun fire at the enemy as it disappeared into the brush. And then finally they were there. Jean insisted on paying for the cab, as though it were her last chance to do something for her little girl, the only chance she'd ever have. And it was easy to see she was fighting back tears as they checked Tana's bags in. "That's all you had, dear?" She turned to Tana nervously, as Tana nodded and smiled. It had been a difficult morning for her, too. There was no pretending anymore. She wouldn't be coming home again. Not for a long, long time. For a few days, a week, a brief trip. But if she managed to hang in at both, she would probably never live at home again. She hadn't had to face that before when she went to Green Hill or BU, and she was ready to go now. But it was easy to see the panic on Jean's face. It was the same expression she had worn 23 years before, when Andy Roberts had gone to war. That look that comes of knowing that nothing will ever be the same again. "You won't forget to call me tonight, will you, dear?" "No, Mother, I won't. But I can't promise after this." Tana smiled. "If everything I hear is true, I won't come up for air for the next 6 months." And she had already warned her that she wouldn't be coming home for Christmas that year. The trip was too expensive anyway, and Jean had resigned herself to that. She was hoping that Arthur might give her a ticket out. But then there would be no hope of spending Christmas with him. Life wasn't easy sometimes. For some, it never was. They both had a cup of tea and watched the planes take off as Tana waited for her plane to be called. And she saw her mother staring at her more than once. 22 years of caring for her were officially coming to an end, and it was difficult for both of them. And then suddenly Jean took her hand and looked into her eyes. "Is this what you really want, Tana?" Tana answered her quietly. "Yes, Mom, it is." "You're sure?" Tana smiled. "I am. I know it seems strange to you, but it really is what I want. I've never been so sure of anything, no matter how hard it is." Jean frowned and slowly shook her head before looking at Tana again. It was a strange time to be talking about it just before she took off, and a strange place with thousands of people all around. But this was where they were and what was in Jean's heart as she looked into her daughter's eyes again. "It seems more like a career for a man. I just never thought—" "I know." Tana looked sad. "You wanted me to be like Anne." She was living in Greenwich near her dad and had just had her first child. Her husband was a full partner of Sherman and Sterling now. He drove a Porsche and she a Mercedes sedan. It was every mother's dream. "That just isn't me. It never was, Mom." "But why not?" She didn't understand. Maybe she had gone wrong somewhere. Maybe it was her fault. But Tana was shaking her head quietly. "Maybe I need more than that. Maybe I need it to be my accomplishment instead of my husband's. I don't know. But I don't think I could be happy like that." "I think Harry Winslow is in love with you, Tan." Her voice was gentle, but Tana didn't want to hear the words. "You're wrong, Mom." It was back to that again. "We love each other dearly as friends, but he's not in love with me, and I'm not in love with him." That wasn't what she wanted. She wanted him as her brother, her friend. Jean nodded and said nothing as they called Tana's plane. It was as though she were making a last attempt to change Tana's mind. But there was nothing to change it with, no lifestyle, no man, no overwhelming gift. And nothing would have changed it anyway. She looked into her mother's eyes and then held her close in a long hug as she whispered in her ear. "Mom, this is what I want. I'm sure. I swear it to you." It was like leaving for Africa as she said goodbye. As though she were leaving for a different world, a different life, and in a way she was. Her mother looked so grief-stricken that it broke her heart, and Jean's tears flowed unchecked down her cheeks as she waved goodbye, and Tana boarded the plane, shouting back, "I'll call you tonight." "But it'll never be the same again," Jean whispered to herself, as she watched the doors close, the gangway pull back, and the giant bird head down the runway at last, and finally take off. And then at long, long last, it was only a speck in the sky. And feeling very small and very alone, she went outside, hailed a cab, and went back to the office where Arthur Durney needed her. At least someone still did, but she dreaded going home that night, and for the next years. Chapter 8. Tana had taken a plane which landed at Oakland Airport, and it seemed a small and friendly place when she arrived, smaller than both Boston and New York, and much, much larger than Yolen, which didn't have an airport at all. She took a cab to the Berkeley campus with her conglomeration of things, checked into the room that had been rented for her as part of her scholarship, unpacked her bags, and looked around. Everything felt different and strange and new. It was a beautiful, warm, sunny day, and people looked relaxed in everything from blue jeans to cords to flowing robes. There was more than one captain in sight, lots of shorts and T-shirts, sandals, sneakers, loafers, bare feet. Unlike Boston University, the Jewish princesses from New York were not in evidence here, wearing expensive wools and cashmeres from Bergdorf's. This was strictly come as you are, and it was anything but neat. But there was an excitement about it, too, and she felt exhilarated as she looked around. It was an exhilaration which stayed with her once classes began, and into the next month, as she ran from one class to the other every day, and then dashed home to study all afternoon and all night. The only other place she ever saw was the library, and whenever possible she ate in her room or on the run. She had lost 6 pounds, which she didn't need to lose by the end of the first month. And the only good thing about the schedule she kept was that she didn't miss Harry quite as much as she had feared she would. For 3 years they had been almost joined at the hip, even though they attended different schools. And now suddenly he wasn't there, although he would call her at off hours. And on October 5th, she was in her room when someone knocked on the door and told her that there was a call on the pay phone for her. She figured it was her mother again, and she really didn't want to go downstairs. She had a quiz the next day on contract law, and she had a paper due in another course. Find out who it is. Can I call back? Okay. Just a sec. And then she came back again. It's from New York. Her mother again. I'll call back. He says you can't. He? Harry? Tana smiled. For him, she would even interrupt her work. I'll be right out. She grabbed a pair of rumpled jeans off the back of a chair and pulled them on as she ran to the phone. Hello? What the hell are you doing? Making it with some guy on the 14th floor? I've been sitting here for an hour, Ton. He sounded annoyed, and he also sounded drunk, to her practiced ear. She knew him well. I'm sorry. I was in my room, studying, and I thought it was my mom. No such luck. He sounded strangely serious. Are you in New York? She was smiling, happy to hear from him again. Yeah. I thought you weren't coming back till next month. I wasn't. I came back to see my uncle. Apparently, he thinks he needs my help. What uncle? Tana looked confused. Harry had never mentioned an uncle before. My Uncle Sam. Remember him, the guy on the posters in the ridiculous red and blue suit with a long white beard? He was definitely drunk, and she started to laugh, but the laughter faded on her lips. He was serious. Oh, my God. What the hell do you mean? I got drafted, Tom. Oh, shit. She closed her eyes. That was all they heard about. Vietnam. 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 Everyone had something to say about it. Kick the shit out of them. Stay out of it. Remember what happened to the French. Go to it. Stay home. Police action. War. It was impossible to know what was going on, but whatever it wasn't good. Why the hell did you come back? Why didn't you stay over there? I didn't want to do that. My father even offered to buy me out if he could, which I doubt. There are some things which even his Winslow money won't buy. But that's not my style, Tom. I don't know, maybe secretly I've wanted to go over there and make myself useful for a while. You're nuts. My God. You're worse than that. You could be killed. Don't you realize that? Harry, go back to France. She was shouting at him now, standing in an open corridor, shouting at Harry in New York. Why the hell don't you go to Canada or shoot yourself in the foot? Do something. Resist the draft. This is 1964, not 1941. Don't be so noble. There's nothing to be noble about, asshole. Go back. There were suddenly tears in her eyes, and she was afraid to ask what she wanted to know. But she had to. She had to know. Where are they sending you? San Francisco. Her heart soared. First, for about 5 hours. Want to meet me at the airport, Tom? We could have lunch or something. I have to go to some place called Fort Ord by 10 o'clock that night, and I arrive at 3. And somebody told me it was about a 2-hour drive from San Francisco. His voice trailed off. They were both thinking the same thing. And then what? Her voice was suddenly hoarse. Vietnam, I guess. Cute, huh? She suddenly sounded pissed. No, not cute, you dumb son of a bitch. You should have come to law school with me. Instead, you wanted to play and get yourself laid in every whorehouse in France. And now look at you. You're going to Vietnam to get your balls shot off. There were tears rolling down her face, and no one dared walk past her in the hall. You make it sound intriguing, anyway. You're a jerk. So what else is new? You fallen in love yet? Who has time? All I do is read. What time does your plane come in? 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be there. Thanks. He sounded so young again, on the last word. And when she saw him the next day, she thought he looked pale and tired. He didn't look as well as when she had seen him in June, and their brief visit was nervous and strained. She didn't know what to do with him. 5 hours wasn't very long. She took him to her Berkeley room, and then they drove into town for lunch in Chinatown, wandered around, and Harry kept looking at his watch. He had a bus to catch. He had decided not to rent a car to get to Fort Ord after all, but that shortened the time he had with her. They didn't laugh as much as usual, and they were both upset all afternoon. Harry, why are you doing this? You could have bought your way out. That's not my style, Ton. You must know that by now. And maybe, secretly, I think I'm doing the right thing. There's a patriotic part of me I didn't know I had. Tana felt her heart sink. That's not patriotism, for Christ's sake. It isn't our war. It horrified her that he had an out he wouldn't use. It was a side of him she had never seen. Easy-going Harry had grown up, and she saw a man in him she had never known before. He was stubborn and strong, and although what he was doing frightened him, it was clearly what he wanted to do. And I think it will be our war soon, Tom. But why you? They sat silently for a long time, and the day went too fast. She held him tight when they said goodbye, and she made him promise to call whenever he could. But that wasn't for another 6 weeks, and by then basic training was over. He'd been planning to come back to San Francisco to see her, but instead of going north, he was being sent south. I leave for San Diego tonight. It was Saturday. And Honolulu the beginning of the week. And she had midterm exams, so she couldn't just run down to San Diego for a day or two. Damn. Will you stay in Honolulu for a while? Apparently not. She sensed instantly that he wasn't telling her what she wanted to know. What does that mean? It means I'm being sent to Saigon by the end of next week. His voice sounded cold and hard, almost like steel, and it didn't sound like Harry at all. She wondered how this had happened to him, and it was something he had wondered himself every day for 6 weeks. Just lucky, I guess, he had said jokingly to his friends, but there was nothing to joke about, and you could have cut the air with a knife when they handed the assignments out. No one dared say anything to anyone, least of all those who had fared well, for fear that others had not, and Harry was one of the unlucky ones. It's a bitch, Ton, but there it is. Does your father know? I called last night. No one knows where he is. In Paris, they think he's in Rome. In Rome, they think he's in New York. I tried South Africa, and then I figured, fuck the son of a bitch. He'll find out sooner or later where I am. Why the hell didn't he have a father one could reach? Tana would even have called for him, but he'd always sounded like the kind of man she didn't want to know anyway. I wrote to him at the London address, and I left a message at the Pierre in New York. That's the best I can do. It's probably more than he deserves anyway. Harry, is there anything I can do? Say a prayer. He sounded as though he was serious, and she was shocked. This wasn't possible. Harry was her best friend, her brother, practically her twin, and they were sending him to Vietnam. She had a sense of panic she had never known before, and there was absolutely nothing she could do. Will you call me again before you leave? And from Honolulu? There were tears in her eyes. What if something happened to him? But nothing would. She gritted her teeth. She wouldn't even let herself think like that. Harry Winslow was invincible, and he belonged to her. He owned a piece of her heart. But she felt lost for the next few days, waiting constantly for his calls. There were 2 from San Diego before he left. Sorry I took so long. I was busy getting laid. Probably got the clap, but what the hell. He was drunk most of the time, and even more so in Hawaii. And he called her twice from there, too. And after that, he was gone. Into the silence, the jungles, and the abyss of Vietnam. She constantly imagined him in danger, and then began to get outrageous letters describing life in Saigon, the hookers, the drugs, the once lovely hotels, the exquisite girls, the constant use he had for his French, and she began to relax. Good old Harry. Nothing ever changed. From Cambridge to Saigon, he was the same. She managed to get through her exams, Thanksgiving, and the first 2 days of the Christmas holiday, which she was spending in her room with a 2-foot-tall stack of books, when someone came and pounded on her door at 7 o'clock one night. Call for you. Her mother had been calling her a lot, but Tana knew why, although neither of them ever admitted it. The holidays were difficult for Jean. Arthur never spent much time with her, and somehow she always hoped that he would. There were excuses and reasons, and parties where he just couldn't take her along. And Tana suspected that there were probably other women, too. And now there was Anne and her husband and her baby. And maybe Billy was there, too. And Jean just wasn't family, no matter how many years she'd been around. "I'll be right there," Tana called out, pulled on her bathrobe, and went to the phone. The hall was cold, and she knew it was foggy outside. It was rare for the fog to come this far east, but sometimes it did on particularly bad nights. "Hello?" She expected her mother's voice, and was shocked when she heard Harry's instead. He sounded hoarse and very tired, as though he'd been up all night, which was understandable if he was in town. His voice sounded exquisitely close. "Harry?" Tears instantly filled her eyes. "Harry, is that you?" "Hell yes, Ton." He almost growled at her, and she could almost feel the beard stubble on his face. "Where are you?" There was only a fraction of a pause. "Here. San Francisco." "When did you arrive? Christ, I'd have picked you up if I'd known." What a Christmas gift, having Harry back. "I just got in." It was a lie, but it was easier to say that than to explain why it had taken so long to call. "You sure didn't stay long, thank God." She was so grateful to hear his voice that she couldn't stop the tears. She was smiling and crying all at once. And at his end, so was he. He had never thought he would hear her voice again, and he loved her more than he ever had before. He wasn't even sure that he could hide it now. But he would have to, for her sake, and his own. "Why'd they let you come back so soon?" "I guess I gave them a bad time. The food stank, the girls had lice. Shit, I caught crabs twice, and the worst case of the clap I ever had." He tried to laugh, but it hurt too much. "You creep. Don't you ever behave yourself?" "Not if I have a choice." "So where are you now?" There was that pause again. "They're cleaning me up at Letterman." "Hospital?" "Yeah." "For the clap?" She said it so loud that two girls turned halfway down the hall, and she started to laugh. "No, you're impossible. You're the worst person I know, Harry Winslow the Fourth, or whoever the hell you are. Can I come and visit you, or will I get it too?" She was still laughing, and he still sounded tired and hoarse. "Just don't use my toilet seat." "Don't worry, I won't. I may not shake your hand either unless I see it boiled. God only knows where it's been." He smiled. It was so goddamn good to hear her voice. She looked at her watch. "Can I come over now?" "Don't you have anything better to do on a Saturday night?" "I was planning to make love to a stack of law books." "You're about as amusing as you used to be, I see." "Yeah, but I'm a lot smarter than you are, asshole, and nobody sent me to Vietnam." There was a strange, silent pause, and Harry wasn't smiling when he answered her. "Thank God, Ton." She felt strange as she heard his voice, and an odd feeling crept over her that sent chills up her spine. "Do you really want to come over tonight?" "Hell yes. You think I wouldn't come? I just don't want to catch the clap, that's all." He smiled. "I'll behave myself." But he had to say something to her before she came. It wasn't fair. "Ton." His voice caught on the words. He hadn't said anything to anyone yet. He hadn't even talked to his father yet. They hadn't been able to locate him anywhere, although Harry knew he'd be in Kstadt by the end of the week. He always spent Christmas there, whether Harry was there or not. Switzerland meant Christmas to him. "Ton, I've got a little more than a clap." An odd chill raced up her spine, and she closed her eyes. "Yeah, asshole? Like what?" She wanted to fight back the words, to make him laugh, to make him all right in case he was not. But it was too late to stop either the truth or the words. "I got a little bit shot up." She heard his voice crack and felt a sudden pain in her chest as she fought back a sob. "Oh, yeah? Why'd you go do a thing like that?" She was fighting back tears, and so was he. "Nothing better to do, I guess. The girls were really all dogs." His voice grew sad and soft. "Compared to you, Ton." "Jesus, they must have shot you in the brain." They both laughed a little bit, and she stood in her bare feet, feeling as though her whole body had turned to ice. "Letterman." "Right?" "Yeah." "I'll be there in half an hour." "Take your time. I'm not going anywhere." And he wouldn't be for quite a while. But Tana didn't know any of that as she pulled on her jeans, shoved her feet into shoes. She didn't even know which ones, pulled a black turtleneck over her head, dragged a comb through her hair, and yanked her pea-jacket off the foot of her bed. She had to get to him now, had to see what had happened to him. I got a little bit shot up. It was all she could hear again and again in her head as she took the bus into town, and then found a cab to take her to Letterman Hospital in the Presidio. It was twice as long as she had said it would be, but she had run like hell, and 55 minutes after she hung up, she walked into the hospital and asked for Harry's room. The woman at the reception desk asked Tana what department he was in, and she had a strong urge to say, the department for the clap, but she wasn't feeling funny now, and she felt even less so, as she ran down the halls labeled neurosurgery, praying that he was all right. Her face was so pale it was almost gray, but so was his when she walked into the room. There was a respirator standing by, and he was lying flat on a bed with a mirror overhead. There were racks and tubes, and a nurse watching over him. She thought he was paralyzed at first. Absolutely nothing moved. And then she saw him move a hand, and tears filled her eyes. But she had been half right, anyway. He was paralyzed from the waist down. He had been shot in the spine, as he explained to her that night, as tears filled his eyes. He could finally talk to her, cry with her, tell her how he felt. He felt like shit. He wanted to die. He had wanted to die ever since they brought him back. So this is it. He could hardly speak, and the tears ran down the sides of his face, down his neck, onto the sheets. I'll be in a wheelchair from now on. He was sobbing openly. He had thought he would never see her again, and suddenly there she was, so beautiful and so good and so blonde, just as she had always been. Everything was the same as it always had been here. No one knew about Vietnam here, about Saigon or Da Nang or the Viet Cong, whom you never even saw. They just shot you in the ass from their hiding place in a tree, and maybe they were only 9 years old, or just looked that way. But no one gave a damn about that here. Tana was watching him, trying not to cry. She was grateful he was alive. From the story he had told of lying face down in the mud in the driving rains in the jungle for 5 days, it was obviously a miracle that he was alive at all. So what if he could never walk again? He was alive, wasn't he? And the thing Miriam Blake had seen in her so long before began to surface now. That's what you get for screwing cheap whores, you jerk. Now, you can lie there if you want to, for a while, but I want you to know right now that I'm not going to put up with much of this. Got that? She stood up, and they were both unable to stop their tears, but she took his hand, and she held it fast. You're going to get off your ass and do something with yourself. Is that clear? He stared at her in disbelief, and the crazy thing was that she was serious. Is that clear? Her voice was shaking as her heart swelled. You know you're a crazy girl. Do you know that, Don? And you're a lazy son of a bitch. So don't get too excited about this lie-on-your-ass life of yours, because it's not going to last long. Got that, asshole? Yes, ma'am. He saluted her, and a few minutes later a nurse came in and gave him a shot for the pain, and Tana watched him drift off to sleep, holding his hand, as the tears coursed down her face, and she cried silently, whispering her prayers and her thanks. She watched him for hours, just holding his hand, and at last she kissed his cheek and his eyes, and she left the hospital. It was after midnight by then, and all she could think of as she took a bus back to Berkeley that night was, thank God he was alive. Thank God he hadn't died in that God-forsaken jungle, wherever the hell it was. Vietnam had a new meaning to her now. It was a place where people went to be killed. It wasn't just some place one read about, something to talk about between classes with professors or friends. It was real to her now. She knew exactly what it meant. It meant Harry Winslow would never walk again. And as she stepped off the bus in Berkeley that night, the tears still running down her cheeks, she jammed her hands in her pockets and walked back to her rented room, knowing that neither of them would ever be the same again. Chapter 9. Tana sat at his side for the next 2 days, and never moved, except to go home and get a few hours' sleep, bathe, change her clothes, and come back again, to hold his hand, talk to him when he was awake, about the years when he was at Harvard and she was at BU, the tandem bicycle they had, the vacations on Cape Cod. They kept him pretty doped up most of the time, but there were times when he was so lucid it hurt to look at him and to realize the thoughts going through his mind. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life paralyzed. He wanted to die, he told Tana again and again. And she screamed at him and called him a son of a bitch. But she was also afraid to leave him at night, for fear he would do something about it himself. She warned the nurses about how he felt, but they were used to it, and it didn't impress them much. They kept a close eye on him, and there were others who were worse off, like the boy down the hall who had lost both arms and his entire face when a 6-year-old boy had handed a hand grenade to him. On the morning of Christmas Eve, her mother called just before she left for the hospital. It was 10 o'clock in New York, and she had gone into the office for a few hours, and she thought she'd call Tana to see how she was. She had hoped right up until the last minute that Tana would change her mind and come home to spend Christmas with her. But Tana had insisted for months that there was no chance of that. She had stacks and stacks of work to do. And she said there wasn't even any point in Jean coming out. But it seemed a depressing way to spend the Christmas holidays. Almost as depressing as the way she was spending them herself. Arthur was having a family Christmas in Palm Beach with Anne and Billy and his son-in-law and the baby, and he hadn't included Jean. She understood, of course, that it would have been awkward for him. "So what are you up to, sweetheart?" Jean hadn't called her in 2 weeks. She was too depressed to call, and she didn't want Tana to hear it on the phone. At least, when Arthur was in New York over the holidays, there was some hope that he might stop by for a few hours. But this year she didn't even have that hope held out to her, and Tana was gone. "Studying as hard as you thought?" "Yes, no." She was still half asleep. She had stayed with Harry until 4 o'clock. His fever had suddenly shot up the night before, and she was afraid to leave him again. But at 4 in the morning the nurses had insisted she go home and get some sleep. It was going to be a long, hard climb for him, and if she burned herself out now, she wouldn't do him any good later on, when he needed her most. "I haven't been. At least not for the past 3 days. She almost groaned with fatigue as she sat down in the straight-backed chair they left near the phone. "Harry got back from Vietnam." Her eyes glazed as she thought of it. This would be the first time she had told anyone, and the thought of what there was to say made her sick. "You've been seeing him?" Jean sounded instantly annoyed. "I thought you had studying to do. If I thought you could take time off to play, Tana, I wouldn't be sitting here spending the Christmas holidays by myself. If you have time to play around with him, the least you could have—" "Stop it!" Tana suddenly shrieked in the empty hall. "Stop it! He's in Letterman. No one's playing around, for God's sake." There was silence at Jean's end. She had never heard Tana sound like that. There was a kind of hysterical desperation in her voice, and a frightening despair. "What's Letterman?" She imagined it was a hotel, but something instantly told her she was wrong. "The military hospital here. He was shot in the spine." She began to take in great gulps of air so she wouldn't cry, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. She cried all the time when she wasn't with him. She couldn't believe what had happened to him, and she nearly collapsed now in the chair, like a little child. "He's a paraplegic now, Mom. He may not even live. He got this terrible fever last night." She just sat there, crying, shaking from head to foot and unable to stop, but she had to let it out, as Jean stared at her office wall in shock, thinking about the boy she had seen so many times. He was so confident, almost debonair, if one could say that about a boy his age. He laughed all the time. He was funny and bright and irreverent, and he had annoyed her most of the time. And now she thanked God Tana hadn't married him. Imagine the life that would have been for her. "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry." "So am I." She sounded exactly as she had as a child when her puppy died, and it broke Jean's heart to listen to her. "And there's nothing I can do except sit there and watch." "You shouldn't be there. It puts too much strain on you." "I have to be there. Don't you understand?" Her voice was harsh. "I'm all he has." "What about his family?" "His father hasn't shown up yet, and he probably never will, the son of a bitch. And Harry's just lying there, barely hanging on." "Well, there's nothing you can do, and I don't think you should see something like that, Ton." Oh, no. She was belligerent now. What should I see, Mom? Dinner parties on the East Side, evenings in Greenwich with a Durning clan? That's the worst crock of crap I've ever heard. My best friend has just had his ass shot off in Vietnam, and you don't think I should do something like that? Just what do you think should happen to him, Mom? Should I cross him off my list because he can't dance anymore? Don't be so cynical, Tana. Jean Roberts sounded firm. Why the hell not? What kind of world do we live in, anyway? What's wrong with everyone? Why don't they see what we're getting into in Vietnam? Not to mention Sharon and Richard Blake and John Kennedy and everything else that was wrong with the world. That's not in your hands or mine. Why doesn't anyone care what we think, what I think, what Harry thinks? Why didn't anybody ask him before he went? She was sobbing again, and she couldn't go on. Get hold of yourself. Jean waited for a moment and then said, I think you should come home for the holidays, Ton, especially if you're going to spend them around the hospital with that boy. I can't come home now. Her voice was sharp, and suddenly there were tears in Jean's eyes. Why not? Now she sounded like the child. I don't want to leave Harry now. How can he mean that much to you? More than I do. He just does. Aren't you spending Christmas with Arthur anyway, or at least part of it? Tana blew her nose and wiped her eyes, but Jean shook her head at her end. Not this year, Ton. He's going to Palm Beach with the kids. And he didn't invite you? Tana sounded shocked. He was really the consummate, selfish son of a bitch. Second only to Harry's dad, perhaps. It would be awkward for him. Why? His wife's been dead for 8 years, and you're no secret anymore. Why couldn't he invite you? It doesn't matter. I have work to do here anyway. Yeah. It drove her nuts thinking about her mother's subservience and devotion to him. Work for him. Why don't you just tell him to jump in the lake one of these days, Mom? You're 45 years old. You could still find someone else. And no one could treat you worse than Arthur does. Tana, that's not true. She was instantly outraged. No? Then how come you're spending Christmas alone? Jean's tongue was quick and sharp. Because my daughter won't come home. Tana wanted to hang up in her face. Don't lay that trip on me, Mom. Don't talk to me like that. And it's true, isn't it? You want him around so there isn't any responsibility on you. Well, it doesn't always work like that. You may not choose to come home, but you can't pretend it's the right thing to do. I'm in law school, Mom. I'm 22 years old. I'm grown up. I can't be there for you all the time anymore. Well, neither can he. And his responsibilities are far more important than yours. She was crying softly now, and Tana shook her head. Her voice was calm when she spoke again. He's the one you should be mad at, Mom, not me. I'm sorry I can't be there for you, but I just can't. I understand. No, you don't. And I'm sorry about that, too. Jean sighed into the phone. I guess there's nothing we can do about it now. And I suppose you were doing the right thing. She sniffed. But please, sweetheart, don't spend all your time at the hospital. It's too depressing, and you can't do the boy any good. He'll pull out of it on his own. Her attitude made Tana sick, but she didn't say anything to her. Sure, Mom. They each had their own ideas, and neither of them was going to change any more. It was hopeless now. They had gone their own ways, and Jean knew it, too. She thought of how lucky Arthur was to still have his children around so much of the time. Anne always wanted his help, financially and otherwise, and her husband practically kissed Arthur's feet, and even Billy was living at home. It was wonderful for him, she thought as she hung up. It meant he never really had enough time for her. Between his business obligations, his old friends who had been too close to Marie to accept Jean, according to him anyway, and Billy and Anne, there was scarcely ever any time for her. And yet there was still something so special between them, and she knew there always would be. It was worth all the hours she spent alone, waiting for him. At least, that was what she told herself, as she straightened her desk and went home to her apartment, to stare into Tana's empty room. It looked so painfully neat, so empty and deserted now. So unlike the room she was living in Berkeley, where her things were spread all over the floor, as she rapidly gathered her things, desperate to get back to Harry again. She had called the hospital after she and her mother hung up, and they said his fever was up again.
He was asleep, and he had just had a shot, but she wanted to get back to him before he woke up again. And as she pulled a comb through her hair and climbed into her jeans, she thought of the things her mother had said. It was unfair of Jean to blame her loneliness on her. What right did she have to expect Tana to always be there for her? It was her mother's way of absolving Arthur of his responsibilities. For 16 years she had made excuses for him, to Tana, to herself, to her friends, to the girls at work. How many excuses could one make for the man? Tana grabbed her jacket off a hook and ran downstairs. It took her half an hour to cross the Bay Bridge on the bus, and another 20 minutes to get to Letterman, peacefully nestled in the Presidio. The traffic was worse than it had been in the past few days, but it was the morning of Christmas Eve, and she had expected it. She tried not to think of her mother as she got off the bus. She could take care of herself, at least, better than Harry could right now. That was all she could think about as she went up to his room on the 3rd floor and walked softly inside. He was still asleep, and the curtains were drawn. It was a brilliantly sunny winter day outside, but none of the bright light and cheer entered here. Everything was darkness and silence and gloom. She slipped quietly into a chair next to the bed and watched his face. He was deep in a heavy, drugged sleep, and he didn't stir for the next 2 hours. And finally, just to move around a little bit, she walked out into the hall and wandered up and down, trying not to look into rooms or see the hideous machinery everywhere, the stricken faces of parents coming to see their sons, or what was left of them, the bandages, the half-faces, severed limbs. It was almost more than she could stand, and she reached the end of the hall and took a deep breath, as suddenly she saw a man who literally took her breath away. He was the tallest, most handsome man she had ever seen. Tall, dark-haired, with brilliant blue eyes, a deep tan, broad shoulders, long, almost endless legs, an impeccably cut dark blue suit, and a camel's hair coat tossed over his arm. His shirt was so perfect and creamy white that it looked like something in an ad. Everything about him was beautiful and immaculate and magnificently groomed. He wore a crest ring on his left hand and a troubled look in his eyes, and he stood watching her for a fraction of an instant, just as she stood watching him. "Do you know where the neurosurgical area is?" She nodded, feeling childlike and stupid at first, and then shyly smiled at him. "Yes, it's down this hall." She pointed in the direction she had come, and he smiled, but only with his mouth, not with his eyes. There was something desperately sad about the man, as though he had just lost the one thing he cared about. And he had, or almost. But Tana found herself wondering why he was there. He looked about 50 years old, although he seemed youthful for his age, and he was certainly the most striking man she had ever seen. The dark hair, peppered with gray, made him look even more handsome as he walked swiftly past her and down the hall, and she followed slowly back the way she had come, and saw him turn left in the direction of the nurses' station that they were all so dependent on. Her thoughts turned back to Harry then, and she realized that she had better get back. She hadn't been gone long, but he might have woken up, and there were a lot of things she wanted to say to him, things she had thought about all night, ideas that she had about what they could do now. She had meant what she'd said. She wasn't going to just let him lie on his ass. He had his whole life ahead of him. 2 of the nurses smiled at her as she walked past where they stood, and she walked on tiptoe into Harry's room. The room was still dim, and the sun was going down outside anyway, and she instantly saw that Harry was awake. He looked groggy, but he recognized her, and he didn't smile. Their eyes met and held, and she felt suddenly strange as she entered the room, as though something was wrong, something more than had been wrong before, as though that could even be. Her eyes swept the room as though searching for a clue, and she found him standing there in a corner, looking grim, the handsome man with the gray hair in the dark blue suit, and she almost jumped. It had never occurred to her. And now suddenly she knew. Harrison Winslow III, Harry's father. He had finally come. "Hi, Ton." Harry looked unhappy and uncomfortable. It was easier before his father had come. Now he had to deal with him and his grief, too. Tana was so much easier to have around. She always understood how he felt. His father never had. "How do you feel?" For an instant they both ignored the older man, as though deriving strength from each other first. Tana didn't even know what to say to him. "I'm okay." But he looked a lot less than that, and then he looked from her to the well-dressed man. "Father, this is Tana Roberts, my friend." The elder Winslow said very little, but he held out his hand. He almost looked at her as though she were an intrusion. He wanted the details of how Harry had gotten there. He had reached London from South Africa the day before, had gotten the telegrams that were waiting for him, and had flown to San Francisco at once, but he hadn't realized until he arrived what the full implications were. He was still reeling from the shock. Harry had just told him that he would be confined to a wheelchair for life, before Tana walked into the room. He hadn't wasted much time in telling him, and he hadn't been gentle or kind. But he didn't have to be, as far as he was concerned. They were his legs, and if they weren't going to work anymore, that was his problem, no one else's, and he could talk about it any way he wanted to. And he wasn't mincing words just then. "Ton, this is my father, Harrison Winslow." A sarcastic tone came into his voice. "The third." Nothing between them had changed, not even now, and his father looked chagrined. "Would you like to be alone?" Tana's eyes went back and forth between the two men, and it was easy to read that Harry would not, and his father would prefer that they were. "I'll go get a cup of tea." She glanced at his father with a cautious glance. "Would you like some too?" He hesitated and then nodded his head. "Yes, thanks, very much." He smiled, and it was impossible not to notice how devastatingly handsome he was, even here, in a hospital, in his son's room, listening to bad news. There was an incredible depth to the blue eyes, a strength about the chiseled jawline, something both gentle and decisive about his hands. It was difficult to see him as the villain Harry had described, but she had to take Harry's word for it. Yet sudden doubts began to come to mind as she took her time going to the cafeteria to get their tea. She returned in slightly less than half an hour, wondering if she should leave and come back the following day, or later that night. She had all that studying to do anyway, but there was a dogged look in Harry's eyes when she returned, as though he wanted to be rescued from his father. And the nurse saw it too when she came in, and not knowing what was causing Harry's distress, or who, in a little while she asked them both to leave. Tana bent to kiss Harry goodbye, and he whispered in her ear, "Come back tonight, if you can." "Okay." She kissed his cheek and made a mental note to call the nurses first. But it was Christmas Eve, after all, and she thought maybe he didn't want to be alone. She wondered, too, if he and his father had just had an argument. His father glanced back over his shoulder at him, sighed unhappily as they left the room and walked down the hall. His head was bowed as he stared at his highly polished shoes, and Tana was afraid to say anything. And she felt like a total slob in her scuffed loafers and jeans. But she hadn't expected to meet anyone there, least of all the legendary Harrison Winslow III. She was even more startled when he suddenly turned to her. "How does he seem to you?" Tana took a sharp breath. "I don't know yet. It's too soon. I think he's still in shock." Harrison Winslow nodded. So was he. He had spoken to the doctor before coming upstairs, and there was absolutely nothing they could do. Harry's spinal cord had been so badly damaged The neurosurgeon had explained that he would never walk again. They had made some repairs, and there would be more surgery in the next 6 months, and there were some things about which he was very pleased. They had told Harry as much, but it was too soon for it all to have set in. The best news of all was that he would be able to make love, with some instruction, but that part of his nervous system still functioned to a degree, and although he wouldn't have complete feeling or total control, he still had a considerable amount of sensation there. He could even have a family, the doctor told his father as he stared, but there were other things that he would never do, like walk or dance or run or ski. Tears filled the father's eyes as he thought of it, and then he remembered the girl walking along at his side. She was pretty. He had noticed her when he first saw her walking down the hall, and had been struck by the lovely face, the big green eyes, the graceful way she moved, and had been surprised to see her walk into Harry's room. "I take it you and Harry are close friends?" It was odd. Harry had never mentioned the girl to him, but Harry never mentioned anything to him anyway. "We are. We've been friends for 4 years. He decided not to beat around the bush as they stood in the lobby of Letterman Hospital, but he wanted to know what he was up against, and maybe this was the time to find out. Just how involved was Harry with this girl? Another casual affair, a hidden love, maybe even hidden wife? He had Harry's financial affairs to think of, too, even if the boy wasn't sophisticated enough yet to protect himself. "Are you in love with him?" His eyes bore into hers, and she was momentarily stunned. No, that is," she wasn't sure why he had asked. "I love him very much, but I'm not involved with him physically, if that's what you mean." She flushed to the roots of her hair to be explaining that to him, and he smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry to even ask you a thing like that, but if you know Harry well, you know how he is. I never know what the hell is going on, and I assume that one of these days I'll arrive and find out that he has a wife and 3 kids. Tana laughed. It was unlikely, but not impossible. More likely 3 mistresses. And she suddenly realized that she was finding it difficult to dislike him as much as Harry would want her to. In fact, she wasn't sure she disliked him at all. He was obviously powerful and not afraid to ask what he wanted to know. He looked her over now, glanced at his watch and at the limousine waiting at the curb outside for him. "Would you come to have a cup of coffee with me somewhere? At my hotel, perhaps? I'm staying at the Stanford Court, but I could have the driver take you back to wherever you like afterwards. Does that sound all right?" Actually, it sounded faintly traitorous to her, but she didn't know what to say to him. The poor man had been through a lot, too, and he had come an awfully long way. I really should get back. I have an awful lot of studying to do." She blushed, and he looked hurt, and suddenly she was sorry for him. As elegant and dashing as he was, there was at the same time something vulnerable about him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude. It's just—" "I know." He looked at her with a rueful smile that melted her heart. "He's told you what a bastard I am. But it's Christmas Eve, you know. It might do us both good to go and talk for a while. I've had a hell of a shock, and you must have, too." She nodded sadly and followed him to the car. The driver opened the door, and she got in, and Harrison Winslow sat next to her on the gray velvet seat. He looked pensive as the city slid by, and it seemed moments later when they reached Nob Hill and drove down the east face of it, turning sharply into the courtyard of the Stanford Court. "Harry and I have had a rough time of it over the years. Somehow we never managed to hit it off." He almost seemed to be talking to himself as she watched his face. He didn't look as ruthless as Harry had described. In fact, he didn't look ruthless at all. He looked lonely and sad, and he seemed very much alone. Harrison looked pointedly at Tana then. You're a beautiful girl. Inside as well, I suspect. Harry is lucky to have you as a friend. And the oddest thing about her was something Harry couldn't really have known. She looked so much like his mother at the same age. It was uncanny as Harrison watched her step lightly out of the car, and he followed her into the hotel. They went to the Potpourri restaurant and slid into a booth. He seemed to be constantly watching her, as though trying to understand who she was and what she meant to his son. He found it difficult to believe that she was only his friend, as she claimed, and yet she was insistent about that as they talked, and she had no reason to lie to him. Tana smiled as she watched his eyes. My mother feels the same way about it that you do, Mr. Winslow. She keeps telling me that boys and girls can't be friends, and I tell her she's wrong. That's exactly what Harry and I are. He's my best friend in the whole world. He's like a brother to me. Her eyes filled with tears, and she looked away, thinking of what had happened to him. I'll do anything I can to help make him all right again. She looked at Harrison Winslow defiantly, not angry at him, but at the fate which had crippled his son. I will. You'll see. I won't just let him lie there on his ass. She blushed at the word, but went on. I'm going to get him up and moving and giving a damn again. She looked at him strangely then. I have an idea, but I have to talk to Harry about it first. He was intrigued. Maybe she had designs on the boy after all, but he didn't think that would be so bad now. Aside from being pretty, she was obviously bright, and the girl had a hell of a lot of spunk. When she spoke, her eyes lit up like green fire, and he knew that she meant everything she said. What kind of idea? He was intrigued by her, and if he hadn't been so worried about his son, he would have been amused. She hesitated. He'd probably think she was crazy, particularly if he was as unambitious as Harry said. I don't know. It probably sounds crazy to you, but I thought... I don't know. It was embarrassing admitting it to him. I thought that maybe I could get him to go to law school with me. Even if he never uses it, it would be good for him, especially now. Are you serious? There were laugh lines coming to light beside Harrison Winslow's eyes. Law school? My son? He patted her hand with a grin. She was an amazing child, a little ball of fire, but he wouldn't put anything past this girl, including that. If you can talk him into that, especially now, his face sobered rapidly, you really would be even more remarkable than I think you are. I'm going to give it a try when he's well enough to listen to me. That'll be a while, I'm afraid. They both nodded silently, and in the silence heard someone singing carols outside, and then suddenly Tana looked at him. Why do you see so little of him? She had to ask. She had nothing to lose, and if he got angry with her, she could always leave. He couldn't do anything to her, but he didn't actually look upset as he gazed into her eyes. Honestly, because Harry and I have been a lost cause until now. I tried for a long, long time, but I never got anywhere. He's hated me ever since he was a small boy, and it's only gotten worse over the years. There was no point inflicting new wounds after a while. It's a big world. I have a lot to do. He has his own life to lead. Tears flooded his eyes, and he looked away. Or at least he did. Until now. She reached across the table and touched his hand. He will again. I promise you. If he lives. Oh, God. If he lives. Please, God, don't let him die. Tears flooded her eyes, too, and she brushed them from her cheeks. He's so wonderful, Mr. Winslow. He's the best friend I've ever had. I wish I could say the same. He looked sad. We're almost strangers by now. I felt like an intruder in his room today. Maybe that's because I was there. I should have left you two alone. It wouldn't make any difference anymore. It's gone too far for too long. We're strangers now. You don't have to be. She was talking to him as though she knew the man, and somehow he didn't seem so impressive anymore, no matter how worldly or debonair or handsome or sophisticated he was. He was only another human being with a devastating problem on his hands. A very sick son. You could make friends with him now. Harrison Winslow shook his head, and after a moment he smiled at her. He thought Tana a remarkably beautiful girl, and he suddenly wondered again exactly what the story was between Harry and this girl. His son was too much of a libertine, in his own way, to let an opportunity like this pass him by. Unless he cared about her even more than she knew. Maybe that was it. Maybe Harry was in love with her. He had to be. It couldn't be what she said it was between them. It seemed impossible to him. It's too late, my friend. Much, much too late. And in his eyes my sins are unforgivable. He sighed. I suppose I'd feel the same way in his shoes. He looked unwaveringly at her now. He thinks I killed his mother, you know. She committed suicide when he was 4. She almost choked on her words. I know. And the look in his eyes was devastating. Raw pain that still lived in his soul. His love for her had never died, nor had his love for their son. She was dying of cancer, and she didn't want anyone to know. In the end, it would have disfigured her, and she couldn't have tolerated that. She'd already had 2 operations before she died, and he almost stopped, but went on. It was terrible for her, for all of us. Harry knew she was sick then, but he doesn't remember it now. It doesn't matter anyway. She couldn't live with the operations, the pain, and I couldn't bear to watch her suffer. What she did was a terrible thing, but I always understood. She was so young, so beautiful. She was very much like you, in fact, and almost a child herself. He wasn't ashamed of the tears in his eyes, and Tana looked at him, horrified. Why doesn't Harry know? She made me promise I'd never tell. He sat back against the banquette as though he'd been punched. The feeling of despair over her death never really went away. He had tried to run away from it for years, with Harry at first, with women, with girls, with anyone, and finally by himself. He was 52 years old, and he had discovered that there was only so far he could run, and he couldn't run that far anymore. The memories were there, the sorrow, the loss, and now Harry might go too. He couldn't bear the thought as he looked at this lovely young girl, so full of life, so filled with hope. It was almost impossible to explain it all to her. It was all so long ago. People felt differently about cancer then. It was almost as though one had to be ashamed of it. I didn't agree with her at the time, but she was adamant that Harry not know. She left me a very long letter at the time. She took an overdose of pills when I went to Boston overnight to see my great-aunt. She wanted Harry to think her flighty and beautiful and romantic, but not riddled with disease. And so she went. She's a heroine to him. He smiled sadly at Tana, and she was to me. It was a sad way to die, but the other way would have been so much worse. I never blamed her for what she did. And you let him think it was your fault. She was horrified, and her green eyes were huge in her face. I never realized he would, and by the time I understood, it was already too late. I ran around a great deal when he was a child, as though I could flee from the pain of losing her. But it doesn't really work that way. It follows you like a mangy dog, always waiting outside your room when you wake up, pawing at the door, whining at your feet, no matter how dressed up and charming and busy you are, how many friends you surround yourself with. It's always there, nipping at your heels, gnawing at your cuffs. And so it was. But by the time Harry was 8 or 9, he had come to his own conclusions about me, and he got so hateful for a while that I put him into boarding school. And he decided to stay. And then I had nothing at all, so I ran even harder than before. And he shrugged philosophically. She died almost 20 years ago, and here we are. She died in January. His eyes looked vague for a moment, and then focused on Tana again, but that didn't help. She looked too much like her anyway. It was like looking into the past, just seeing her. And now Harry is in this awful mess. Life is so rotten and so strange, isn't it? She nodded. There wasn't much she could say. He had given her a great deal to think about. I think you should say something to him. About what? About how his mother died. I couldn't do that. I made a promise to her. To myself. It would be self-serving to tell him now. Then why tell me? She was shocked at herself, at the anger in her voice, at what she felt, at the waste people allowed in their lives, lost moments in which they could have loved each other, like this man and his son. They had wasted so many years they could have shared. And Harry needed him now. He needed everyone. Harrison looked apologetically at her. I suppose I shouldn't have told you all that. But I needed to talk to someone, and you're so close to him. He looked at her point blank. I wanted you to know that I love my son. There was a lump in her throat the size of a fist, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to slap him or kiss him, or perhaps both. She had never felt that way about any man before. Why the hell don't you tell him yourself? It wouldn't do any good. It might. Maybe this is the time. He looked at her pensively, and then down at his hands, and then finally into her green eyes again. Perhaps it is. I don't know him, though. I wouldn't know where to begin. Just like that, Mr. Winslow. Just the way you said it to me. He smiled at her, and he suddenly looked very tired. What makes you so wise, little girl? She smiled at him, and she felt an incredible warmth emanating from him. He was a lot like Harry in some ways, and yet he was more, and she realized with a pang of embarrassment that she was attracted to him. It was as though all the senses that had been deadened for years, ever since the rape, had suddenly come alive again. And what were you thinking just then? She flushed pink and shook her head. Something that had nothing to do with all this. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I haven't slept for a few days. I'll get you home so you can get some rest. He signaled for the check, and when it came, he looked at her with a gentle smile, and she felt a longing for the father she had never had, or even known. This was the kind of man she would have wanted Andy Roberts to have been, not Arthur Durning, who breezed in and out of her mother's life when it suited him. This man was a great deal less selfish than Harry had wanted her to believe, or insisted on believing himself. He had put a lot of energy into hating this man over the years, and Tana knew instinctively now that he had been wrong, very wrong. And she wondered if Harrison was right, if it was too late. Thank you for talking to me, Tana. Harry is lucky to have you as his friend. I've been lucky to have him. He put a $20 bill under the check and looked at her again. Are you an only child? He suspected that about her, and she nodded with a smile. Yes. And I never knew my father. He died before I was born, in the war. It was something she had said 10,000 times in her life, but it seemed to have new meaning now. Everything did, and she didn't understand what that meant or why. Something strange was happening to her as she sat with this man, and she wondered if it was just because she was so tired. She let him walk her back to his car, and he surprised her by getting in with her, rather than letting the driver take her home. "I'll ride with you." "You really don't need to do that." "I have nothing else to do. I'm here to see Harry, and I think he's better off resting for the next few hours." She agreed with him, and they chatted on the drive across the bridge. He mentioned that he had never been to San Francisco before. He found it an attractive place, but he seemed distracted as they drove along. She assumed he was thinking about his son, but he was actually thinking about her, and he shook her hand when they arrived. "I'll see you at the hospital again. If you need a ride, just call the hotel, and I'll send the car for you." She had mentioned that she'd been taking the bus back and forth, and that worried him. She was young, after all, and pretty, and anything could have happened to her. "Thank you for everything, Mr. Winslow." "Harrison." He smiled at her, and he looked exactly like Harry when he smiled. Not quite as mischievous, but there was a sparkle there, too. "I'll see you soon. Get some rest now." He waved, and the limousine drove off, as she slowly climbed the stairs, thinking of all he had said. How unfair life was at times. She fell asleep, thinking of Harrison, and Harry, and Vietnam, and the woman who had killed herself, and in Tana's dream she had no face, and when she awoke it was dark, and she sat up with a start and couldn't catch her breath in the tiny room. She glanced at the clock, and it was 9 o'clock, and she wondered how Harry was. She went to the payphone and called and discovered that the fever was down. He had been awake for a while, and now he was dozing again, but he hadn't gone to bed for the night. They hadn't given him his sleeping medicine yet, and they probably wouldn't for a while. And suddenly, as Tana heard caroling outside, she realized that it was Christmas Eve, and Harry needed her. She showered quickly and decided to dress for him. She wore a pretty white knit dress, high-heeled shoes, and put on a red coat and a scarf that she hadn't worn since the winter before in New York, and thought she would never wear here. But somehow it all looked and felt Christmassy, and she thought that might be important to him. She put on some perfume, brushed her hair, and rode back into town on the bus, thinking of his father again. It was 10:30 at night when she arrived at Letterman, and there was a sleepy holiday air about it all. Little trees with blinking lights, plastic Santa Clauses here and there. But no one seemed to be in a particularly holiday mood. There were too many desperately serious things going on. And when she reached his room, she knocked softly and tiptoed in, expecting him to be asleep. And instead, he was lying there, staring at the wall, with tears in his eyes. He started when he saw her, and he didn't even smile. "I'm dying, aren't I?" She was shocked at his words, at his tone, at the lifeless look in his eyes, and she suddenly frowned and approached the bed. "Not unless you want to die." She knew she had to be blunt with him. "It's pretty much up to you." She stood very close to him, looking into his eyes, and he did not reach for her hand. "That's a dumb thing to say. It wasn't my idea to get shot in the ass." "Sure it was." She sounded nonchalant, and for a moment he looked pissed. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "That you could have gone to school, and you decided to play instead. So you got the short end of the stick. You gambled, and you lost." "Yeah. Only I didn't lose $10. I lost my legs. Not exactly small stakes." "Looks like they're still there to me." She glanced down at the useless limbs, and he almost snarled at her. "Don't be an ass. What good are they now?" "You've got them, and you're alive, and there's plenty you can still do. And according to the nurses, you can still get it up." She had never been so blunt with him, and it was a hell of a speech for Christmas Eve, but she knew it was time to start pushing him, especially if he thought he was going to die. Hell, look at the bright side. You might even get the clap again. You make me sick. He turned away, and without thinking, she grabbed Eddie's arm, and he turned to look at her again. Look, damn it, you make me sick. Half the boys in your platoon were killed, and you're alive. So don't lie there whining at what you don't have. Think of what you do. Your life isn't over unless you want it to be. And I don't want it to be. Tears stung her eyes. I want you to get off that dead ass of yours if I have to drag you by the hair for the next 10 years to make you get up and live again. Is that clear? The tears were pouring down her cheeks. I'm not going to let go of you. Never. Do you understand that? And slowly, she saw a smile dawn in his eyes. You're a crazy broad. Do you know that, Ton? Yeah, well, maybe I am. But you'll find out just how crazy I am until you start making life easier for both of us by doing something with yourself. She wiped the tears from her cheeks, and he grinned at her, and for the first time in days, he looked like the Harry she knew. You know what it is? What? She looked confused. It was the most emotional few days of her life, and she had never felt so overwrought as she did now. It's all that sexual energy you've got pent up. That's what gives you all this oomph to put into everything else. It makes you a real pain in the neck sometimes. Thanks. Anytime. He grinned and closed his eyes for a minute, and then he opened them again. What are you all dressed up for? Going someplace? Yes. Here. To see you. It's Christmas Eve. Her eyes softened, and she smiled at him. Welcome back to the human race. I liked what you said before. He was still smiling, and Tana could see that the tides had turned. If he hung on to the will to live, he'd be all right. Relatively. That was what the neurosurgeon had said. What did I say? You mean about booting you in the ass and making something of yourself? It's about time. She looked pleased. No, about getting it up and getting the clap again. Shit. She looked at him with total contempt, and one of the nurses walked in, and they started to laugh. And suddenly, for just a minute, it was just like old times. And then Harry's father walked into the room, and they both looked like nervous kids, and the laughter stopped, and Harrison Winslow smiled. He wanted so desperately to make friends with his son, and he already knew how much he liked the girl. Don't let me spoil your fun. What was that all about? Tana blushed. It was difficult talking to someone as cosmopolitan as he was, but she had talked to him all afternoon, after all. Your son was being as rude as he usually is. That's nothing new. Harrison sat down in one of the room's 2 chairs and glanced at them both. Although you'd think on Christmas Eve he could make an effort to be a little more polite. Actually, he was talking about the nurses, and Harry blushed and began to object. Tana laughed, and suddenly Harry's father was laughing too. There was something very tenuous in the room, and none of them looked totally at ease, but they chatted for half an hour, and then Harry began to look tired, and Tana stood up. I just came to give you a Christmas kiss. I didn't even think you'd be awake. Neither did I. Harrison Winslow stood up too. We'll come back tomorrow, son. He was watching Harry look at her, and he thought he understood. She was innocent of what Harry felt for her, and for some reason he was keeping it a secret from her, and Harrison couldn't understand why. There was a mystery here which made no sense to him. He looked at his son again. Do you need anything before we leave? Harry looked sad for a long moment and then shook his head. He needed something, but it was nothing they had to give. The gift of his legs. And his father understood and gently touched his arm. See you tomorrow, son. Good night. Harry's greeting to his father wasn't warm, but his eyes lit up when he looked at the beautiful blonde. Behave yourself, Ton. Why should I? You don't. She grinned and blew him a kiss as she whispered, Merry Christmas, asshole. He laughed, and she followed his father out into the hall. I thought he looked better, didn't you? They were becoming friends over the disaster that had befallen his son. I did. I think he's over the worst. Now it's just going to be a long, slow climb back uphill. Harrison nodded, and they took the elevator downstairs again. There was a familiarity to it now, as if they had done this dozens of times before, when actually it had only been once. But their talk that afternoon had brought them much closer, and Harrison held the door open for her now, as she saw that the same silver limousine was there. Would you like something to eat? She started to say no, and then realized that she hadn't had dinner yet. She had been thinking about going to midnight mass, but she didn't really want to go alone. She looked at him, wondering if it would mean something to him, too, particularly now. I might. Could I interest you in midnight mass afterwards? He looked very serious as he nodded his head, and Tana was struck once again by how handsome he was. They went out for a quick hamburger and chatted about Harry and their Cambridge days. She told Harrison some of the more outrageous things they'd done, and he laughed with her, still puzzled by the odd relationship they shared. Like Jane, he couldn't quite figure them out. And then they went off to midnight mass, and tears streamed down Tana's cheeks as they sang Silent Night. She was thinking of Sharon, her beloved friend, and Harry, and how lucky he was to be alive. And when she glanced over at his father, standing tall and proud at her side, she saw that he was crying too. He discreetly blew his nose when they sat down, and as he took her back to Berkeley afterwards, she noticed how comfortable it was just being with him. She was almost dozing as they rode along. She was desperately tired. What are you doing tomorrow? Seeing Harry, I guess. And one of these days I've got a lot of studying to do. She had all but forgotten it in the past few days. Could I take you to lunch before you go to the hospital? She was touched that he would ask, and she accepted, worrying instantly what she should wear as soon as she stepped out of the car. But she didn't even have time to think of it when she got back to her room. She was so exhausted that she peeled off her clothes, dropped them on the floor, climbed into bed, and was instantly dead to the world. Unlike her mother in New York, who had been awake, sitting lonely in a chair and crying all night. Donna had not called, nor had Arthur in Palm Beach, and she had spent the entire night wrestling with the darker side of her soul, contemplating something she would never have thought she would do. She had gone to midnight mass, as she and Tana used to do, and at 1:30 she came home and watched a little late-night TV. By 2 o'clock, the most desperate loneliness she had ever felt in her life had set in. She was riveted to her seat, unable to move, almost unable to breathe. And for the first time in her life, she began to think of committing suicide, and by 3 o'clock it was an almost impossible urge to resist. Half an hour later, she went into her bathroom and got out a bottle of sleeping pills she never used, and, trembling, she forced herself to put them down. She wanted to take them more than she had ever wanted to do anything in her life, and at the same time she did not. She wanted someone to stop her, to tell her everything would be all right. But who could tell her that now? Tana was gone, and would probably never live at home again. And Arthur had his own life. He only included her when it suited him, and never when she needed him. Tana was right about that. but it hurt her too much to admit it to her. Instead, she defended everything he did, and these miserable, selfish kids, that bitch Anne, who was always so rude to her, and Billy. He had been so sweet as a boy, but now he seemed to be drunk all the time. And Jean wondered if Tana was right, if he wasn't the kind of young man she had always thought he was. But if that was true, the memory of what Tana had said 4 years before came crashing down on her now. What if it were true? If she hadn't believed? It was almost more than she could bear. It was as if her whole life were crashing in on her tonight, and she couldn't bear it, as she sat staring longingly at the pills she held in her hand. It seemed the only thing left to do, and she wondered what Tana would think when they called her in California to tell her the news. She wondered who would find her body. The superintendent, maybe. One of her co-workers. If they waited for Arthur to find her, it could take weeks. It was even more depressing to realize that there wasn't even anyone left who would discover her soon. She thought of writing Tana a note, but that seemed so melodramatic, and there was nothing left to say, except how much she had loved her child, how hard she had tried. She cried as she thought of Tana growing up, the tiny apartment they had shared, meeting Arthur, hoping that he would marry her. Her whole life seemed to be flashing before her eyes as she clutched the vial of sleeping pills, and the night ground agonizingly by. She didn't even know what time it was when the phone finally rang. It was 5 a.m., and Jean was shocked when she saw the clock. She wondered if it was Tana. Maybe her friend had died. With a shaking hand, she lifted the phone, and at first she didn't recognize the voice that identified itself as John. John? John York, Anne's husband. We're in Palm Beach. Oh, of course. But she was still stunned, and the emotions of the night had left her drained. She quietly set down the bottle of pills. She could attend to them afterwards. She couldn't understand why they would be calling her, but John York was quick to explain. It's Arthur. Anne thought I should call. He's had a heart attack. Oh, my God. She could feel her heart pound in her breast, and she was suddenly crying into the phone. Is he all right? Is he... did... He's all right now, but it was pretty bad for a while. It happened a few hours ago, and it's still touch and go, which is why Anne thought I should call. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Here she had been thinking of taking her own life, and Arthur had almost died. What if she had... She almost shuddered at the thought. Where is he now? At Mercy Hospital. Anne thought you might want to come down. Of course. She jumped to her feet, still holding the phone, grabbed a pencil, a pad, knocking over the vial of pills, and as they fell to the floor, she stood looking at them. She was herself again. It was incredible to think what she might have done, and he needed her now. Thank God she hadn't done it after all. Give me the details, John. I'll catch the next plane. She scribbled a name and address of the hospital, jotted his room number down, asked if there was anything they would need, and a moment later set down the phone, closed her eyes, thinking of him. And when she opened them, there were tears on her cheeks, thinking of Arthur and what might have been. Chapter 10. Harrison Winslow sent the car to Berkeley to pick Tana up at noon the next day, and they went to Trader Vic's for lunch. The atmosphere was festive, and the food was good. He had been told at the hotel that it would be an appropriate place to go, and he enjoyed her company almost too much as they chatted again, about Harry, but other things as well. He was impressed by how bright she was, and she told him about Freeman Blake and her friend who had died, and Miriam who had influenced her to go to law school. I just hope I survive. It's even harder than I thought it would be. She smiled. And you really think Harry could do something like that? He can do anything he wants to do. The trouble is, he'd rather fool around. She blushed, and he laughed. I agree with you. He does like to fool around. He thinks it's congenital. But actually, I was a lot more serious than he in my youth, and my father was a very scholarly man. He even wrote 2 books on philosophy. They chatted on for a while, and it was the most pleasant interlude Tana had spent in a long, long time. She looked guiltily at her watch eventually, and they hurried off to the hospital, bringing Harry a bag of fortune cookies. Tana had insisted on bringing him a drink. They brought him a huge scorpion with a gardenia floating in it, and he took a long sip and grinned. Merry Christmas to you, too. But she could see that he didn't look pleased that she and his father had made friends. And finally, when his father left the room and went downstairs to make a call, he glared at her. What are you looking so pleasant about? It was good for him to be mad. She didn't mind. It would help bring him back to life. You know how I feel about him, Ton. Don't let him do a snow job on you. He's not. He wouldn't be here if he didn't care about you. Don't be so goddamn stubborn, and give him a chance. Oh, for Christ's sake. He'd have walked out of the room and slammed the door if he could. What a crock of shit that is. Is that what he's been telling you? She couldn't tell him all that Harrison had been telling her because she knew he wouldn't want her to. But she also knew by now how he felt about his son, and she was convinced of his sincerity. She was growing fonder of him by the hour, and she wished Harry would try to be more open to him. He's a decent man. Give him a chance. He's a son of a bitch, and I hate his guts. And with that, Harrison Winslow walked into the room, just in time to hear Harry's words, and Tana went pale. The 3 looked at each other, and Harrison was quick to reassure her. That's not the first time I've heard that, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Harry turned in his bed to snarl at him. Why the hell didn't you knock? Does it bother you that I heard? So what? You've said it to me before, usually to my face. Are you getting more discreet now, or less courageous? There was an edge to the older man's voice, and a fire in Harry's eyes. You know what I think of you. You were never there when I needed you. You were always somewhere goddamn else, with some girl in some spa, or on some mountain top with your friends. He turned away. I don't want to talk about it. Yes, you do. He pulled up a chair and sat down. And so do I. You're right. I wasn't there. And neither were you. You were in the boarding schools you chose to be in, and you were a goddamn impossible little snot every time I laid eyes on you. Why shouldn't I have been? That was a decision you made, and you never gave me a chance from the time your mother died. I knew by the time you were 6 that you hated me. I could accept it at the time. But you know, at your age, Harry, I would have thought that you would have gotten a little smarter by now, or at least more compassionate. I'm not really as bad as you like to think, you know. Tana tried to fade into the wall. It was embarrassing being there. But neither of them seemed to mind. And as she listened, she realized that she had forgotten to call her mother again. She made a mental note to do it as soon as she left the hospital, maybe even from one of the phones downstairs. But she couldn't leave the room now, with World War III going on. Harry stared angrily at his father now. Why the hell did you come here, anyway? Because you're my son, the only one I've got. Do you want me to leave? Harrison Winslow quietly stood up, and his voice was low when he spoke. I'll leave any time you like. I will not inflict myself on you, but I will also not allow you to continue to delude yourself that I don't give a damn about you. That's a very nice fairy tale, poor little rich boy and all that. But in the words of your friend here, it's a crock. I happen to love you very much." His voice cracked, but he went on anyway, struggling with the emotions and the words, and Tana's heart went out to him. "I love you very, very much, Harry. I always have, and I always will." He walked over to him then, bent and kissed him gently on the top of his head, and then strode out of the room, as Harry looked away and closed his eyes. And when he opened them, he saw Tana standing there with tears running down her cheeks at what she had just heard. "Get the hell out of here." She nodded and quietly left, and as she closed the door softly behind her, she heard the sobs from the direction of Harry's bed. But he needed to be alone now. She respected that, and the tears were good for him. Harrison was waiting outside for her. He looked more composed now and relieved as he smiled at her. "Is he all right?" "He will be now. He needed to hear the things you said to him." "I needed to say them to him. I feel better now, too." And with that he took her arm, and they walked downstairs, arm in arm. It felt as though they had always been friends, and he looked at her with a broad smile. "Where are you going now, young lady?" "Home, I guess. I still have all that work to do." "That's a crock." He imitated her, and they both laughed. "How about playing hooky and going to the movies with an old man? My son has just thrown me out of his room, and I don't know a soul in this town, and it's Christmas, for God's sake. How about it, Tom?" He had picked the name up from his son, and she smiled, wanting to tell him that she had to go home. But she couldn't do it somehow. She wanted to be with him. "I really should go home." But she didn't convince either of them, and he was in a festive mood as they climbed into the limousine. "Good. Now that you've gotten that out of the way, where shall we go?" She giggled like a little girl, and he told the limousine driver to drive them around. Eventually they bought a newspaper, picked out a movie they both liked, ate as much popcorn as they could stand, and went to L'Etoile afterwards for a small supper and drinks at the bar. She was getting spoiled just being with him, and she was trying to remind herself of what a cad Harry said he was, but she didn't believe that anymore, and she had never been as happy in her life as when he drove her home to Berkeley again, and took her in his arms and kissed her as naturally as if they had both been waiting for that all their lives. He looked at her afterwards, touching her lips with his fingertips, wondering if he should regret what he'd done. But he felt younger and happier than he had in years. "Donna, I've never met anyone like you before, my love." He held her tight, and she felt a warmth and safety she had never even dreamed of before. And then he kissed her again. He wanted to make her his for the rest of time, but he also wondered if he was half mad. This was Harry's friend, his girl. But they both insisted that they were just friends, and yet he sensed something different than that, on Harry's part anyway. He looked deep into her eyes. "Tell me the truth about something, Tan. Are you in love with my son?" Slowly she shook her head. The driver of the limousine seemed to have disappeared. Actually, he had gone outside for a discreet walk. They were parked outside Tana's house. "No. I've never been in love with anyone. Until now." They were brave words for her, and she decided to tell him the truth all at once. He had been honest with her since they'd met. "I was raped 4.5 years ago. It kind of stopped everything for me, as though my emotional clock no longer ran, and it hasn't run since. I didn't go out at all for the first couple of years I was in college, and then finally Harry forced me into double dating with him a few times. But it was no big deal, and I don't go out with anyone here. All I do is work." She smiled tenderly at him. She was falling head over heels in love with the father of her best friend. Does Harry know?
That I was raped?
He nodded.
Yes.
I told him eventually. He thought I was weird, and eventually I told him why. Actually, we saw the guy at a party we went to, and he guessed. Was it someone you knew? Harrison looked shocked. The son of my mother's boss. Lover and boss, actually. It was awful. No, she shook her head. It was much, much worse than that. He pulled her into his arms again, and he understood things better now. He wondered if that was why Harry had never allowed himself to be more than friends with her. He instinctively sensed that the desire was there, even if she was innocent of what was in his mind. And he also knew what he felt for the girl. He hadn't been so taken with anyone since he met his wife 26 years before. And then he began to think of the age difference between them, wondering if it would bother her. He was exactly 30 years older than Tana, and there were those who would be shocked. But, more importantly, would she? So what? She answered him when he voiced his fears. Who cares about them? She kissed him this time, and she felt something come alive in herself that she had never felt before. A passion and desire which only he could fulfill. And she tossed and turned all night thinking about him, just as he did about her. She called him at 7 o'clock the next day, and he was already awake, and surprised by her call. But he would have been even more surprised had he known what she felt for him. "What are you doing up at this hour, little one?" "Thinking about you." He was flattered and touched and enchanted and infatuated and 1,000 other things. But there was much more to it than that. Tana trusted this man as she had trusted no other man before, not even his son, and he represented a great many things to her, even the father she had never known. He was all men in one, and, had Harrison known, he might have been frightened that she expected too much of him. They visited Harry, they met for lunch, they had dinner together that night, and he had an overwhelming urge to take her to bed, but something told him